right now. That nigga was sewing.
You put this shit away, nigga.
Crazy.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you right now, man. CJ, I don't know. You starting it off, my nigga. That's not your forte. I ain't gonna hold it.
It ain't my forte. You right, bro. I'm more like the feel me, beat up niggas arguments. I'll come and beat up niggas arguments. I really ain't the
Yo,
show starter. Feel me. You just started, motherfucker. You laid a premise.
I know, but it's just funny if I'm like CJ, pop it off. You in that Hanes t-shirt, nigga. That shit.
Oh, you see my shit?
Why you got that?
T-shirt.
Why you got that?
My suits, motherfucker. I need an undershirt. Yeah, it was white. It's like, you may throw the suit on real quick, though.
Mm-hmm.
Make it look good for y'all niggas.
That's a uniform, nigga. Suit. It's a uniform.
It's a suit, motherfucker. Hold on.
Yo, you put your button shirt on your head, huh?
Hey, motherfucker, let me finish throwing the suit on.
Concierges and bellhops also wear button jackets, button-up shirts, and ties as well.
Yeah, that. What you got it for? You got a name tag on it, FYI.
I know, motherfucker. I'm about to take it off.
What's that name tag for, if you don't mind?
My job, motherfucker.
They make you wear that, huh?
Nah, I wear this. They make me wear a suit, but I don't have to look this good when I wear the suit. Feel me?
Like what? What you mean, like wrinkly and all that?
Yeah. You look like you slept in it.
No, why you just come in and just throw your suit on the floor like?
It wasn't on the floor. It was in my laundry basket.
Yo, keep it tall. You got furniture?
Yeah, we got furniture, mom.
Let me see.
Let me
see, because every time your angles is real. Like, let me make sure angles. I ain't never seen a couch, a picture.
I just showed you a picture.
Yo, can you jump and touch the ceiling?
I'm jumping.
Yo,
I'm 6'3", motherfucker. I'll show you the house though, Phil. I'll show that. I'll give y'all a fucking.
You see,
we
man.
see that HVAC fan.
Oh, you had it. Why you turn the camera off?
It was an accident, motherfucker. This is the hold on. Let me turn the camera on.
Oh man,
this is the loft. The loft. Feel me?
Okay. God damn. Ho. Go back.
You hung a computer monitor on the wall.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Let's see they live, man.
Hey, bro.
Yo.
You didn't fish the wire.
Old ass TV.
Bro, that's because it's the loft.
And you didn't fish the wire.
Hold on. Is that TV smart?
It's smart, motherfucker. We got.
Lean, okay, the landing with the lean on it. Okay.
Shit, cool. Feel me?
Okay.
Feel me? What you mean, please?
Okay.
So,
chilling. My boy didn't want to be on the start of the day, but you are, bro.
Son look crazy.
Y'all can't see my room. My shit looking crazy.
hey, Home Depot has buckets of stuff called paint.
Our shit. What you talking about?
And they even have brushes and rollers that you can use to get it out of the bucket.
West Coast look crazy though. Boom. There y'all niggas go.
That's what's up, man. I mean, yeah, it's not bad, man. It's cute.
I know.
It's cute, man.
Vegas, y'all niggas could pull up to the crib. Feel me?
You live
Very white.
Y'all come to Vegas. I can pull up to the crib.
Yeah, what hotel is that?
Hey, bro, fucker. Looks like a hotel.
Is that Best Western?
In this bitch.
Hey, well, let me ask you one. What color was the dishwasher?
Black.
Shit. It's better. It's worse than white.
Yeah.
Dishwasher black. Feel me? Fuck you mean?
Is the stove black?
Stove is black.
Jesus.
Fridge is black too, ain't it?
Fridge is silver.
You mean stainless steel? Jesus.
You asked for a color, motherfucker, not material.
No, we asked if it was black.
Exactly, and I said it's silver. What's the color? Oh, y'all niggas ain't about to do this with me today.
It's been done.
I had a good weekend.
Nah, you living good, man. You living good. Living good.
Yeah, bro, we got the president on the wall.
Who?
My boy.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right, man.
Barack.
Sir.
Yeah,
the greatest gay
side by
president
side.
of all time.
That shit look cool, bro. What you talking about?
Yeah, side by side with Ice Maker. There you go.
Damn.
No peace. Nice little feel
Yes,
me.
that's player.
Nice little get together. What you talking about?
Let me see what you got in the fridge.
What we got in the fridge? Hey, I'm not about to do this with y'all niggas today. Let me check the fridge first.
You want to know your disclaimer?
Shit empty as shit. I'm not showing you this for real.
Let me see, man.
That shit empty. Hell no.
Let me see, my nigga.
I'm not giving y'all niggas no material.
Let's see the fridge, nigga.
Hell fucking no, nigga. My shit empty.
What you got in there?
Corona.
Relish?
A Corona, 2
I got
Budweiser,
water, one
half
water.
a Gatorade,
That's
pizza
it,
from last
bro.
week.
Shit empty as shit.
And your man just lounging like he done it all and all that.
My boy trying to get rich.
Doing what?
He trying to figure out how to get rich, bro. That's a hustle right there. Feel me?
And he laying on the couch?
Since he trying to figure it out.
Is your life like Half Baked, the movie?
My life is like half baked. You know my shit is. I just smoke all day. Smoke, work out, hang with my girl.
Half Baked.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. Try to get this money, feel me?
It's a nice life, man.
That's a great life.
Man, fuck
It's a nice life.
it.
Get flirt with other bitches.
This slavery shit called parenthood.
Exactly. That's why I be thinking y'all niggas slaves.
We are
Man, the parents sucks, bro.
the worst.
My girl work. My girl make good money too. I did her taxes. She almost at 100K.
Hey, wait, CJ, we live, bro.
We not live, nigga. Oh, we are live. Oh, y'all.
Nigga don't pay attention. Yo, you man, that's what's up, man. God,
Why you didn't tell me, motherfucker?
I told y'all, I know. That's why Sean say you gotta put the shit away. I mean,
That was a good intro. Great intro. Great
Yeah,
intro.
it was. Good shit. Good shit.
like just Bachelor life, man. What's up? That's what's up, kid. Let me see. Yo, check. Y'all can hear me well? Check.
You got too much game right now.
Too much?
Yeah, super loud. You hear the hits in the back. It's good now.
Check it
No,
out.
turn it up. Check. You say something?
Mic check.
Yeah, perfect now.
Perfect.
It's a stampede! DJ Ham the Stampede.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. DJ Ham the Stampede, we in the building, the HQ, the headquarters. We are here.
Wow.
This episode here stems from a very, I would say, slightly brief segment that happened on last Monday, if I'm not mistaken. As I was clipping it up and watching, I said, damn, this topic needs to be expounded upon to see what's what. Are we operating out of convenience? Are a lot of things often used conveniently in terms of statistics, facts, anecdotally, and etc. And I'm trying to figure out what gets casted aside conveniently and then what gets considered conveniently. So it should be interesting, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Please hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. We have 140 people in the building and we have 52 likes. Let's make sure the likes match the viewership so we can get it popping. You heard? Mr. Fantastic, how was the weekend?
Brother. Hey, man, another one down, man. Another one down.
Is that pun intended?
Possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Brother.
Oh yeah, motherfucker.
Niggas don't necessarily have any interest in pandering to white folk.
Aaron was good.
Well, not pandering to white folk, but had a great weekend. Consulted with my oracle, hung out with the old man one-on-one yesterday, whom is also on his way to have dinner with us tonight, so he can hang out with his granddaughter.
Indeed, sound about right. Sound about right. Indeed. We got a couple guests today. CJ was popping.
Good, what's good, gentlemen?
So what I don't care about your weekend. So I said let me hit CJ up, man, because usually you're a very good sidekick for Mr. Fantastic. Is that okay?
I'm a main star, feel me?
What?
I'm a good
Hold on, let me get this straight.
Role player don't know his role. Oh shit.
I'll be 1B, but I'm not no sidekick.
So wait, if you had to do a Batman and Robin, who's Batman?
I'll let Mr. Fantastic be Batman, brother.
It's him because I'm Marvel, baby. Ain't none of that whack ass DC shit.
Oh my god, nigga, hush. Yo, so all right, so
we really two lone woods, feel me? It ain't no Batman and Robin. It's more like Superman and Batman. But
you said Pinky and the Brain. What you said?
We really lone woods, so we agree on a lot of things. So we come together. Pause.
So nobody is you. So wait, you saying that Mr. Fantastic ain't big dog?
Mr. Fantastic is the big dog in the space.
Why you had to put a caveat?
Because I'm a big dog too, feel me?
Why you can't get that man his credit, man? Who the fuck is the nigga with the shield, nigga? Huh?
Fantastic.
Are you fucking Captain America or is he Captain America, nigga?
And he fucking Mr. Fantastic. He stretches.
No, nigga, we not in that fucking, we not in that universe, nigga.
Boom.
No, nigga, answer the question. Who is Captain America?
That's Marvel. And I'm Captain America, and he's Mr. Fantastic.
I ain't never seen them in the same episode. When the war about to pop off, Mr. Captain America is in the front.
He Captain America. I'll be Iron Man, or I'll be the Hulk or somebody else. Feel me? He Captain America. He leading the troops. One of his top sergeants.
Man,
one of his
boy,
top.
I'm telling you, man, pride go before destruction. Job, what up?
All is well, man. All is well. Another day, another dollar.
Indeed. You got Beef and Brox on too?
What's that?
You got Beef and Brox on?
Beef and Brock? What is that?
You don't know. You know what Beef and Broccoli's are.
Timberland, bro.
No, bro. I'm not a shoe guy. I ain't gonna
Are
lie.
you dead ass?
I'm dead ass, man. I don't know what that is.
Look at your outfit. You don't got Beef and Broccoli's on right now?
They wear different kinds of boots in Mississippi, brother.
Fuck, they wear field
What we
boots.
wear?
Polo and
They still got the chains attached to them.
Hey, hello, Miss Fantastic. Where you from? You from Georgia? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, brother. Georgia is a step above, brother.
Man, where? In what way?
Just a tad. A smidge. I'll give you a smidge,
man. Y'all got Atlanta.
Yeah, Mississippi, brother. Y'all struggling.
We struggle. It's a lot of struggles in the I'll be honest, yeah, for sure. But we make great people though.
Indeed.
We make great people. All is well on him. No, I've never worn those in my life.
Oh, you fucking serious?
I've never worn those in my life.
I've never seen those in my life either.
These is a staple.
Crazy.
Okay. Hey, now Sean, right? We did with a polo boot. We wore the polo boots in like high school. That's a fact.
Yeah, polo boots in the South is the thing.
We had the polo boots
with the strap, baby. The tall joint with the strap, 3/4 with the strap.
That's a fact.
Louisiana had duck heads too before that. Them shits was country.
I remember duck heads too. Damn, Beef and Brock, that's crazy.
You never seen them?
I don't think I've ever seen them in person.
Wow, that's amazing.
Oh wow.
There's only three wears of Tim's: the beef and brock, the wheats, and all black. And those two gotta be double sole. Everything else, put them in the bathroom.
I seen the black ones. I seen the wheat, but I ain't never seen the beef and broccoli, bro.
That's crazy. That's bananas.
You put me on.
Yeah, word is bomb, man. Yo, get you some beef and brock, man. For the hood. Sean, what up?
Man, ready to debate with these gentlemen. And I think, man, look, we was in the Discord, man. Y'all, if y'all in the Discord, it'd be popping in there. Look, we were just talking. Some of the women,
shit like that.
thoughtful women. You know what I'm saying? The generous women. I think we probably got a few generous women that would love to get my boy Shaw some of them beef and broccolis, man. Just get the homie right. You know what I'm saying? Generous women, y'all need to step up. Don't just put heart emojis in the chat for my boy. You know what I'm saying? Step up.
Oh yeah, motherfucker.
But yeah, man, we good, man. We good. Always advocating for the homies, you know.
Yeah, word is bomb, man. Shaw definitely get his clothes washed and all that.
Oh yeah, motherfucker.
Set it up for me.
Order butters, you know what I'm saying? Put my man's on. You feel me?
Yeah, definitely get some wheats. Definitely, yeah, man. The beef and brock, man. And then I think whoever said they never seen them, like they don't know no better. Them the same niggas I was stopping in 25th in Manhattan in the garment district, getting the fake red monkeys for $30 a pair and selling them for $500. Them the same niggas that talking about don't get no beef and broccoli. You feel me? Trust the nigga that don't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? I used to be like this, Shop. Remember this line? They be like, what are these? I'm like, the Visu jeans cover the rectum. They're like, oh, those are the yeah. Fuck out of here.
We wear Visu. We had the Visus. We definitely had
them shit for $20 a pop, selling them for $400.
And you see, I know you seen on TikTok, they've been giving out a game, man, how to get you know what I mean? How to get your shit with this tariff situation going on. So
I don't watch TikTok at all, man. TikTok.
I don't need it. Everybody been talking about it, like,
but no, it be having like, yo, it's mad. Everything is up there. Well, I guess like YouTube, I guess for all intents and purposes.
It's a couple like Chinese influencers explaining how to get the shit without dealing with not dealing with the tariffs, but you bypass the manufacturers and all that. All y'all that got the small businesses, you need to get on there and see what they explaining to you. They list the apps and everything on where you can find all the information. So
yeah, that's a fact. That's what's up. I'm gonna go look. Perfect. Hit the like button. Let me see in the chat real quick. We got 210 people in the building. I bet you the likes is trash, bro. 76 likes. Come on. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Get you some beef and broccolis. You know what I'm saying? There's mad people in the chat, man. I can't even shout everybody out. Chacho, Truth, Miss Jilly, CC, Robert with the $2 says, Hamp, give me some money. I need it for Newports. Damn. Leon, Orchid was popping. Salute. Cali, Homeboy, Shalom, Rainbow Kid in the building. Mel, you already know. Young Jay, salute. I got CC. JT, what up? James, what up? Hold it down in the chat. You heard? Quincy, salute. Omega Dread in the building. Call me Queen T. Mrs. Locks. Dallas, what up? Like, share, subscribe. What up, Saad? What up, Cali? Let me see. AC in the building. DC in the building. I like it, man. Fo, what up? Miss Bells, what up? Curtis, what up? I mean, what up? James in the building. Salute. Vet Life, what up, though? What's popping? Make sure y'all hit the like button. Ezekiel in the building. What up, buzzing, bird, flip it doesn't. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was. Susan Ma'ak, Ezekiel gifted 1 membership. Whoever got blessed with it, please maintain it. Welcome to the family. Nightbot behaving, that's always good. Okay. Truth, what up? Yeah, we definitely, True Table in the building, we definitely need at least 50 more likes. Bino was popping. Sean in the chat. Keisha was goody. GA was popping, brethren. Shalom. Key in the building. Zagu in the building. Let's get it, man. What up, yeah. Shit like that. Damn, man. So I was watching the clip that inspired me. Do y'all need that clip for context?
Yeah.
Or do somebody got something to say?
Yeah. I
let's
think
see
the
the
clip
clip. Let's
provides
see the
great
clip.
context to the crowd. You know what I'm saying?
But Shaw
I
popped
agree
it
with
off.
Sean.
He's shitting right there.
Oh shit. Well, we lit then.
You know what I mean? So I noticed when he was trying to build on his premise, CJ cut him off.
Mm-mm-mm.
You know what I'm
Always.
saying?
That's what they do.
Shaw, tell him why you mad, Shaw.
I don't even want to. I want to try to keep this thing logical, and I don't want the emotions to rise. You know, it's hard for y'all to kind of stay in pocket and let's a battle of intellect. But I'll kick us off.
Niggas start shooting. Niggas start shooting.
Already they shooting at me. I ain't looking at the chat.
No, you shooting.
I'm shooting, my bad.
Hey, he doing without even knowing. See what I'm talking about?
All right, cool. Let me pipe down. My bad, fellas. I do find it interesting that it's often said when particularly Black people start talking about the effects of racism that's currently happening now, and we all know that, of course, it's not as overt as it once was, where we're not walking around getting hung in trees, even though that there are some cases of that happening in the Deep South. But the landscape of racism has changed, and anytime you get a group of Black people discussing that, it always gets reduced to the victim Olympics and these things don't exist anymore. But the manosphere, and one of their, I guess, primary tenets is discussing the issues that men have, or in some ways how they have been victims of women. And it's okay to have that conversation. So I just find it interesting that it's not okay to talk about the system that is in place, that is still in place, that is still being redesigned to keep people in control. But we can talk about how bad women are and how destructive they are to men. It's just very interesting to me. And that was my premise.
So you want me to reply right away?
Yeah, go ahead.
You want to build? So, Mr. Fantastic the other day asked all you gentlemen to name an example of the last year where you experienced racism. And you know what we got? Zilch. Maybe one. Nobody can name anything. But you know what most men can name? Some disrespectful, bad behaving women. Most men experience this. So we act like, and then you said the past, it's not going on anymore. Yes, we believe racism isn't as effective or isn't as prominent as it was back then. But women behavior is getting worse. It's getting worse and worse. It's not getting better. We experiencing worse and worse behavior from these women. So that's why we do it. That's why that's why we come up here. But if you have legitimate gripes about what happened to you, racism that you have experienced, we are all ears. We're not going to shut you down and be like, no, shut up, motherfucker. But if most men, like Fantastic said, most of y'all can't even name examples of when y'all have experienced it. Y'all just come up here and it's the boogeyman. Y'all just want to complain about a fictional character that nobody could point out to and say, oh, the boogeyman is holding us back. The boogeyman is holding us back. Ain't nobody holding most Black people back but themselves. Not in it there.
Can we do the same thing that Mr. Fantastic did real quick? Can we go around the room and get an example from all the men of how a woman destroyed their life in the last year?
Yes.
Who said destroyed their life?
Oh yeah. No, bro, that's a good question. That when they destroy,
Let them re-ask the question. They take so Shah. They take exception with the strength of the word destroy.
Cool.
Yeah, of course we do that, don't you?
You were afflicted in some way by a woman in the last year.
Yes, I tell y'all stories about my girl, me and my girl all the time. It's not limited to me. Most men get up here and act like
we want to hear your story, CJ.
She disrespectful. I'm not gonna get too
But
personal.
but she's still your girl though, right?
Still your girl, all right?
So how disrespectful? I know. Hey, look, you ain't no weak dude. So how disrespectful can it be if you want us to believe that you gonna put up with a certain level of disrespect? You ain't the type of guy that's gonna put up with a certain. It can't be that deep, bro.
Put my foot down. But most men aren't like me. Most men don't.
Here's the real super nigga, y'all. Here's the real super nigga right here. We've been faking. That's the real one right there.
I'm one of them. Feel me? I'm one of them. Nah, I'm a regular nigga. I'm a regular nigga, regular guy. Feel me? But I have attractive traits that women like, and I'm an intelligent brother. And I don't like to tolerate disrespect. Most people are. You are gonna get disrespected most of the time. I mean, not most of the time. You will get disrespected every now and then. But I try to put my foot down as much as possible and tell her it's not acceptable. Feel me? And I don't know why y'all act like y'all
Is a windmill?
Oh, so now I'm windmilling. Now
I'm not sure. I'm asking. I'm not sure.
No, don't. No, you want to do the hand signals, and now you asking. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, and you windmill. Let's hear you go ahead.
Well, what you saying? So what are you saying? See, you saying because your girl get disrespectful, right? You're saying that. What are you saying? You're saying that
That's what he
you've
asked
been
for. Is that what he
afflicted.
asked for? An example of us being disrespected. What was the question? He tried to say destroyed your life. That's why he made the word so strong.
Well, when the last
Because
time
he
you were
knew.
afflicted by a woman type shit?
What do you mean by afflicted?
That's what he asked. That was the question he asked.
What afflicted could mean several type of things. Afflicted
And
by
then
what? What kind of
this is just a
affliction?
yes or no question. The things that you deal with a woman, with your woman, do you bring them on yourself?
I bring them on myself. I would say a little. Like, I'll say 30%. I bring on myself.
Okay, so she's responsible for the 70%. Just her.
Yep.
It's fantastic.
Okay, so hey man, I'm a free man out here, right? So I've had a couple to a few situations where I had to remove and replace a couple of females I might have had acquaintance with. That's, I guess that would be romantically, socially, and what's the name? I've had plenty of just horrible business experiences with black women.
In the
Just
last year.
overall, it's a year, brother. Nigga, I done traveled just to be around your ass. What, 3 times?
A year, brother. He heard
Yeah,
the
a year.
question.
And you
365
say that
days.
you just had a bad experience with them?
Well, yeah, that's what you're saying. I mean, for strangers. Oh shit, what happened?
Oh,
Hi,
yeah.
Tiny.
I think that camera know when somebody telling.
I said it's a voice recognize it. If it sounds too much like something else, it'll cut off. So no, I'm saying no. So yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So I as a paying customer, and like you said, not nothing near to a broke nigga should be getting disrespect from somebody that's in the service industry. I'll just say that. All right, if you're most of the places I shop, I know I make more money than you, hands down. Period. That's
Even
why I'm
broke
there.
people shouldn't be disrespected, even if they go to shop. What are you?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. It's
Let them
even more
finish.
so.
Let them finish.
It's even more so to when like I'm not broke. So don't treat me as such and don't talk to me as if I'm just some peon that doesn't matter. And the only people I get that from are women that look like me. I haven't experienced that from a Hispanic woman, a white woman. I haven't really dealing with too many Asian women or whatever. But the biggest issue and problem I have is a lack of respect for me, just as a customer, bro. With and I don't go nowhere acting the ass. I'm professional. I'm presentable. But yeah, that's been it, man. It's been a couple occasions here or there within a year's time. Yeah.
Did either one of them answer your question, Shot?
How did I not? I did.
Hey,
I told
wait,
you.
wait.
It's very. What's the
Why?
example? Tell us what happened.
I don't
Well, no,
want
for me, like I
personal
say, it's just
examples,
like somebody that she did something I didn't like her doing, so I left her alone. It wasn't necessarily disrespectful. It was like y'all talk. It was like some red flag shit to where she should have knew better. That what I mean. I don't get down like that. I don't play around like that. So I had to fucking cut her off. So I feel like if I built a rapport enough with a woman to have her around me in my circle, and she does something, I wouldn't even say necessarily flagrant, but close to flagrant. That's an affliction, brother, because you should know me well enough. And I don't sell you no dream. I'm representing you as me, and I'm being honest and truthful. And we know what it is. So when you do some shit to step out of line and get out of pocket, it's like, come on, Shawty, what the fuck I
What
look
did
like?
she do? What did she do?
I got an example.
I ain't gonna go into
I got an
details,
example.
bro.
No,
Like,
because
No,
but
girl.
he. So the question is being asked based on the question you asked, and you needed specific examples.
I got one for you. So,
well,
Hold on,
go ahead,
CJ. Damn. No. So
got the
you,
little
nigga,
I told you, well,
you
again,
think
again,
you want him to go so you could think.
no, it's not thinking. I'm telling you, it's like I said, man. Let me see what's something I can share.
And to clarify for y'all, affliction is bring pain or suffering. That's what affliction is.
Well, I ain't gonna say a bitch brought me no pain or suffering. I ain't gonna
that's
give her
what I'm saying.
opportunity.
Like, what?
Yeah, I didn't give a bitch. I didn't give a
That's
bitch the
where I
opportunity to bring
was.
me no pain,
That's
no
where I
suffering.
was.
Now, I ain't again, brother. I haven't been in a relationship to either. You gotta think, bro. I'm free. So, I mean, I ain't saying a nigga can't be hurt, but I hadn't gotten close enough to a female for it to even be that. You feel me? So like for me, I'm not in a space really to where that counts for me. You feel me?
So
But I
I'm
can't tell you, like I said, there's been females around me to where
So Miss
they broke
Fantastic,
rules.
to be fair to the question, you have to say in the past year you haven't had any.
Yeah, but it's not the same. If I'm not a black man is a black man regardless. That doesn't change. Racism, I'm going to be, according to y'all, subject to the same racism no matter what, no matter where I am, no matter who I am. The boogeyman white man's going to be there for me.
That's not
If
what
I'm
he.
a
That's
man,
not what they said last time, though.
it
It's
is.
not, man.
It's
That's
Cheeky,
different.
literally, the breakdown they had. Remember, it's like, hey, if I live in Washington D.C. or urban Atlanta, I'm not gonna have the same racial negative experiences. It's all black people.
Yeah, not as much, but it's still there. That's what they said. They said
No,
it's still there. They said it's still there, even though it's not as much in a predominantly black place. The white man still runs the system.
no,
So, because
that's
remember,
you.
hold on, nigga, no. See, y'all tried, y'all. See, you fucked up. You should just let me go. See, remember when I told
Nobody said that though. They
you?
literally said the
no,
opposite.
Yes, no, yes, you did. Because remember, I said when I made the point, and you had to give it a shot. You gave it a shot. Shot made the point. Or the police system, right? And I was saying, hey, you know when the bad treatment goes up even higher, the stats was a black thing. You said, well, hey, you still man this point because it's still the system that the white man created that's able to take advantage of the black man, even when black people are in control. So it's the same thing, brother. They said
No,
the same thing I'm saying.
remember it was categorical, right? So it was broken down in specific categories, and things are less likely depending on the demographic. That was
Yeah.
definitely said. You agree that was said, or do I need to play it?
What?
That
The categorical, yeah, no, we agreed to that. When Beans, I remember Beans made that argument, and Beans said it was multifaceted. I made the point that it's multifaceted and things are different, so on and so forth. And Beans, he compounded on that, and then we agreed to that. Yeah, I agree to that. It's levels to everything. But what I'm saying to you is, you can't hold me to the same level because I'm not in a serious relationship. Okay, I can do whatever the fuck I want, and like I said, I'm making all the calls and the shots. And if I'm not letting the bitch get close enough to hurt me, I can't be hurt, brother. She can just be replaced.
okay?
I know it's hard to hear.
that's
I
the
hope I
whole
don't
premise. Yes.
listen.
Hold on. I got your back, brother.
This
No, no.
BABG shit got its perks, baby. You feel me?
The premise is women get you to care before they start implementing most of this shit. First of all, feel me. Second of all, I got examples of just women acting in bad behaviors. I was at the casino. I asked these two young ladies for their ID. They gave me all kind of lip and roll neck rolls and why are you doing that? Why are you doing so much? That's one example. And then another example, I was at the strip club when I used to work at the strip club. I told the girls, hey, no pictures, ladies. They start giving me a whole bunch of lip. And then they niggas start tripping. Cause you know how niggas get when they around their women. So that's the examples I got. But I'm not giving y'all no personal examples of my relationship. Fuck y'all niggas.
That's a cop.
You know, cop.
What's the
I
cop?
tell you about my relationship all the time. Feel me? My girl be acting.
But see, here's a
I'm not
problem.
giving y'all no
Y'all
real example.
y'all tell us about the relationship all the time, but now when it's asking about specific example where black women give you so much grief, now you want to be
They
private.
are ungrateful. Y'all women are ungrateful, just like
Well, no,
Mars.
I
I
told
took
you,
my
like you
girl
said.
out to
So no,
eat,
we
and she
gonna
was sitting
hold on.
there
She's just real
ungrateful.
quick. She's just real quick. So no, like I said, we're talking multifaceted, right? So I'm talking. You talking intimate or personal, and then you're talking business and professional. I gave you the details of the business and professional. Even Hamp, you're not even gonna tell us, you know what I mean, all of your personal, brother. I'm just saying, you know, and that's a part of keeping it P, brother. Come on now. I can't tell you any everything that a little bitch did, you know what I'm saying, to fuck up or so on and so forth,
We
because
don't
you
know.
know, hey, she
But
might
what
be able
if
to get back in. You feel me? You should get it back in my good graces. You feel me? So again, I don't want to, put out there too much. I'm just throwing little hints for her to know and breadcrumbs so that hey, baby, don't do that again. You know what I'm saying? You on punishment, you on the bench, and you might can get back on the roster if you act right.
I got another example. Hold on. Last year, my boy Tay, I think that's his name. He was on the panel. He was called the sucker. If you see a sucker, lick it. He reciprocated the same energy that was given to him. He said, if you see a sucker, lick it. You know what happened? Don't my ears about to get hot. Don't talk about my husband. Like so, we all seen it. We all. That's a personal example for my boy Shy. Thank you. Now what y'all got to say?
It sound like
He
your girl be putting belt to ass in that crib, my nigga. I ain't gonna
That wasn't me, motherfucker. I was talking
no,
about online.
no, I'm talking about your
online,
examples in
Shy.
general. My nigga sound like she be spanking shit in that motherfucker,
Give
nigga.
you no personal example, motherfucker. I
Popping nigga
said my
upside the back of
examples
the
was
head type shit, nigga. Like, go watch
shut
the
your ass
pussy,
up,
nigga.
Shy. You kill my fucking nerves, motherfucker.
yo, but
Well,
my
it was a
thing,
personal example, Ham. So address what I just gave you.
no,
Let's see you address that.
nobody
These
got to address.
examples,
Go ahead, son.
examples are weak as fuck. Like, and I mean as
How was it
effectively.
weak? How was
Like
it weak?
what I mean by like to use these examples to I guess justify the way these conversations are had in regards to what women need to do to improve are very weak examples, bro. You're talking about like basic, just like
You know what's
decorum,
what's even
Let him
weaker?
finish. Let him
Sorry,
finish.
sorry.
basic decorum that most people probably struggle with. That's the whole premise for why this entire thing that's been going on for a couple of years is necessary. And those are weak examples, bro.
And you know what's even weaker? The example of the racism they gave the other day. Might fucking drop, man. Y'all niggas is
Yeah, but
wild.
you
Y'all had
said
no example of
no.
racism the
You
other day, but when it gets
what you
to our
did,
talking
CJ,
about our
was
examples,
you admitted that what you said was weak,
it wasn't.
right? Because if you're likening it to the racism examples and you said they're weak, you're literally admitting
I
that
said
what you just presented was weak.
I said it was weaker. I could be strong in something and be weaker than me.
No,
Just because
you
I said
said
something is weaker, I don't mean I'm not strong. I just mean you're weaker than
no.
me.
You said what was also weak. The
I didn't say
examples about
I didn't say
racism.
that. I said it was weaker.
But I mean, here's the thing: you ain't really trying to converse. That's what it's boiling down to, right?
I am
But I think
conversing.
here's the premise that was painted, right? Is the fact that you don't really have no good tangible examples, and you just going off of some shit that really seemed slightly dishonest.
I
You
gave
know.
you three
So as an
tangible
example, now go ahead. So as an example, right? People come in a place without an ID. White, black, brown, they trying to sneak in. They give you a hard time about showing their ID. That shit's regular shit for young people doing dumb shit, right? Mr. Fantastic was trying to say every time he go to Walmart to get 12 in a pack socks, which I don't know why he's still wearing 12 in a pack socks, but that's beside the point. He's saying he don't like the customer service.
Well,
So
for
you
one,
gonna try to
I didn't
minimize our
mention
example, I
Walmart.
guess.
Hold on, I didn't mention Walmart or socks, brother. But
that was me. Sorry, I added that.
if I have to deal with a person in customer
Do
service,
you wear 12 in a pack socks?
no, I don't. All of my socks are Nike socks, brother. You've seen them for the most part.
We're
I got a
talking
couple
pack
polo
socks.
socks too. I do rock some polo socks every now and again, but most of my socks are like Nike socks. But
Don't try to
anyway,
minimize our
and
examples,
they don't
That's
sell
what you
those.
try
They
to
don't
do.
sell those at Walmart,
bad.
to my knowledge.
They were great
So,
examples.
but anyway, so this is what I'm saying, bro. Y'all are trying to dismiss when we tell you, right? Okay, so I will ask you this, Hamp. Well, this will be the inverse question. Ask me how many white women or non-black women I've had an issue with over the last year. Ask me.
Well, I just had to cuss a white woman out of the airport.
Okay.
You just don't like white people.
Is this a
Yeah,
is this
but yeah, was that
How?
because was she being unprofessional, disrespectful, or is
Yeah.
your bias?
She
towards,
sucked her teeth.
She what?
She sucked her teeth.
At you?
So I was trying to get a candy apple, right? And she's like, "You want me to cut it?" I'm like,
Get on
"No,
my
don't cut it.
nerves, man.
Don't cut it." And she start cutting. I said, don't cut it. She's like, "Oh, what the fuck you blowing your breath for?"
So she was trying to go over and beyond.
No, I didn't want it cut because I wasn't eating it right then. It was for to get home for the kids. Once you cut it, you know how apple do it gets thick.
Oxidized. Yeah, it's all oxidized and getting brown. Yeah.
She blow her breath. I said, "The fuck you blowing your breath for?"
But I'm not
Did
saying
did she apologize?
I wasn't listening after that. I just said, give me the regular apple. Hurry up. I gave her $2, 20% tip, whatever it was.
Let me tell you.
Don't blow your white breath over my apple.
I agree though. White
She
people, white
gave,
women don't just.
so even though you're not gonna tell us, I'm gonna tell you this what happened. She fucked up, and that was horrible customer service for responding in that way. But she gave you a new apple. She probably apologized profusely, okay, and then you went on your way.
No, she ain't apologized profusely. I don't even know what language she spoke.
So how she white? I'm confused.
She was white. She was one of them Eastern Europeans. Them things.
Okay, so you think she called you nigga in a foreign language, or I saw you, sir. I saw the.
Yeah, she said something like Don't fucking listen. Ring up the regular next Apple so I can get out of here. I still hit the little, the little tip thing, $1.
Yeah,
Whatever.
I'm definitely not tipping. For one, I don't tip people unless it's actual service. I'm not. I'm that's
I always just do it. Like I just hit the $1. Like,
0%, bitch. If I ain't sit down somewhere, I'm not giving you no tip. The motherfucking
oh, so you the problem?
What you talking about? Ain't no motherfucking hey, bro.
This
Ain't no
nigga get on my
goddamn
nerves,
tip
man.
at Dillard's or Macy's or fucking what designer store did I go to down there? Fucking what Gucci?
Uh-huh.
Ain't no motherfucking what we was in Atlanta. What's the joint called in Phipps? Bloomingdale's, all that shit. Ain't no motherfucking tip there. Ain't no option, brother.
They 100% commission. So
Hey, so yeah, and most of them niggas gay. Most of them brother fuckers. The niggas.
why you
They got to
went
do
there?
it. What they got to do with
Oh,
anything?
you know it.
What
I'm
are
not
you
tipping
saying?
him. I'm
Why
not,
you
don't
said
even-
that
don't-
though? Why
I
you
don't
said
even-
that?
You ain't
don't
doing
even help
shit
me,
to the
brother.
my nigga.
Get away from me, Tyrone. I'm good. You need some help? No, brother. I'm good, brother.
To do with anything.
Hey, look, you see, this is the
Find
crazy shit
everything all right?
Fantastic just
Yeah,
did.
yeah,
This-
brother. I'm good. I got
This
it.
is what he just did. He made it a black woman versus other women conversation versus women in general
That's
versus
what I was thinking.
racism conversation. This
That's what I
nigga's crafty, man. You gotta watch this nigga, man. Pause.
Crafty, brother. I'm making. Brother. I am presenting. I am countering the argument as presented to me. Okay, and trying to give equal and balanced comparison. I'm simply saying racism is something that you guys say exists no matter wherever you go in the world. Well, not the world, but the country, rather, right? Where the black man goes in this country, the big bad racism boogeyman is over your shoulder, keeping his foot on your neck and his knee in your back, so you can't motherfucking elevate. So
Nah,
you
we ain't transitioning yet. Let it be
Say.
known. Y'all didn't give no
Yes, we
real
did.
examples for real.
I
We
can't
Because
did.
even real shit, even after like all that, like what y'all trying to say,
What was the
it don't
question?
sound like it's that bad. That's how.
Wait.
So every time, wait. So every time we, just like last week when a racism example was given, like niggas like, that's it. That's not that. So at what point, who get to set the bar?
Can I say something? Y'all never really asked the real question. Hold on, fantastic. Hold on.
Go ahead. My bad, CJ. Go ahead, brother.
He asked us, "What is something destructive? A woman? What destroy our lives?" That was the first question. We had to re-ask the question to what's an affliction a black woman caused, a pain or suffering a black woman caused upon you. So wait, so
Oh,
men
you know
don't
what?
get
Go
up
ahead.
here.
I can give you one for sure. Hey, listen. O'Shea, I can give you one that's written. I don't mind sharing this one because it involved my bitch ass baby mama, right? So my daughter went to college. My kids are grown. My last child support payment was what? They turned 18 in 23, right? My kids turned 18 in 2023, right? So my last child support payment been over a year and a half ago. A whole semester into college, like my daughter's there. My daughter hits me up and she wants what they call it, HAMP? What's the it's a Temu list or some shit, right? I don't know
Oh,
about
yeah.
Temu.
Like one of like the crate, her cart, like
yeah,
pay for the
cart.
cart.
There we go. Yeah, cart.
Yeah.
She wanted a cart. Thank you, HAMP. She wanted
They
a
all
cart.
do that shit.
She wanted a cart. So I'm like, okay, a cart. Whatever it is, let me know, and I'll get it for you. HAMP, the cart is $500 fucking dollars. She tells me the day that she wants it, and I'm like, hold on, baby. Daddy, he budgets his shit now because my what I'm saying, the way all my shit set up, baby. You can't just drop $500 on me, and I just give you $500 worth of shit just out the blue, baby. Just give me a little minute. No, that wasn't good enough. So she go call herself, telling her mama on me. Do you know this bitch fucking told me, Shad, she gonna fucking put me back on child support? Even when they in college and all this other shit and la. That was a real affliction, brother, but it really wasn't because the bitch don't know nothing. She don't know no better. Florida don't do that, for one. And then for two, all they shit paid for literally by me and my benefits. So it would be no point in me paying child support in the first place. So this is a woman that I had a relationship with, had children with, and at this point, 19 fucking years later, she's still trying to have command over my fucking life and tell me what to fucking do and think she can talk to me like she motherfucking crazy. So that's a personal one, brother, that I can give you. And as an actual
good example.
Everyone would agree to be in affliction, brother.
And last when Fantastic asked the question, there was about 4 to 5 gentlemen that disagreed with his premise, that couldn't answer his question about racism. Y'all questioning the two of us, like we supposed to give y'all a million examples. We gave y'all decent examples that y'all don't want to take, that y'all don't want to use, pause or whatever. And now y'all trying to question us. I think this is bias and unfair treatment.
Sean, you want to go? Then I go after you. I saw you.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick. Look, I know some people say, "Where's the affliction?" And what Fantastic said, the affliction is that's some unfair shit. You try to hold a hostage and control their behavior with that shit. That shit ain't fair, especially when he's an attentive parent in general. So we got to be fair in this conversation. That shit ain't
Thank
fair.
you, Sean. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate it.
Like, we gonna be fair regardless. You know what I'm saying?
That was a way better example than the first one he gave for
Hey,
sure.
shut up, motherfucker. No, I'm just playing.
God damn, you good, bro?
Go ahead.
I want to make sure we done with this part before I go to kind of the next thing I was thinking about, because I kind of prepared for this one when I saw what the title was.
Well, I just want to say first and foremost, right? This is the point. When we talk about racism and the big bad white man and all this other shit, right? It's not as traumatizing as what you guys painted. It sounds very similar to the plight in terms of racism as you tend to see it, right? The issue with women ain't nothing new under the sun. That sound like some pretty standard shit, and it wasn't even the women that you actually dealing with. It was just some outside women that have no attachment or no reason to submit to you, that have an attitude, right? And so if you talk about the couple black women that you mentioned, I could give you 3 white women. I got them in my head right now. So I'm just simply saying it sounds pretty regular. It don't sound like overt.
I kind of agree with that, but I'm not giving personal examples in my life to make your argument or make my argument right now. Like, I'll give y'all examples of women that I don't know, or I'll give y'all my sisters, but not me and my girl relationship is gonna stay. I'll give y'all a little bit. I'm not giving y'all my whole life so y'all can try to use it against me. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, well, no, fine. Whatever you're gonna do is what you do. But based on what you did, the point wasn't proven to where it's valid to complain about women, but not complain about racism. That's what I'm saying.
All right.
They had no examples of the racism, though.
It was 2.
Or very few. It was, what was it?
Yeah, because podcast gave a really good example, which is what I want to kind of talk about. About this, and because I want to kind of walk down the road a little bit where I understand folks' lack of understanding about systematic racism and how I say post-integration, one of the byproducts of that was us justifying the same system that at one time we were clearly it was unlawful for us to engage. And once we thought we got a piece of it, we started justifying the same system that was not only subjugating black people, but also subjugating poor white people. So that's when you start seeing people saying stuff like, well, how's the racism when you got a home? Like, how's the racism? Like, you're not getting whooped no more, so racism is ended as if the system is changed. And that was kind of the premise of that little podcast when he talked about like the home situation where like corporations are buying up all the homes. And it's clear to me from hearing some of the response, I think Trigger Mike was on there and Mr. Fantastic too, both of them in unison said it's business because y'all don't expect morality from the system. So it's business. It shouldn't be moral. People don't deserve adequate housing. If the business says everybody in the zip code who can't afford it should be homeless or figure something else out, that's okay with y'all because it's business. Go ahead.
Now, brother, you said a key word now.
What's that?
Deserve.
I know. Trust me. I'm gonna bring it on home. I'm gonna bring it home. Yeah, you're right.
Like, remember what y'all told niggas? Y'all said niggas don't deserve no women. Niggas don't deserve no pussy, right?
But nobody. Oh, I didn't say that. I asked the question: do guys think they deserve a relationship?
Well, now I'm not saying you, but people resoundingly said that men do not deserve a woman. Resoundingly. So if we and I accepted that premise. You're right. I'm not gonna tell a woman that she has to accept any man, be he low value, high value, short, tall, fat, skinny, whatever. Right. So if that's the thing, you don't have an argument because that's already been said on the other side.
What's your pushback to what I said about justifying the system, how it operates? Because it's business.
Well, again, it is, and niggas say that business is business. That's literally something
So you agree with me? You agree with
Standing
me?
on business, right? Remember, that's some shit we said a long time ago, and the young people made this shit more popular, right? Standing on business, right? So again, it's cool and fine as long as we internalize it, and it's how we get down. Hey, man, it is what it is. That's the same thing as business is business. We have plenty of colloquialisms that we operate on as a group on an everyday basis, be it person to person, be it professional, be it whatever. Hey, man, that's how the game go. So if you're gonna count it as that way, you can't get mad when the white folks, the Asian folks, the Arab folks, or whoever does it. Business is just that. There's no emotion in business. Business is all about making money. What the fucking big what the big say? Keep money in your business and family completely separated, right? Money and two bitches don't mix like two, you know what I mean? Money and blood don't mix like two bitches and no dick. Find yourself in serious shit, right?
Big was wrong though.
Big's wasn't wrong at all.
Big was wrong because you have to. You would then. Well, see, Biggie probably didn't understand nepotism, right? And so nepotism is super influential, and that's how most people get on high because they know somebody or they have an affinity for somebody that looks like them. So nepotism is one thing we don't have because we're just now getting particular positions, and so you'll see a change. Go ahead.
No. That's all. We've always had nepotism. It's just the fact of the matter.
I'm saying to be able to leverage it, right? So they always hiring a family and this, that, and the third. Like when they first allocated the police station to the Irish, as an example, it's all Irish motherfuckers in there. You see?
I got you, but that's what I'm saying. So this is why this gonna be kind of fucked up, but it's the fact of the matter. The truth of the matter is, bro, if you can't build no time machine, we can't change that. Y'all keep going back to a point of where it's the origin and whatever. I understand that. I'm not discounting that. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Not saying that didn't happen. But what I'm saying is you can't change it. The only thing you can do once something is set in the way which is set, like HAMP, football, everything in football makes sense, right? If the refs on bullshit and the refs motherfucking calling the game fucked up, what do you have to do as players? You have to adjust to the way that the fucking refs are calling the game.
Can I stop you? Perfect. Thank you for that. So this is the rest of the logic I was trying to make, right? So all of us, particularly black people, men and women, are growing up, we are all experiencing the same system that lacks morale. It's about business, right? So we all are in some ways byproducts of what I'm talking about. And I'm saying, can it be argued that some of the behavior that we see that men are saying women exude that we don't like? That's part of this. That's business. It's business. Women are not adopting a family idea no more because in their minds, from what they've been told, it's fool's gold. At the end of the pot, you end up in a lack. So instead of chasing family and children, I'm chasing money because at some point I'm about to do it alone anyway.
So wait, Shot. So you comparing relationships?
Oh, wait before you. I just want to make sure you respond to what I'm saying. And I'm saying the logic. I'm saying the logic that we use to have these conversations.
Take the mic back, brother. I was responding to what you were saying.
Go ahead.
So you're comparing relationships to business. So men should move like this is a business and not like they care about these women and not like we love these women. We should move like this is a business, right?
I'm speaking particularly to the criticism of what they do. I'm saying that we can't, because let's go back to the premise of the conversation. We can talk about women, but we can't talk about racism. And I'm saying we can justify.
We could talk about racism, brother. Sorry.
Well, see that's a different show. That's a different show.
He right. No, I get what you're saying. No, stick on that premise. Let's not change it. The show is you can talk about women, you can't talk about racism. So no, we can't talk about racism. This is the reason why. So Shad, this is what I tell you, right? Shad, I would get the pronunciation. My bad, bro. Listen, what I'm saying, bro. The problem is this, right? Racism is the problem with black people and racism is black people act like racism is exclusive to us and us only. I said it the last time.
Classism we all experience, but racism is excluded to mostly minorities that deal with racism more than classism.
That's what I'm telling you. So that's what I'm, and that's my pushback to what you're saying, because there are classes of people and races of people that have been able to transcend racism because again, you own a certain percentage or a certain amount of something important. Asians are not fucking subject to the amount of fucking racism that black people are, because Asians have a certain amount of fucking money they make and they command their communities within a way as to where they control their communities, even especially in I think it's like Seattle, the Portland area, and some places in California. Those Asian ran places, they elect Asian officials, they make rules and laws that they're things. I think even up in Washington, we got mighty in Washington. What's the name? They Washington had even practiced what do you call it? Affirmative action. They voted against it for quite some time. They didn't even have it there because it was so set up, and the system they had it so perfectly made, and the laws made contrary to their culture and their people. They didn't need it. So what I'm telling you is, Black people have the opportunity to do the same thing that Asians, who only make up 5% of the population, and we already have examples like Cheeky said. Atlanta is a major city and predominantly Black. Atlanta's had a Black mayor. I don't know for how long. I know the last one was the lady. I can't think of what her name was, but most of the people at the top of Atlanta are Black. Yet and still, Black people not getting the most money. That's a Black issue. That's our fault. You have the blueprint of Jews. You have the blueprint of Asians. You have the blueprint of Italians. You have the Arabs, Indians. You have all these blueprints, but instead of us pulling the best of the best from these different people and implement them, we sit back and say the white man won't let me. But the white man won't let me do it. No,
can I address it real quick, shot?
Hold on, I'm almost done, CJ. No, it's not that. Niggas refuse to do what other people do that works, and then sit back and complain to white man. When you have the same rights, you can't tell me one right that an Asian has, an Arab has, or any other foreign person has that's been here less time than us, to where English is their second or who knows whatever language. They had to adapt to this culture. They weren't born here, and yet and still they're outperforming us, outproducing us, and just
I
explain it.
Are they just outproducing us, or are they outproducing everybody in the United States?
Everybody. But
thank you. So Sean, even the white people. So listen, Sean, you kind of helping my point, brother. I don't know if
you really though. I want to make my point. Not really.
Hold on, it really is. If hold on. So listen, that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. How do you let people, a group of people that's smaller, hadn't even been here, come here and again outperform you? They're making more money.
Do you think they had the same disadvantages that we had in this country, or the same setbacks? Yes. Are they working from a deficit as we are? Do you think? Yes. Do you think that the focal point of white structural racism and discrimination, they have felt that to the degree that we have?
Yes.
Y'all are bugging. Y'all are absolutely.
I'm not bugging. And I can give you examples. Somebody got it's like the what's name in the back. Somebody mute up real quick.
I think that it's
me.
Yeah, you turn your gain up again too high. Or your what's the name? Either way, it's good. So yeah, there you go. We good.
I came back.
Where it was. Anyway, so y'all forget Asians, Chinese specifically, and Japanese people were put in internment camps in this country, bro. That's why you had to pay them reparations. Okay, they had to actually be paid reparations because during World War II, right, the attack on motherfucking Pearl Harbor and shit, the Japanese people were pretty much locked down and hey, locked the fuck up. Before that, the Chinese people, the same thing happened to them, right? And then when you get to the more modern people, Indians and shit, they didn't experience that. But even once 9/11 happened, the Arabs had a whole bunch of. Now, please don't tell me that a motherfucking Arab could walk around here and do anything in 2001, brother, after September 11th. And to the point of where like they couldn't go outside.
Get a rebuttal, bro.
Your shit's still trying.
Even you saying that they got reparations. Even that you saying they got reparations bolsters the point that they got an advantage that we didn't get. They have an allowance that we didn't get. If you think about what you just said,
we got all kind of stuff. We got DEI.
And not only that,
specifically said reparations.
Yeah, but Sean, remember the reason for it. So that's the difference. So I'm not saying I know you guys are aware, but a lot of people aren't aware. Sean, because the atrocities that happen to us from our own, within our own and our own, we've always been here. This is our home. It's going to be hard for you to make the case and take that to the world fucking convention or whatever, the world courts, right? And get what's name. When America had to pay the Chinese people and the Japanese people, that was a world court decision. Hey, bro, you can't do this shit. Those people, like you said, the original people that were here, because Japanese people didn't want originally here, Chinese people weren't originally here. So when you offend those people that come from and migrate from a home opposing country, they can motherfucking petition their embassy and their country to go to the world court to fight for them, right? So hey, man,
you know what's so crazy though? I literally said just popped up here, and that's literally what he was saying last week about the fact that they have countries backing them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's in the worst case scenario. We're talking specifically to what we were talking about for the reparations. Now, hemp is that if that's only if you do something against those people that's illegal on the world stage. If war pops off today with China, right, and we put all the Chinese people in fucking what's that, it's gonna happen again because it's against the law. It's against the Geneva Conventions. It's against something that the globe, for the most part, has agreed to abide by. So if you do that and you violate those laws, that's a legal matter, not a racial matter. You feel me?
But
so
yeah,
you're violating world code.
But what's being illustrated is you're saying that they're afforded protections. Sean's question is, that's the what's the disparity.
How many?
But that's what I'm. But you still. So them still getting here doesn't say they haven't experienced the same level of racism that we experienced though.
Hold on, let me ask you a straight up question. It's a yes or no, not to pigeonhole you because it should be. Are you saying, and then Shy, you could go. Are you saying that sorry.
Yeah, please.
The
Asians.
My bad. Experience the same racial oppression and atrocities as us?
No, that's not what I said. No, I didn't say that.
Okay, all right.
That was my statement, though.
That's
what it sounded like.
This almost hurt my heart, Shy.
That they have not.
Sean,
God damn, boy!
Wow. Sean, I wasn't thinking you were saying it's like slavery and stuff like that. You're saying you were saying
damn. Damn, he almost hurt my feelings, boy. Mr. Walker, what's poppin'? Salute DJ Hamp and the panel. Good to see you. Y'all over there grinding, you heard? Salute. Damn, boy, I thought he about to. SBE was popping with a $5. Says, these dudes be whining and crying about broads 24/7. It's pathetic. No nuance. And I ain't defending broads either. Y'all want to respond to this?
Yeah, his name is SBE, so that lets me know what type of lame ass nigga he is. And you got a fucking AIB emoji of some cartoon shit. So I imagine if you really look like in life, real life, brother. Thank you for the $5.
Fucking weirdo.
Right. Just Jim with the $5 says CJ get some balls and stop dealing with it. If female disrespect afflict you guys, you're not him. You guys are not being truthful. Cap, what example?
Can I
respond? You respond to that?
So the niggas that are him, they're him until they're not. So stop with this. If they respect you, disrespect you, you're not him. Some fucking bullshit. They just make that shit up so niggas could act like, oh, I'm him. So that's why they lying, bro. It's a lie.
Just Jim with the $5 says, doesn't sound like they're truly dealing with women. Sean, so you win. Thank you for bringing them to task. They just talking, whining, no examples.
Oh, go back to that one.
Oh, you want to respond to this?
Just Gems. I got $50 for you to cam up. I just want you to look like, baby, because I imagine that you look something like between motherfucking Tarana Burke and Precious. You in this chat every day talking past shit about me and whatever else, and we ain't never synced you, baby. Let us see your beautiful face. You ugly ass poor asshole. Appreciate your help.
Opinion reality with the $2. They're women watching the stream. They know better. God damn.
My girl don't watch. I told y'all my girl don't watch.
Wow.
Man. Trigger Mike with the $2. Hamp got an attitude problem. He don't count. I do not have an attitude problem. I just don't like when people suck their teeth. I thought you wasn't supposed to. Then we used to get in trouble for that. If you was talking, if your mom told you something, you was like,
Hell yeah,
you get your ass.
But wait, you said it's okay if your girl said
you might have lost some
walking
teeth
away and she doing what you told her. You said it's okay.
No, I didn't. I was not.
You said if she go while she doing
that was actually a premise that I was correlating from what Big O had told me.
I'm not talking about personally your girl. I'm just saying it's okay if a girl.
No, I'm saying that's what O was saying. Is she going to still do what you asked her to do? They don't trip over the small thing. That was one of Omar's premises. That's all.
Okay.
It's sound, but it still don't mean it ain't disrespectful, I guess. Just Jim with the $5 ad fantastic said people act like racism is exclusive to black people. They act like black women attitudes is exclusive to black men. Many black people doing better than Asians.
They're not. By percentage wise, they're definitely not. Again, we told you the stats. We said the stats plenty of times and many times over. Okay, by the numbers, Asian people. First off, Asian people earn the highest of any group, including the white people that you also afraid of. So that right there is mathematically impossible by percentages.
Sophisticated jerk was popping with the 10 both is great conversation. Ronnie was goody. Good to see you. Salute. Reaper with the 10 ounces. Salute, Hamp. If racism is largely eradicated, why do white convicts have just as or even better chance than getting jobs as black non-convicts in certain fields? Ask an Asian if they want to be black. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. What's up,
Can I say
Shah?
something real quick?
No,
To
sir.
set the premise. I'm gonna set the premise though for Shah.
It's not your turn. Let Shah set it.
And I'll be quick. I just find it interesting how people kind of pick history and skip over things, because we always talk about this blueprint that don't exist between black people. Like, are y'all not familiar with all the towns that were black owned, black doctors, black schools, not just Black Wall Street, the one that we all are familiar with, but there were many. There was one in Mississippi called Mount Bayou that they came and put a train, put train rails in between the community to disrupt what was going on. Like there were
Rosewood, Oscarville.
Right. So this idea that like black people just been fumbling along after slavery, hoping somebody to give us the game, is that we didn't take the pieces that were left and try to build something, and it was deliberately broken down. But we love talking about people that came to America after we built it. Y'all love championing the ages and everybody that came to the country when it was already developed on the backs of black people. That's not to say that we don't have a lot to do. And I guess that's the misconception that happens in these conversations. When people address the reality, y'all turn it into us saying like, oh, well, we're perfect people. And so there's nothing that we need to improve on. So therefore, we shouldn't be talking about racism.
No.
Y'all exalt other groups of people. Like I'm going to say one more time, they came here after the country was built and the economy was developed and benefited towards some of the laws that changed by the time they got here.
The Chinese built the railroads, just FYI. They had it pretty damn bad. Not as bad as us. True. They were here during the
Chad, let me be clear. I'm not exalting a group of people over us. What I'm saying though is I can show you examples of people that got here after us. And yes, I am not discrediting anything that black people contributed to the infrastructure, the advancement, the social, financial, all the advancements that black people help America become first world, right? The number one in the world. I'm not discounting any of those things, right? It's like y'all automatically assume that because I'm on the other side of this thing and telling you, and I'm actually, without saying that, acknowledging that black people are one of the groups of people that experience the worst atrocities in the history of mankind, right? Somehow, some way, we persevere and we found a way to make it to where we are here today, right? All right. So what I'm saying is, okay, if we're able, one of the original three people that were here, white people, Native Americans, Indians, whatever you want to call them, right, fellas, us, okay, how is it that we know the white man's game plan? Shad, do you think the white man's game plan has changed from slavery to now?
Not much.
All right, so that's what I'm saying. So being that we know the game and we all say it, I again, as much as people like to try, I've never said that racism does not exist. Never said it. I understand that. Racism is something just like a speed limit sign, brother. Racism is something that will always be there. It's gonna be something that if you get an asshole cop, that motherfucker want to write you a ticket for fucking 5 miles over. Hey, it's technically he being an asshole, but you're 5 miles over, right? So understanding that and moving the way that you got to move, but it don't just apply to us. Other people done went through this shit, okay? And the point, in fact, the matter is we too focus on what the white man doing versus putting ourselves in a position of power, ruling class mentality, okay? As to where I'm at a position where the white man can't fuck with me. Those niggas exist. A lot of them do. You get enough power, you get enough influence, the nepotism, you get enough people in high enough places, they can't fuck with you. And that's what I'm saying. We too far focused on what the white man gonna do versus what we gonna do to where the white man can't fuck with you.
Because it matters.
That's what I'm saying.
If we not
All right, can I
if we're not identifying things that disproportionately affect us, then how can we attack them? How can we raise awareness? How can
But we have, Sean. We have.
It's important to do that. You know what I'm saying? But as opposed to like when we got to YouTube, I never heard of the term victim Olympics till I got to YouTube and heard the conservative douchebags talking about it like victim Olympics. But I heard everybody up here up top say 9/11, never forget. I heard the tiny hat community, you know what I'm saying, honor, you know, what happened to them.
Yeah.
Nobody ever tells them that it's a victim Olympics. Niggas wouldn't dare. We
know
don't
what's
even
crazy,
But
though?
never forget. But that doesn't. When they say never forget, they don't blame that shit. When they say I'm doing bad in life, they don't say, well, they did bomb the towers back in the day.
What are you
that don't correlate. First of all,
I
second
got
of all, to the topic of the show. Like I was gonna say, you go ahead. You can say it right now. Go ahead.
Y'all remember the whole leading Trump's campaign was trying to deal with the issues that the forgotten man was going through. He used that same like trope to get poor white people to believe that he was going to somehow come and fix because they had been forgotten about America for all
Make
this time.
America great again.
That's the
He played. So CJ, what you just said you're not being honest.
The difference is black people use it to stay in the position they're at. What you're saying Trump did is saying, hey, we're going to fix the shit that we're going through. Black people just say, hey, the white people did this to us, so we're stuck here.
No, that's not what. No, that is not. That is not what is. That is not what we're doing.
Let me state the first premise. So we nobody's saying we can't complain about racism, but it's like the boy who cried wolf. Like I'm gonna keep bringing it up. Fantastic Ed said, all y'all on the panel, give an example of the last year y'all experienced racism. Most y'all couldn't do it, and that's why we say this shit is not as prevalent as y'all.
Just like y'all can't do the last year with the women.
You the boy that cried wolf,
and we did.
You the boy that cried wolf,
last year. Why all y'all niggas want to interrupt?
CJ, you the boy that cried wolf because you got a woman at home that does well for herself. If she disrespecting, you let her know not to disrespect if she gets in line. So what are you talking about?
Who said that? You just bringing shit. You just said.
You said your girl get disrespectful sometimes, but you put your foot down because you're a super nigga to get right, right?
Sometimes I gotta go through a bunch of fucking talking. Like, what are you talking about? And
but overall, your girl follows your program, right?
Look.
Wait. Let's see the answer. Overall, your girl follows your program, right?
Not really. It's her fucking.
Come on, man.
Hey. Time out. That's crazy. Hey, but look, real quick. I don't know. Aaron, you going? Are you? What's going on? Hey, man, I want to say how's everybody doing? First of all, how y'all doing? Y'all good? Y'all good, man? All right. Go ahead. Finish what you saying so we can get to the. Come on.
Get to what? What you gonna get to?
Well, we're gonna get to the checkmate that happened while I wasn't here, allegedly. But that's a different story. Mr. Fantastic used my analogy to prove his point. But at the end of the day, when we talk about the racist, go ahead. Go ahead. Come on now. Come on. You gonna pass? All right, here we go. So
not yet. Hold on, I'm about to finish.
CJ, come on,
go ahead,
man.
CJ. Damn, you confusing me.
Exactly.
But you trying to. I know, but you already kind of made your point, right? You were asked the question real quick, because you want to just make sure you just stay. So you said what you said. They asked you a question about your girl. You couldn't really answer it, right?
I could answer it. They just all jumped in.
Well, what's the answer? Because you started like kind of thinking.
Those women are on their own fucking.
No. They asked you a question and you said.
On my program. She's on her own fucking program. I do what I want. She do what I want. She get mad when I don't do what she want me to do. And like most of y'all men, y'all get up here and laugh and act like y'all running the fucking program. Y'all niggas ain't. Most of y'all women are running the fucking program and it's racism shit. The boy who cried wolf. Most of y'all niggas ain't experiencing racism. That's the problem. Y'all just get up here and say the white man, like I said, the boogeyman. And when we call y'all on the shit, y'all niggas got nothing to say. Nobody could bring up nothing about racism that they experience. But y'all keep bringing the shit up like it's really happening to y'all niggas. That's the fucking problem. Now I'm past the mic, brother.
That's cool.
Castrated himself to make the point.
I didn't castrate myself.
Put the meme up, man. He's swinging. He's swinging for his life right now.
Got them claws out.
Right. Hey, but look, here at the end of the day, when it comes to the racism and when it comes to their point on the women, most of it is systematically implied. Most of it has to do with the systems that prevent things from going. So when Mr. Fantastic mentions his situation, and it goes back to the court situation and child support, that's part of the system that is used against black men majority, but all men, of course. And when we talk about racism, we talk about things like me dealing within contracts and trying to obtain contracts within the government where they're getting rid of MBE or DEI, and I have to try to get on as a sub underneath of somebody that had the contract for a certain amount of time. And the only way I can get on the contract, no matter how qualified or if I'm even more qualified than certain people allegedly, I have to get on at this point and try to prove certain stuff in different manners than others may have to do, along with like nepotism that we have within colleges. They want to get rid of DEI in college, but they're not saying anything with nepotism in college. So most of them don't qualify, but yet they get to go to the college that their parents went to because of legacy and things of that nature. So majority of the stuff that we talk about when it comes to the racism aspect of life is systematically. It might not apply directly to everybody individually every day, but systematically overall, we can see it on TV every day, period. That's it, whether it be cops arresting people, whether it be them taking away Harriet Tubman and them taking away people from
TV.
You didn't see it on TV. You didn't see it on TV when they removed Harriet Tubman from. Oh well, Google it. It's Googleable.
He be watching cartoons. Said no.
Exactly. Oh, it's Googleable. Just Google it.
If you watch a Ren and Stimpy, bro.
Big said. So you talking about they removed the Harriet Tubman statue from somewhere, right?
When they removed it from the park stuff, they removed the Underground Railroad information and all that stuff. But then they said it was a mistake, and the parent and the family complained and things of that nature. That's a type of. I mean, what else could it be? Why are we removing it?
Well, can I? Are you done?
Exactly. Yeah, no, you good.
Retarded argument.
So let me go. I'll go in reverse. So they just did the same exact thing to the Confederate monuments like a couple years ago, right? They literally did that with the Confederate monument.
But don't they represent?
As they should. They exactly.
Different things. That's not. They're not equal.
The Confederates lost at that. So what are we arguing about the Confederates for?
So
the person who perpetrated the thing against the tiny hats, do we believe that they will leave his statue up? Does that represent the same thing that Harriet Tubman statue represents?
Here,
in general, anywhere in the world, anywhere.
Yeah, no, that's something that the world did away with, period, because they came up against the Western.
So what those Confederates did ain't no different to me than what he did.
Well, no, it's different. So
it ain't not to me.
Well,
I think because if you say Confederates, right, but to pinpoint it, right, you can look at Andrew Jackson as an example.
Exactly.
When you look at Andrew Jackson, though, there's no way he should still be on the $20 bill. Not with what he did to the Native Americans. The Native Americans that didn't want to leave, as an example, he reclassified them as black. Like there was just a whole bunch of shit that was happening to those people because he responsible for the Trailless Tears. That's why the Seminoles are literally just a Florida state mascot now because all those people were destroyed. Like
and the Commanders had to go from the Redskins to the Commanders.
Right.
Well, no,
but I'm talking about in that part of the country. The Miami. The Seminole, all of them, totally destroyed from Andrew Jackson. He's still on a $20 bill. That's ludicrous.
Which is an H. That H word has happened to other people other than the tiny hats. It just happens at different scales.
Yeah.
So how can we say that one is worse than the other? With relative to people it happened to, it's all terrible.
He was also a president of the United States of America. So that's what I'm saying. So it's two sides to the situation. I mean, what do you say? I mean, people say the same. You say the same thing about Abraham Lincoln. Most people think Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves or whatever. Abraham Lincoln was actually the reason why. What's the place over in Africa, HAMP, that they fucking made? Liberia, right? Liberia existed because he had a plan to send their ass back. Okay. Because he was gonna be like, hey, one way or the other, you motherfuckers down here in the South is not gonna have the advantage. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna gather all the niggas up and send their ass back to Africa. That was one of the plans that whatever. But hey,
Abraham,
absolutely.
Abraham had a lot of different plans. That's also why they killed that nigga. And he facing a different way than everybody else on the penny. They already did him dirty. They already smoked his boots.
But he still acknowledged. That's what I'm saying. So he's still a part of American history that's pivotal, regardless. Same thing with Andrew Jackson, right?
Well, so isn't Hitler. Hitler is is pivotal to history in the world, right? Because you have to understand the different atrocities and things that happen. If you read the book of Mein Kampf, if you separate his ideology, like what he did from his ideology, and you read Mein Kampf as an example, like there's strategy and thing in there that you could actually implement. You know what I'm saying? So
I understand that. But like you said, we know who controls the shit, and that's the reason why they, history is his story. So the people that had the power to control over, the stories is the people who are going to erase you or decide you still get to exist. We don't want to talk about the HAMP.
We know that who got control. We arguing what should and shouldn't be, what's fair and what's not fair. It's not about the control.
So that's what I'm saying. Fair is fair. We tell each other every day, life ain't fair, bro. Life's not fair.
Yeah, but y'all don't take
it's not fair. You know what I'm saying?
Let me finish.
I agree with you.
Let me finish. Not only is life not fair, not only is life not fair, again, bro, slavery still going on in the world right now today. Y'all know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Literally, slavery going on right now today. So black people are complaining about some shit that's long, hundreds of years gone and past for us, right?
But you
hold on.
But Mr. Fantastic, why you making hold your horses? Why you making it? It's not. You can't dumb that. You can't just sum up with it's not fair, right? And then justify complaining about women.
Oh, that's true. Oh yeah,
that don't go together.
Men don't get treated fair regardless.
No, I'm not. Well, okay, we can go there. So we can get to
big screen.
No one said it's fair. No one said it's about fair, but at the same time,
stop trying to talk with your hands like you super smart too.
Whatever. Something that's currently going on, bro, without a doubt, that everybody can see, that everybody's complaining about. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. Okay, you can't change something that's actively going on, HAMP, be it social, be it business, be it whatever, if you do not notify the people that the shit is going on. Okay, men have had the fucking microphone, literally and figuratively, for a very, very short time. 5 years at black men, 5 years at the most.
Let me address
in mass. I'm almost done, CJ.
Yeah.
5 years
you
at
always
most.
Say that.
As soon as because brother, you cut me off. I don't jump. CJ, how many times?
Rob.
Hey, listen, we got the superheroes fighting. They squabbling over here.
CJ, how many times I cut you off there, bro? None, right?
I'm sorry.
None.
These L's hurt. They not used to these L's right now.
Mr. Fantastic. Mr. Fantastic. Is he on your side?
Go polish the Batmobile, Robin.
I'm sorry, brother. I know you, brother. My bad.
I'm getting turned on in the wrestling match. Goddamn. No, this is what I'm saying, man.
Civil War, North and South.
The active shit that's going on, bro. You have to, and black men, and this is the crazy things we're talking about racism, but then we're talking about black men are not even welcome, celebrated, or appreciated within our own fucking group, bro. We're the most important dynamic of it. The men are the leaders, right? The men are the warriors. The men are the fighters. The men are the protectors. But yet and still, once black men come to and we're the only Asian men don't get this, white men don't get this, Hispanic men don't get this. I hadn't seen one group of motherfuckers tell the white manosphere, y'all need to shut the fuck up, complain about the bitches and this and this and this and this and this. Those were women. Women created the motherfucking term incel and was saying all this shit to try and fucking get them to shut the fuck up, and they didn't. They've actually grown. You know what I'm saying? They're giving more credit now to the red pill and man positivity or whatever. That shit's mainstream with the white folks. They love it. They making money off of millions and billions in some cases, right? Joe Rogan is a red pill content creator, right? It's celebrated. They attributed Donald Trump winning due to the red pill. What niggas doing? Man, that red pill shit lame as hell. Y'all niggas can't get no pussy. You can't get no hoes. You can't control your bitch, right? So mind you, the shit that black men are fucking finally seeing, doing the smart thing and being like, hey, man, these white boys start complaining about some shit and, hey, just saying, niggas start doing it. Y'all niggas need to shut the hell up, complain about these hoes, man. You just got to be a pimp. You just got to trick. You just got to do this. You just got to do that. You just got to, you got to have a mouthpiece. Man, come on, bro. That's what I'm saying. Niggas can't complain about shit, bro. We've been complaining about motherfucking racism before I was even here. What has it done for us? What the fuck is complaining about racism when, again, the game, as Shad said, and plenty of other words,
a lot actually.
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. Again, according to y'all,
that's the reason you can talk to somebody on your crib.
According to y'all, Shad, hold on, hear me out, brother. Listen. According to y'all, everything's still the same. Shad, your opening statement was, well, you know, it's really nothing different because what they did was they converted it from this to this.
Hey,
This
he
to
did
this.
say that.
So it's really
Hey,
still
I
the
didn't
same.
say
As
that.
what
You
you
can
said.
remix my words to fit your
That's what
narrative.
you
I didn't say that.
said.
No, you said it.
The
You said
system
it,
that
brother.
was in place when America was founded is still here, and it's
Okay.
redefined.
All right. Okay. Now hold on.
Based
All right.
on what's
So
necessary for the credit, so that you can't twist my words
Shad,
to mean
is
what
that
you want
not
to
saying?
mean.
So Shad, I'm gonna ask you honestly, brother. If you don't agree, you say yes or no. It's whatever. So in essence, are you saying that nothing has really changed? In
What do
essence, is that the
watch
same
this,
thing
what
you
do
said?
what do we own? What industry do black people own in America?
And answer his question.
None.
Answer his question.
Okay then. I just did.
Okay, so hold on, wait. So now I gotta ask you
So,
what.
so let me ask you my second question is that because hold on, is that because black people haven't attempted to own them? Is that why we own them?
Hold on, let's go back and forth, Shad. Now tell me.
You've been talking for 2 minutes straight.
Well, you asked me a question, brother. Now you interjected. I didn't tell. I'm going.
You brought me up.
So I'm asking you. Ask me a question. I'm gonna ask you a question. Okay, so tell me the industry that the Arabs run.
Hamp, can you change his name to Mr. Strawman?
Yeah, I'm about to say he always does this weird story. I'm not letting
No,
you
see how
you're
flawlessly
not tricking me.
you
not
you ask me a question, I ask you honestly. It should be the same way around.
Well, how about you narrow it down to the big three then, the original three, if you want to go into what's owned and how things started and where we are now. But if we going from then to now in the system,
you can't do
that. But if if a system was created for white men by white men, and everybody's trying to get into said system, and when we did get into it, they destroyed everything that we created, which we have obviously shown, whether it be Philadelphia, whether it be Rosewood, whether it be Oscarville, whether it be Tulsa, and I'll go with Tulsa by itself to speak to what you said as far as people getting reparations. They tried to get reparations for Tulsa, and they got denied. So that was an atrocity, an obvious atrocity that occurred, and they haven't gotten anything in reparation form for that. So that just shows that other people, which Sean said earlier, have gotten things that, again, people of color have not received for an advantage.
I can counterbalance that with the Gullah Geechee. The Gullah Geechee actually filed a case and they won. You know that, correct? I know you know that.
Right? Okay. Gullah Geechee, yes.
So hold on, wait. Don't see up, but Shad, see that, brother. That's why you bother me, brother. Because when I bring a counterpoint, I do this for real, brother. So
you hate one off. You hate that.
But
first of all, hold up, brother. You gotta understand what an anecdotal is. That's not an anecdotal. That's an actual court case. You can go and look up right now.
But one out of how many cases, though?
I'm saying right, because if I tell you there's a man who won his child support case against these destructive women, you would tell me, Sean, you can't use that case because there's only one. You do the same thing, Mr. Fantastic.
That's what I'm telling you is this, right?
But you want me to concede? You don't concede for anything. You never concede to anything
in the situation.
I'm just saying the point you try to get us to land on.
Hey, majority minority. That's what y'all do here. Majority minority. Just stick to that. Majority minority.
So majority minority of cases of black people against the federal government.
Who are we winning those?
No, minority.
Okay.
Hold on. Now you don't put yourself in the fucking bag, because majority minority of Native Americans, their cases against the federal government, minority. Majority minority of Asians against the federal government, minority. Again, majority minority of even white people against the federal government. Most people lose against the federal government, bro.
But
now
again, are their wins more consequential than ours?
Native Americans got land. Native Americans got land. Right. They got casinos. They receive things.
No, say it. So listen, hold on. Now HAMP fucked y'all over on this, right? HAMP fucked y'all over on this, because now we know if we really want to be about it, even the cases that they won is not what they should have had.
But it's more than what we've had, right?
Hold on, Sean. Let me make the point. All of this land belonged to who originally? Native Americans.
And black folks.
Whoever was native here.
Say it, I'm with you. Shout out to the Dane Calloway brothers, right? So Native Americans we consider the feathers and the people of African descent that got here before Columbus. All right. Shout out to Ivan Van Sertima. If you don't know, read the book, right? So the natives that were here, that consisted of people of African descent that were here, and the native, the Mongoloids, I think that's what it is, right? The Mongoloids, right? Those people were here first. White man came over here, took shit over. Okay. The white man then shared some of the land with the Native Americans. Then they said, hey, fuck this. We got these guns, this gunpowder, all this shit, so on and so. We're going to take most shit, right? They pushed the motherfucking Native Americans out west. They pushed them and killed all the ones that tried to stay in east. Okay, if you survive, we say, hey, we're gonna give you this little bit of land right here. You're gonna get this. Now, say it to your point. I'm glad you brought it up, brother. I think Native Americans won like most of the whole state of Oklahoma back because they found some treaty or whatever, so on and so forth. They took it to court. Said, you know how long they was fighting that case? And he said, do you know how many more cases there are in Georgia, in Florida, in all these other places that had Native American land? Most of those cases were lost, said. Still, that's what I'm saying. So if you go majority minority, even for the people that get shit back, they not getting nowhere near what they should get back.
Understood. But what have, again, Black Americans, because again, I told you how I feel about the African American and the Black American thing. I mentioned that. So what have Black Americans received as far as land, reparations, or anything even close to what the Indians received?
Nothing, because we didn't have treaties. Now, to
Okay,
your point, you brought up something.
What?
Now, said now what a lot of the people that acknowledge and understand the true history of the Black Americans, that everybody not a descendant of slave, every Black person didn't have slave ancestors, right? I'm glad you're acknowledging that, brother. Right?
Absolutely.
Some of those people are due some of that land that the Native Americans are due. So, Black, we clown, right? Some of us clown those people that know the knowledge and actually had the paperwork to prove it. So if you are a Black person that can prove your lineage and your attachment to those, the Indians win is your win. So in that essence, I mean, depending on how you go, it's still going to be the same way. Black people never got the 40 acres in the mule, right? But then you had the Gullah Geese go out here and say, hey, fuck all this shit. This is all shit. They fought, they got it, right? So it's always going to be a deficit, bro. Because like you said, the people that own the shit, even in I know y'all don't like doing this, but you got to do this even globally, okay? People get conquered every day, B, okay? He who holds the motherfucking power makes the fucking rules. So what happens is some people come along, they take the shit at that time. Society,
I'm trying to let him get done, but I'm just
but come on, Miss Yo.
He good at this.
Hey, didn't I tell you 5 minutes ago?
But it's good at this, but he don't actually address what we're talking about.
I wanted to say.
I address everything I say, brother. I don't do
the
that.
thing about it is, right? I think the key to what people losing is inconsequential because everybody loses, right? I think the point that still stands is comparatively what have been the gains for other races or other nationalities and people as opposed to ours. And so when you make the comparisons, you'll find that Black people are at an extreme deficit compared to the Native Americans, compared to the Asians. That's the point. So it's not about the volume of losses, it's about the people who fought comparatively who's won more. And then you'll find a very distinct disparity. That's the argument. That's the part that really should be addressed. And that's what needs to be answered to.
And can I add one more thing to that, help? Because again, whether past, present, all the way back, because I want to continue to kind of talk about the premise of the show. When you talk about lost, have Black men lost or been lost more from what the system has done from us or from what Black women have done from us? Because again, the premise is when we talk about the system, we complaining. When we talk about what women have done, it's legitimate, and y'all still really haven't made that argument.
Can I say what I was going to say? It's not really addressing what Fantastic was saying, but it's kind of. So y'all, he asked me the question, right? It's my girl in my program, and y'all laughed like it was a big thing. But the saying is happy wife, happy life. It's not happy man, happy house. So most men are on a woman's program. So it's not that I'm an exception. I'm the only one that's and I'm not even on my girl's program. My girl's mad as fuck that I'm not on her program. I think most of y'all gentlemen are on y'all women's program because the saying is it's for a fucking reason. I don't know why y'all want to skip past that part and act like y'all just running shit in y'all households when it's saying it's happy wife, happy life. And most men know this. Most men know you have to acquiesce to your woman because they are the emotional ones. When you get into an argument with your girl, most of the time you have to go and make up with your girl because your girl's gonna have attitude. She's not gonna come and say, "Baby, I was wrong." You have to. But if y'all men are acting like I'm some kind
Hamp,
of
you agree with that?
and it's fucking true.
Hamp, you agree with that?
If you want it, you can not.
I'm listening to it and I'm just trying to figure out, like, just don't
it's the
talk.
truth, said. I don't know why you
just stop talking, CJ. Cause you this what you doing. You in the chat. Now you thinking about what
I'm
we
not
talked
in the
about
chat.
20 minutes ago, right? And it's bothering you. So you're trying to justify happy wife, happy life being the slogan. So you just living by happy wife, happy life like everybody else.
I'm not though.
Huh?
I see the problem. I see
No,
the
based on
problem.
what you just said, though, you're like, "Duh, of course, my girl mad that I don't want to be on her program, et cetera, et cetera." This what men always been saying. I'm just doing what they've always done.
No, I
So
didn't say that.
essentially, it's like, what's
Go
the
ahead.
complaints for, right? That goes back to the premise.
No, I think I'm fighting against the happy wife, happy life. I say y'all men have been wrong. We're not living a happy life when we make our women happy. And most of y'all men are trying. And Big Sad keep acting like I'm making this shit up, bro. You just capping, brother. I know you want to keep acting like you just that nigga. You not. I can see it.
Okay. All right. Well, you see something wrong then, my brother. So at the end of the day, yes, that's the slogan. But obviously, according to y'all, that slogan isn't working. According to y'all premise, this slogan isn't working. So y'all sitting here complaining about it and all that stuff, but then you want to use that slogan for your personal relationship right now. That just defeats the purpose. So with me, it's
Not for my
happy
personal
home. If it's
relationship.
a happy home, it's going to go long. That's it. That's all.
You just made some
You know
shit
what I'm
up.
saying? So
Like, what?
no, that's how it is. Because I've been through the happy wife, happy life, and it didn't work for me. That's why I no longer have a wife. All right. So once I
So
figured
wait,
out
so you
that it
single right
did,
now?
no, I'm not single right now.
So you have a girl.
I have a girl, yes,
Okay. But
but I was married.
so you
I
know,
was married.
so you do know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so I
Like
know
you
what
didn't
you're
know what
talking
I was
about,
talking
but
about. Exactly.
no,
So
but
why did
I
you act
no
like you didn't know what I was
what I
talking about?
said
You
what
said
I
that.
said is
Do you
it
agree with
doesn't
this?
work.
Do
No,
you
because it
agree?
doesn't work.
I
It
agree
doesn't
with you,
work.
brother. I said I'm fighting
No.
against that narrative. Did you not
Oh,
hear me say that? I'm
again,
fighting
you're
against
fighting against
happy
that
wife,
narrative,
happy life.
but you're still in a relationship with somebody that
As you are
you
too.
were fighting with. I'm not fighting with my woman with that situation.
You
We don't
say you're
have
not,
those
but we don't
issues.
know that.
I
You
mean,
say you don't.
listen, I'm just telling you again, like we don't know what's going on in your because I want to share this, I want to share that, I don't want to share this. But at the end of the day,
More open about
my
my
woman
life
is sitting
than
right
most
here.
men
We
do.
don't argue. We don't argue like that. We
I'm
don't
more.
do all that back and forth.
You say you don't, but that's the
I,
truth. You might
babe,
be
do we do a
acquiescing
bunch of?
to it. Look,
Hey,
you do it. You
hey,
you
she
acquiesce
on
to
the
her
she
life.
can't. Hey,
She's not even listening
God
to
damn
you.
it.
Point
No,
blank,
she's
man.
not because
She don't
she
even
on her
listen to you.
phone.
Look.
She's not even
She on her
listening to
phone.
him. Hold
No,
on, this is a
no,
real life
she
thing.
on her
She's not even
phone.
listening to him.
Come
Thank
here.
you, Ham. She not
She
even
not
listening
even
to
Come
you.
here.
wait.
Come here.
No. I'm saying she not even listening to his conversation.
She has her headphones on.
This might
Do we
actually
hold
you
on?
gonna
Hold
answer.
on. Do we
Yeah.
do a bunch of arguing and going back and forth? Huh? Oh, I don't know if y'all can hear.
He said
We
no.
hear her. She said no. She said no. We
Oh,
hear her.
okay. So again, I can
That
speak
still don't
in
prove
front of
you
my
being
woman.
most. That
I
still
can speak in front of my woman.
He
She gonna
That's
just
just
say
what it
said
boils
stuff.
down
That's
to, and
what
that's the
she's saying.
difference.
She gonna say stuff that make her sound
No,
good.
she's not
Just
going
like
to
I
just
would
say
say.
anything.
I'm saying you
Again,
are.
if
Hold on.
you knew her, you would know that she's not going to
Let me
just
address.
go along to
Let me.
get along.
I'm about to address
Period.
what you
Point
said.
blank.
You made it seem like I was making shit
But
up
so
when you know you've been through it in your last in your wife in
Yeah.
your last
Yes,
relationship with
I've
your
been
wife.
through it.
So then why do you act like I was making it up when I was saying it? That's the
But the thing
problem.
is,
And now
you're saying
and
that
you're
you're going
feeling.
against that, but you're staying in a relationship with somebody that you got to go through that with. So long term, that's
Go
not
through
going to
what?
work if she doesn't come to your program. Period. Point blank. In the store.
Maybe
And
you went
that's
to
why I
your girl's
said,
program. Maybe you went to your girl's program, and that's why that relationship
okay,
is working, which most men are doing.
no.
Yeah, you can
No,
say no all you want.
we
This is what's happening. This is
talked.
what's
We
happening
just
in the
had
world.
dialogue. We just had dialogue
That don't
back and
mean
forth right here.
shit. Most men
Okay,
hide
I
what's
mean
going
to
on the fucking on the in public.
you
Most
clearly
men hide
said.
this shit. Like, come
Listen, I'm
on
not even.
now. What are
Listen,
we
I'm not.
talking about?
This not what we talking about on this thing. We talking about the racism versus that. So we're not even
no.
going to
This
go
it's
back
the
and forth.
racism versus this though. But so
But
what?
I mean, come on,
So
man.
but think about what he's saying, CJ, and address this. And I gotta read these super chats.
Go ahead.
He's saying the thing that you fight so hard against, you're literally living with and dealing with and going through. Are you saying that it's simply inevitable? If it's not her, the next woman would have a very similar conduct?
Like,
Do you think the majority of the women that you want to deal with have a similar conduct
So
as your girl?
correct. Or worse.
So what you complaining about? Just deal with it, right?
No,
exactly.
because we have to know.
Which was
Because you have
Fantastic's
to
point
change the
about
behavior. If you
racism.
complain, you have to change
Yeah,
the
I'm
behavior.
just see CJ. This is what we're saying. This is the conversation. It's saying What you complaining about? It is what it is. Get over it. Right? About racism. So now, if you saying your girl just like other 99% of girls, what you complaining about? Get over it. Just deal with it.
But wait, because men have found a way to control women's natural proclivities, like they do in the Eastern countries. We found a way. We just don't do it over here.
You know the irony about, and I said this before. I'm gonna say it again. I don't like kind of when they put that jacket on the Middle East. Honestly, I really don't, because that
But I'm
like,
just
you
giving
know,
an example, Hemp. I know
no,
you don't like that shit.
but let's be clear, right? Yeah, there's different control mechanisms, right? I'm not disregarding that, but you know, the concept of alimony comes from the Middle East.
I'll give it to you.
You know what I'm saying? Like, those men actually take responsibility for those women.
And
They
I
actually
agree.
only have the wives up to 4, but they also got to be able to provide, take care of, and they don't treat those women like shit. You'd be surprised what they have order about, but also their order is because of their religion,
But
right? So, but hold on. So everybody's submitting to the same thing, and then they follow the rules of said thing. So that's what's broken, right? So when we say our women ain't shit, what are all of us submitting to, kind of in unison to then police everybody at once?
I'll give
You
you
know what I
everything
mean?
you just said. Everything you just said, I agree with. But you know what they had to understand first? Women's nature. They say women are like this, so we had to put all these rules and things in effect to keep them from behaving the way that we know they will behave. On this side of the world, the western side of the country world, we say we don't know how women are going to act. Women are just women. Let them behave how they want to behave. Let them do what they want to do. And men, you be better. That's all we're doing. We're letting the women behave however they want to behave and just telling the men to be better. It's a ridiculous concept.
Sean, you about to say something? Let me just read these real quick. I don't get too far behind. Smooth it up with the $5. I don't even know what happened, but I stand by CJ. Yo, Smooth just got here. Hamp, stop going at my man, yo. Stop it, Five. Anybody kissing teeth at me is losing them one way or another. Smooth,
My
you
guy
gotta
Smooth.
chill.
My nigga Smooth, man.
Salute this Smooth, man. Trigger Mike with the 2000. Shad and Sean crying victim from the penthouse. Yo, you know what I noticed, right? I was clipping up the shows, right? I haven't been clipping in like probably 6 months. Salute to Chris J. So I was clipping a little bit. Trigger Mike don't get the jokes that we was laughing at. If y'all watch it back, we all dying laughing about something. And either he don't get it or he just waiting on his turn to talk. It's one or the other. When I said Mr. Fantastic, your daddy, we was all just chuckling, and Trigger Mike just sitting there. I'm like, is it because he's well, Hank with the $2 says CJ girl punks him on the regular. God damn, yo, why is Hank always on your top, CJ?
I told you Hink is gay, bro. Hink is a gay man in a regular man's body. I don't know what his infatuation with me is, brother. I swear to God, I don't understand it.
DC Slim, what up, kid? With the $5 says, you only get smarter by playing a smarter opponent. Great show, fellas. Yeah, this going pretty. I like it, man. Mr. Terrific with this does Hamp castrated himself to make a point. CJ was wild.
That ain't shit.
He was wild. Wait, what up? Been a member for 10 months. The whites fought for those Confederate statues and even had a protest / riot, which led to multiple deaths. Most of those statues still up. Yeah, I think most of the Columbus ones came down for sure. But they definitely fought for I think it was Robert E. Lee, right? In Virginia.
Yeah.
Flex, what up? It's always good to be a part of the family. Yeah, man. Salute. Alexis from Texas in the building. Maybe I'll see her tomorrow night. Been a member for 13 months. Hank with the $2. CJ looked like Rocky from The Mask.
I don't know though.
As Abe with the $5. Big said wonderful explanation of DEI, legacy, and especially contacts. They don't know that level of bullshit. Those on disability don't have to worry yet. You want this anybody?
Yeah, you know, ask Abe Olass always disgruntled in the chat throwing money, trying to throw shots. Look, So all you motherfuckers that's talking about the check I get for my 20 years of retirement, eat and decease. Okay. Secondly, just think about it. You're trying to shame me for me getting more money than you make and work for. Who's really laughing?
As Abe with the $5 is black men hoodwinked trying to follow white men with red pill. White men talk against their white women, but when rubber hit the road, they support their white women. Divide and conquer. Ignorant. Dre with the $2 says, if she arguing with you a lot, leave, nigga. Leave. Dre, salute.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute my brother Dre on the grind who gifted 1 membership. Whoever got blessed with it, please maintain it. What's up, Sean? What you about to say?
Man, I forgot. I ain't gonna even hold you, bro.
Hey, I just wanna add this, Hamp, that I think it's difficult sometimes for black men as a collective to admit, and I sit with this myself sometimes, that in a way we've kind of conceded. You know, when all the revolutionary type figures were going on, and they assassinated these people in public, and then the mystification around how they died, we couldn't figure it out for years because they wanted to scare us into kind of being in control, into control to get back in place. Yeah, we'll give you a house, we'll give you a degree, but then anytime you try to create revolution, we're gonna get you up out of here. And I think black men saw that and said, shit, I already just stay in my house, go to that job that they pay, and they pay me that good money, and I'll just settle with that. So with that understanding, the only thing left to control, because outside of our woman, there are not many things that black men control collectively. And I think it's hard for black men to admit that. That's one of the things when we talk about this conversation, particularly the way the conversation is had. You know what I mean? The way when we had these conversations about women, the way we talk to them and the way we try to get correction, I think kind of shows that we feel like we should be able to control that. And when they're out of control, they need to be dealt with. Dishes and
a bad part, bad and good part about this to me is Mr. Fantastic. Honestly, he is a perfect example of somebody that could be a great, phenomenal leader for black people. He can't be affected. He's getting that free check. He's getting all of these benefits, so he can jump out there and be revolutionary for his people if he so choose. But what does he choose to do? Because that's what comes in.
Yeah, I choose to not help niggas. I choose to not help niggas.
I know.
I choose not help niggas that would fucking shame me for what I worked hard for to get, and the experience I have with that same white man y'all so afraid of. I know him a whole lot better than 99% of the people that's claiming he's out to get you. I can tell you more about the white man because, again, I know him intimately. Pause. Okay. I've had to have white people come to me for family advice, for personal advice, for financial advice that I've been in charge of, who I've had to tell, yes, you can do this, or no, you can't do that. Okay. Most black people don't experience that. Okay. And the difference between the military and a regular job is whatever the fuck you got going on at home, you can't make them tell you shit, or they're not obligated to tell you shit as a fucking civilian. As a military, it's some shit that I got to know about you, that I got to be trustworthy enough and, mature enough just to tell it to the people that's got to know it. And then at the same time, have you maintain a level of trust with me to know that I'm not going to be here gossiping your business like a bitch. Right. So a lot of these people don't like me. Right. And they try to shame me for the same fucking shit that they don't have the discipline to get, don't have the, the wherewithal, the knowledge, the experience, the skill, any of these things. Right. So the biggest issue and problem we have here with black people is, like you said, I've experienced this. I know what the white man really is. And I can tell you, like I said this plenty of time. I don't know if people know this. People in the military know this, any people that know around these people. If black people had the ideology that Filipinos had, just Filipinos. If Filipinos don't make a whole lot of money, Filipinos aren't like the super wealthy people, but their camaraderie, their love for each other, their willingness to look out for each other, just that alone is phenomenal. We acted like them. I mean, bro, I think I agree. But again, that further proves my point to where you could be someone who could lead that along with somebody like him, along with Aaron. You know what I'm saying? If y'all three come together with all these followers that y'all have, that right there, that base in itself, what could y'all do? Just with the base that y'all have right now, the folks that are listening to us right now, what could y'all do with that if y'all approached it in a manner
to advance color folks
Well, that's the thing.
specifically.
The problem is people don't want to hear what they don't want to hear. So when I tell them, hey, there is no big bad white boogeyman that's keeping you down, brother. It's the fact of the matter that you're 30 years old. Let's say you're 35 years old. You don't have a career. You only have a job, right? You don't have a career.
Mhm.
You have a job,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
Your credit score is
Sure.
still in the 600s, right? You haven't gotten any type of skills or any type of anything to where you can make yourself indisposable and you have a skill set which is indispensable and you can use to make money for yourself and make money while working for a corporation to get from under that corporation, make your own business, right? But when I say that, nigga, you a raccoon. You
But
a
here's the
step
problem:
you a
you
white
saying that
man.
you ain't coming with no solutions, bro. Like
Exactly.
I gave you the solution. Sean.
so think about it, right? I hear y'all on the internet and the conservative douchebags talking about how men built all these things, but now more shit needs to be built. And so the question is, you spoke about other cultures who have that built. Somebody built that. So why shouldn't we build that? You can't just come to me with criticisms and with.
Well, Sean,
I'm not saying you in general. I'm just saying
No, I'm
just
saying, but this is
period.
what I'm saying. So me and people like me say this quite simply. Sean, there should not be, and you even said this, right? You alluded to this, like the I want to make sure the hair industry, right?
Mm-hmm.
You talked about that. I think you specifically pointed that out, bro. Do you understand that if black women just for the year and black women, oh y'all gay, y'all worried about black women's hair and weave? Well, no, baby. If you were smart enough to see that that's an industry, $1 billion industry that you guys contribute the most money to, and you're making the least amount of money and paying the most into, to where you got Asian people, you putting generations of them through college. If y'all went natural for, let's say, literally 2 years straight, well, black women said, I refuse to put one piece of artificial, natural, whatever hair in your thing, that shit would come crashing down to the point where they ain't got no choice but to let you in. Because now they got to have money to be made. Somebody got to use that hair, right? Some people, niggas don't understand these simple concepts. And I'm not saying this is a jab or a disrespect, but when we come and we talk about these things, niggas get more offended than because there's something they don't agree with. So the simple supply and demand, there should not be one Chinese food restaurant. There shouldn't be one Arab gas station. There shouldn't be one anything that's non-black owned in the black community. We could very easily shut down every last one of those things and make them black owned within a year. Sean.
So in your life, people have followed you, right? You've been a leader.
Of course.
I can tell by how you talk. Everything you just said, if we were organizing block clubs, I would have you up there saying exactly that. Why? Because you talk about it with clarity and people would follow you. And that's what it takes.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? And that's not complaining. That's you made a great assessment of the situation. You came up with a great plan of what needs to exist and what don't exist. The next thing is mobilizing and taking action steps. So yeah, you literally have the message.
Yeah, but Sean,
And then the other thing, everyone's not going to go. We can't save everybody. We know that. So we need to take who we can, get them motivated, get them going, and then go to the next step, the people up underneath, and just keep on bringing them along. That's how it goes.
But that's what I'm saying. But when we're talking economics, it can't be that attitude. Now you're right. I agree. Everybody can't go. Everybody can't come. But when you're trying to force economics, it has to be that way. It has to be the boycott system. It has to be, we're going to take our dollars back. We're not going to spend money here, because you're trying to remove this from your system. And not just small, like you said, we start small and work big, but it's something we're trying to create. We're trying to create our own Chinatowns, our own little Italy, our own in every major black, you know what I'm saying? Recreate the Tulsas, recreate the Rosewoods, recreate all these other quote unquote black Wall Streets and black financial meccas. If most of the people don't get on, it's never gonna work. So when I
have to start somewhere, you just came up with the macro plan. You by yourself came up with the macro plan right now. Now it's like, hey, look, in terms of you, delegating. So now y'all come back to me with ideas on how we can make that happen.
Sean,
I gotta
the
get
reason. I see. Be safe, man.
All right, see, be
Hey,
safe.
fantastic. My bad, brother. Hey, I didn't mean to no jazz, but he's my guy, brother.
Good, brother. What deal?
All right, my guy.
Right back, CJ. Right back.
Hey, shot. Fuck you, shot. All right, my God.
So here's the thing, right? So that sounds good, right? Until we see a boycott happen and conservative black men talk shit about it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Oh, but Walmart or no, Target losing $1 billion ain't no money or some weird. Like, I'm just like what what's good enough for niggas that got a voice that potentially will influence a different demographic. So what if one of the conservative brothers came out and said, hey, it's better than nothing. It showed that we have a level of buying power. Where could that be invested? And then say, hey, here's a place, so on and so forth. But we don't hear a lot of that. So there's an inconsistency there. I've seen a lot of black conservative brothers trying to show how Kendrick Lamar performance wasn't shit. It doesn't, I don't think they have to actually buy in and be willing to do it and to say something's better than nothing. But I didn't see that consistently in mass on that side.
Well, let me address the Target thing first. First, it wasn't conservatives talking to back down on the
just the ones I saw. I mean, their channels are named like conservative.
I got you, but the main thing though, the main people that was trying to come to what's name and get the people not to do it were the black women that had deals with Target. Remember the lady that I think Raw B brought up?
Yeah.
Her specifically, she's like, hey, y'all understand if you do this shit, you're penalizing the black businesses that have contracts for them for this time and what's name. So you're actually hurting those of us. And then on top of it, you don't have a place for us to go. So if she loses that contract with Target, there is no black-owned corporation on the level or even close to where she can go and get that what's name. And then furthermore, like she comes to say, even though it's you, black people don't patronize black people like that for some reason. It's like once you make it, niggas get this, this crab in the barrel mentality. Oh, I'm not gonna support her, or I'm not gonna support him, and all this other shit. Yeah, we was talking about this shit the other day, right? Shout out to CYOP, man. Shout out to Bub, right? Bub got a couple of different brands, right? What's the highest price of anything on Bub's joint?
Maybe like $60.
$60, right? Nigga holler at Bub and be like, hey man, hey, let me get the discount code, let me get this and this, whatever, on the finesse and whatever. But yet still, like you said now, like Shai said, niggas on motherfucking TikTok now, the motherfucking Mr. Chan and Chung Lee and them motherfucking told you, hey, we making all them motherfucking Louis Vuitton purchases, right? Y'all paying motherfucking 8,000% markup, right, for some shit that we making over here out of motherfucking toilet paper and imitation leather, right? And niggas proudly walk their ass into that store and still do it. Again, it's an underlying thing too, bro, that I mean, I don't speak about a lot. We have a lot of internal issues we need to fix before we get to the racism part. Racism is way down the line for black people, bro. The way we treat each other, the way we look at each other, the way we get along, it's just, I'm telling you, just the way we can't even have, and not here, but in mass, you can't have civil discourse. If you automatically disagree, you were this or you were that, you were conservative, you were coon, you want to be white, no, brother, I just have an opposite thing, right? We seen this definitely coming up, with the whole Carmelo case. And did they give him bail? Because I was trying to keep up with it, but I
didn't see the bail. I don't think so.
Yeah, they gave it was supposed to happen this morning at 10, but either way, we look it up. But that's what I'm saying. So even stuff like that, when I tell you, hey, look, I'm not wishing nothing bad on the brother. He fucked up. And no, nigga, you a coon. You need to be on his side. You want him to be free and get off and whatever. And the white folks did this. Brother, what? No, I don't have to agree with you. Okay? Niggas want niggas to agree with them. Niggas want an echo chamber for real. That's why I never mind fucking, people that disagree. I love to debate. Niggas hate debating, right? But that's the way you get things. The way you get things. Any good thing, bro, is tested. Any good thing is challenged. You don't just get a motherfucking flat screen TV. Carmelo Anthony's bond reduced, granted house arrest. See, there we go. See, for $1,250,000. There we go, brother. So he home. He out of jail. He on house arrest. So you see what I'm saying? And I didn't. But even if you have an opinion about certain things, oh, you against the black man. That's not what I said, brother. That's not what I said. But again, people are so emotionally attached when the white person get involved. When it's just something to where it's us, and we can shoot the shit, we can giggle, we can laugh, we can whatever. It's not that serious. But you put the racial aspect in it, niggas become visceral. Huh? Niggas can't hear none you saying other than white man bad. You just fuck the white folks, fuck them crockles. That's better be your only motherfucking answer. If it ain't that, you on the other side. Even if you saying, hey, do you understand that I'm just presenting the point of view that the opposition is gonna use to try to keep us from getting these reparations, right? You understand that I'm just giving you the point of view that the prosecution gonna use against this man to get a guilty verdict, right? No, nigga, and that's what I'm saying, bro. And it's just like, Go ahead, my bad.
Well, I think what it is people do make an assumption based on who's talking, right? What it is the intent is being assumed, right? So the reason in which the negative thing is being said, it's the intent of why that person is saying that people seemingly don't like. And I think a lot of that is rooted in that person's history. So if that person has been perceived as kind of going against quote unquote dead people, that's how it's going to be heard as well. Not saying right or wrong, but do they have a point if that be the case? You know, when I'm just looking at it on his face. The one thing said, because we keep talking about like how long does it take for people to recover? 2 or 3 generations, right? Just to recover from something that was a systemic. And so if you look at the 80s, it's our generation and one more, right?
Yeah,
before
but
people.
And historically, I can't rock with that, Hamp. I can't.
Well, it was more of a question. I'm not being emphatic in terms of.
No, historically, you can't do that because you look at China. I mean, Japan, right? Japan was literally obliterated, bro. It's dust.
But they were funded though.
And even still,
but think about. Well, but when you use Japan, right? They were funded by us, and they also don't have to maintain a military. So there's a lot of other things that they can do if they know they have protection. Like think about that. If you don't have to protect yourself, you can invest in a whole bunch of other shit, infrastructure, and building it back up. If you go ahead, Aaron.
No, it still took them 40 years to get their act together from the war.
Well, yeah, it's still 40 years. Yeah, is that 2 generations? That's 1.5 generations.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
Aaron,
2 generations.
Two
2.5
generations, 20 years.
That's
40 years.
That's what I'm saying. So if we're counting Jim Crow, we're 1.5 through, right?
Well, no, crack.
What about crack? What about the crack epidemic?
Yeah, so that's the 80s.
Crack? How do you count crack? But this is my problem, Hamp.
What do you mean?
Well, hold on, Shad. Let me.
Shad. Country nigga, boy.
I fish, bro. I fish. So the shit say Shad to me, nigga. I know what the fucking Shad is. My bad, Shad. Okay.
What's a Shad?
Add another A on there, brother. Add 2 A's, like motherfucking. You know.
You just get it together.
So listen. That's what I'm saying, right? What was I fucking saying? What were you talking about?
About how many generations?
Crack epidemic.
Yeah.
We overrepresent the impact of certain things. Hell, what percentage of people was really affected by the crack era, brother?
A lot.
80%.
No, you saying a lot. So hold on. So you said what? How much?
80%.
80%? No, Ham. You can't show me one. You can't show me one motherfucking. You can't show me one thing. Yeah, you can't show me one thing, Ham. Yeah, you can't. You literally can't, Ham.
Hey, I can.
If we took 100% of black men, right? 100% of the black men, which would have been back in that time, probably 15 million black men, right? All right.
Yeah.
Out of all of everybody that's locked up for crack, killed over crack, whatever, how many men you think that'll be?
Well, so here's the thing, right? You're looking at crack as though it's by itself. Go ahead, Sean. You want to go?
Oh no, my bad. Go ahead. You saying it? Go ahead.
Well, no, just in terms of like, because think about it. That era. What starts that era? You got Reaganomics. You have Section 8. You have crack. You have all these things. That's within that 20-year span.
That systematic thing we be talking about.
No, but this is what I'm saying. So hold on, Ham.
We said so because the key terminology is crack era.
Yeah. Okay. When the crack era is 80s to what? Early 90s, right? When did they end? Well, no. They did the crime bill in 94.
It's before that, though. It's before that.
Well, no, you can't say no. Before that was the heroin. So before that, you had horse. So that's why I'm trying to break this down. Y'all trying to group all the fucking drugs into one.
So let's say 80s, 90s, and 2000s. A lot of the 2000s.
So when the 2000s, we're giving 2000s, right? Because what I think when did they change the crack to cocaine disparity? When did they cut that down?
Shit, 2000.
2000 something, right?
Yeah,
so Sean is right. Shout out to Sean. Sean is right. So
let's say 20 years.
I would say the 70s is that's the start. The 70s is the start.
No, the crack. The first identification of crack was in the 80s. Hamp. You can't have crack that predates fucking cocaine. Cocaine didn't hit America until the 80s.
No.
So let's give it 20 years. 85 to 2005.
Whoa. I've been quiet for 3 hours. Fantastic. You're crazy. Cocaine in the 70s was the deal. You go to a disco, all that BG shit. Cocaine, man, they were putting. What do you mean they're putting cocaine in medicine in the 30s? What do you think coke was about?
Okay, I understand the Coca-Cola thing, but I'm talking about cocaine being used
Powder
as a
in the
record.
70s was like bud today.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that still wasn't crack. Crack was literally everybody knows is the 80s. What are we doing?
Yeah, no, but that started it. Without you said it. You said it. You can't have crack without coke, and coke in the 70s was like air in the sky.
But that's what I'm saying.
Let's be fair to him in this conversation, though. Let's be fair on that. I agree with Fantastic. There's a difference in the proliferation of drug use versus the crack era that we're talking about. I agree with you, Aaron. I agree with you on the coke and all that, Aaron. I agree with you for sure.
But here's the thing: the coke is the coke set it up. But here's where it gets systemic. And Big said, he's not listening. We can't use the word systematic. It's systemic. Systematic racism is a system set up for the purpose of driving racism. Systemic racism is racism that's found within a system that really has nothing to do with racism, right? It's just racism is allowed to infect the system that's in play. The crack era was systematic. Just like Jim Crow is systematic racism. It's deliberately designed to have a nefarious racist effect. That's what the crack era did. But the residual effect of that is systemic. That's where you find, you know what I mean, like shit that's happening today that is a result of the crack era. And that's why you can't use the number of how many people were actually smoking Ready Rock and how many people actually went to jail for it, because it's inconsequential, the number. It's the fallout. It's the effect. A nuclear bomb hits a city, it blows up today, but for 30,000 years, you can't go there and drink water. That's an systemic effect, and that's what HAMP is talking about. It takes generations to clear that. It takes 1 second to cut your skin. Take 4 months to heal.
My bad, Aaron. So Aaron, I still don't agree, because that's what I'm talking about. This is what I'm saying. This is the cognitive dissonance that we have as to where we want to overinflate or overrepresent some shit. Okay. Have any of you been affected by the crack era? We all 80s babies, right?
Yes.
All of us.
Yes.
Yeah, I have.
You were? How were you affected, Shad, by the crack era?
Family struggle.
Immediate family?
Immediate.
Okay.
My uncle who was drafted to the NFL got exposed to it and died from it. Okay, so that's generational wealth that could have possibly been.
I haven't, but it's an indirect effect. You always talk about how the women talk about black men, and at the time, if they're seeing black men go through this, what's to oppose that narrative? It can poison the mindset, is what I'm saying, and the mindset is what the zeitgeist is what drives a community. The vox populi. Right. You poison that, and you'll affect things that are nowhere near attached to what the poison is. That's how poison works.
And look, what Aaron is saying is there are implicit and there are explicit effects. Explicit are the things that me personally, like I got me getting shot, shit like that. Me, you know what I'm saying, getting kicked out of school, all types of shit like that. My uncles all being hypes. My cousins, motherfuckers hypes. Motherfuckers died before they was 50. Motherfuckers died before they was 60 in my family. Like, you know what I'm saying, as a result of heroin, crack, shit like that. I can go down the list. My father, who I don't know, was a crackhead. You know what I'm saying? Coming back from the war. You know what I'm saying? Coming back from Germany. That
I still in that, bro. I say
things, but the implicit things are different. You know what I'm saying? And those just trickle down.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, man. It's still coke and crack. Crack was like in certain areas, bro. Again, started West Coast, then spread everywhere else, right?
But it's a poverty drug too, right?
Yeah, I understand, but that's what I'm saying. Even every impoverished place didn't get crack at the same time.
Y'all know what made Chicago violent? Crack.
Yeah, the majority of places, crack. Right? The money based with that drug. I mean, that's where a lot of the violence often comes from.
Yeah.
And so we all have experiences with people like Sean is saying, you know, around us, very close to us in the families that were affected in ways, right? And those are lingering effects. Those people got kids and everything.
Let me ask y'all a question.
But
name a terrible community in Chicago that y'all heard of.
The Wild Hunters.
I don't know the neighborhood.
Everybody go to O Block. Everybody talk about O Block.
Oh
right?
yeah, O Block.
Right? Oh yeah, O Block. Yeah.
So that's my neighborhood, right? So Dulles is literally next to O Block. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's my first school. There wasn't no gate around. It's called Parkway Gardens. People call it O Block now because the nigga that got killed. It wasn't shit like that back then. Nothing like that. Nigga, then the crack came. Then the guns came. Nigga, then the violence came. Then the territory came. Then the gangs all came. Crack did that. The money from crack did that. And that shit, we see where it's at. That shit ain't never gonna be the same. It ain't never going back. Coke and all that shit was there before then. It wasn't crack though. You know why? Because I was able to take $50, go get a 16, nigga, and I was on. Nigga, the barrier to entry was low as fuck. Easy, you know what I'm saying? And so once we realized that you can get an 8-ball, you can get a 16 for little or nothing, nigga, it was over with. Now we fighting for this territory, nigga, because it's only so many hypes, nigga. We fighting for these hypes, nigga. Mike on Oglesby, this nigga got butter, but shit, nigga, I want to get my pack off too. And this nigga sold me shake too, but I got to get this shit off.
And then
he a problem.
And then the residuals. And then what's the residuals, right? You got kids without that. There's correlations in the causation. If Sean said the causation of this is crack, and then I would accept that. And then the correlation is fatherless homes and poverty stricken and Section 8 and not having dads, so you qualify for everything. Like, this shit isn't accidental. How do you remove men? By choice, by force, like you gotta really break it down.
But still, that's what I'm saying. It's never been a situation where the majority of black people were addicts. The majority of black people were involved or even residually connected to the drug game of people on drugs. They're just not true, man. It's literally not true.
Go ahead, Shot.
And again, I'm bringing it back to the premise. And Miss Fantastic is kind of the only person here that has this position, so I can only put my question to him. So again, what about systemic racism and everything we know about which has occurred over the years makes us tell black people who for the most part are doing good, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, don't worry about it. But when we talk about the issues that men have with our one-on-one relationships with women that we want to be in union with, then all those conversations are legitimate. I'm watching Mr. Fantastic as we talk. He's really getting bothered by certain points. You see what I mean? But then when we talk about the women thing, like all those conversations are legitimate. I just don't understand, like mentally, I'm back to I don't understand again. I don't understand how those two things are different. Why is the racism conversation something that needs to be kind of scratched because we've made it? But with women,
I'm not saying it needs to be scratched. What I'm saying is we're gonna have it. And this right here is a great point to where I came from, to where you guys are actually saying at least 50.1% of black people were affected by crack. You can't. There's nothing you can do to quantify. Show me that.
No one said that.
Yes, he said the majority. HAMP said 80%. HAMP said 80%.
Indirectly affected. Not even how many people were getting high, but if you have one uncle in a family that ran out on his household, that affects all the cousins, all 50 of us. See that? Imagine how all the young cousins, all his nieces, look at just him do some heinous shit with his household, right? Just completely shit the bed. How that's going to affect and change their opinion going into life. Ad infinitum. Every man they interact with is not going to be a Stepford housewife interaction, because they saw that uncle, that one man, shit the bed on his family, and now they skeptical for life.
Hold on. So now I gotta pull the atomic bomb out. Okay, are there more drug addicts or alcoholics?
The more alcoholics, but that's the same thing. But that's also why you have a Heineken store, a St. Ides and Old English store, 4 on the block more, and you got banks and libraries.
Okay, so if there are more alcoholics, right? If there are more alcoholics, or there are more alcoholics, and the alcoholics leave their family and beat women and do all kinds of crazy shit and kill people. Thank you. So why the fuck talking about the damn crack epidemic? Hold on, Aaron.
That's the systemic racism, is the fact that shit is so readily available in the hood, is there by design. And who's selling it to us? The chinos.
It's available to everybody.
With the crack
it wasn't dropped in everybody's city. It wasn't dropped out in the county. It was dropped in black cities.
But look, think about this, Fantastic, because look, this is what you said about when you were talking about the difference in the different races and things like that. I think you kind of made this point. I think that yes, there are more alcoholics, but what do alcoholics do? They're not stealing the TV. They're not stealing they mama's coin purse to get beer. Most of them are functional alcoholics. When you a clucker nigga, you don't give a fuck. You not taking care of your kids. You robbing, stealing. You may sell your kids. You definitely selling yourself. Get sucked up for $20 by a hype back in the day. You could rent a hype's car. Imagine your mom's, your aunt, God forbid. I could rent your motherfucking car for little or nothing. You know what I'm saying? And we young wild niggas, 15, renting your mom's car type shit. You know what I'm saying? Spending blocks in that motherfucker. Like that don't happen with alcoholics. So it's vastly more consequential people being on drugs.
Hey Sean, let's fast forward 20, not 20, 40 years to now. Fentanyl. Look at the response to the fentanyl epidemic. They not locking these kids up. They getting treatment.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's not treated the same way. You're right. They are dying, but I'm saying the way the response to what was happening. That's what I'm saying, Mr. Fantastic. There are a lot of men right now still locked up for selling fentanyl.
And they open up opioid clinics and having places where they can go and utilize the drug safely.
I'm glad that Aaron here. Hey, Zombieland is a real place in Philly.
Yeah,
see that shit. If you see that shit in real life, and you see the motherfuckers on that H.
Yeah, I seen some of the YouTube videos of people that documented.
They got that. They're down in DC too. They got that.
Yeah. So, but the opioid thing was pharmaceutical before it was what's the name, right? So
Absolutely.
It went from street. It went street to pharmaceutical. That's what happened.
But that also proves a point there that showed Dope Sick that they had the series about, where they show how the opioid epidemic started. So, and still nobody's been held accountable for it compared to them young black men in the streets.
Well,
allegedly
they had to pay out or what's the name, but they said
right
criminally. You're correct.
Right.
It was nothing criminal, right? But then again, like you say, that goes to the point of, hey, once you get so high up or whatever, that's how the game goes. That's business.
Agree, but they only let certain people get to that pinnacle, and that's always been, for the most part, our point. Yes, there are a few people that get through, that can escape through the net. Some people can get to a certain point, but once you get too big for your britches, black man, go ahead and sit your ass down, and that's also our point.
Well, yeah, 100%. I think we're siloing it to niggas who use it, but you got to think about who is selling it. You got to make the families tied to all those people.
Exactly.
And then you got to think about the people dying from it, and dying from gun violence, and dying from overdoses, and I mean, it's a lot of people. And then when I was looking at,
it's still not gonna be 80%.
Yeah, because hold on. So because we're looking at people who are directly and indirectly affected, right? Macon is not a nice place, or at least it wasn't. What was they killing each other over there down there in 92 and 93?
Shit, whatever. Crack hat was some of it, but especially
but
like.
Do you know anybody who got killed during those years?
Yeah, obviously, yeah, of course.
You got any friends that their mom was on anything?
Not that I knew of, but probably so.
And just think about it, right? Even when you see, because when does the peer group become the most influential to a kid? 12?
Teenage years. Going teen.
And I think, and these are the things that we really, really got to think about. Like my father, like, oh, come on, my man was up here, but my father was so influential to them because they didn't have fathers, because their father was dead or in jail and all that. You know what I mean? So there's so many indirect effects that have a long-term detrimental kind of effect to us.
Yeah, and listen, I'm not saying, but I'm just, come on, bro. 80% is wild, bro. I'm saying that's listen, 8 out of 10 people have no, even when you do the residuals, bro.
Right now we 6 for 6 up here.
This is what, no, you're not, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. Even when you break it down to that, and you take, let's take, like, say, Megan's a small, what's the name, right? You take all of the people that was affected, black people, and Megan's predominantly black. Since my lifetime is predominantly black. There are not 8 out of 10 families that had a connection to or were affected negatively by crack, bro. That's what I'm saying. It gets even lesser when we get to Sean's neighborhood, or we get to LA, or we get to New York, or we get to even some of the places in the hotbeds of this shit. It's just the facts of the matter that, like you said, it's something, it's so pivotal as to where we identify with that shit. Niggas identify with the worst of the worst, and we use that to qualify blackness or to correlate with blackness. and to the point of where we actually believe 80% of the fucking people were affected by a drug that maybe fucking 5% of the people use. Come
Yeah,
on,
you're
bro.
right. It's probably more like 95%.
Nice,
Because I mean,
it's not, bro.
here's the thing. All right, look at gentrification. Would you believe that it drives gentrification? What do you think it does to the value of the real estate? Grandmom's house is so cheap because grandmom left it dilapidated. No, grandmom's outside sweeping up the damn gutter in front of her house. It's the quality in the neighborhood. It's the quality of the constituents in the neighborhood, and what is the fact that Granny has to go out there and sweep up the old English bottle that she didn't drink, right? It's because this kind of culture is in that community, and that's what drives the value of the real estate down, making her house so cheap for a developer to come in and buy it for $30,000, put for $40,000 into it, and sell it for $500,000 with a kid on a bicycle that is a vegetarian. That's exactly how this works. It affects everybody. Listen, I grew up furthest from that shit, and I have not gone anywhere near it all my life, and it affects me. I can see it. It's just indirect.
You could look at Baltimore itself, because Baltimore, which is a port city, and most port cities, with Baltimore, it's still run down. Look how many abandoned places you got in Baltimore that it's never recovered. Like, you could drive down a street in Baltimore City and literally the whole block is boarded up. You won't see nothing like that anywhere else. And that's because if you listen to the music, you hear Biggie and everybody say they come down to Baltimore because Baltimore, Philly, DC, everybody went there because that's where the drugs came into. And look how it affected that city in itself.
And here's how it's systemic racism. They're not gentrifying trailer parks where the meth is made, sold, and used. They're doing it in the hood.
Yeah, but again, that's what I'm saying. We got to take. You got to
It's
take.
fantastic.
You walk and see.
It's fantastic. Can you see me?
Yeah, I see you.
Look, man. Just accept it, okay?
I'm not accepting shit.
Just listen. I'm speaking in a very calming,
like UT said,
blue light voice. Listen to me. We were 6 for 6 on the panel. Little ass Macon, Georgia had 1,000 gang members. You know what they killing, shooting, and dying over aside from colors.
No, I said crack, of course.
I'm not done. All the music. The best rappers we have talk about drugs. When they say 12 skinny and all that, when we was younger, we didn't know. We went to go find out what the fuck that was. That nigga say, I got baking soda. Can you finish it?
Baking soda.
Have you ever yelled that out in the club?
No. I've heard the song, but I thought that was OT Genesis was whack.
Have you ever done this?
I was a Young Jeezy fan, so I've definitely participated.
You definitely a drug dealing nigga for real. Then.
Yeah, snowman shirt.
Yeah, so yo, bro, it has its effects. Jeezy, that nigga say patty cake, microwave. My man had it in the car with us, right? We pulled over, threw the CD out, and put him out. And he left that nigga right there on the side of the road. He say, yo, listen to this. That nigga say, patty cake, Nigga say, what the fuck is he talking about? Niggas frisbeed that shit and kicked him out the car, bro.
You start playing all that right now, this nigga gonna start jamming.
Nigga, who me? I emerged from the crack smoke, nigga.
Last time I checked, I was a man on these streets. Yeah, the OG go
Come
crazy.
on, man. Vet Life Bulletin also salute, fellas, and excellent conversation. Fantastic. What HAMP is saying is 80% is actually true. As a whole, the user, sellers, the violence. It affected everything, even the innocent, man. Damn, man. That shit sucks. I know a dude that got 40 years, right? He got caught with 2 keys, got 40 years in Delaware. He came home after 18 years. And they changed the laws because of his case. But think about 18 years he lost. When niggas was getting 5 years for the same amount of coke. Like, that's fucking outrage. That's nasty work, son. I just don't understand. If we can't talk about racism, we can't talk about women, goddammit.
Can't. I think Mr. Fantastic conceded to that already. I think he agreed.
No,
right?
No.
Oh, you don't agree?
Again, for the sake of the thing, man. It's just that what's current versus what's whatever, man. I mean, you got one situation that's, even though y'all may not want to, agree or whatever, is improving. because black people are getting more power, black people are getting more knowledgeable, black people are putting ourselves in better positions to be able to do things to get in a position of power and ruling class mentality, while simultaneously you have the family unit breaking down and you have the women trying to purposely separate from the men, which if we're doing all these things to get better, how can we do it? You know what I'm saying? A house divided cannot stand. So that's the major important, and it actually alludes to y'all's point. This helps y'all's point that if we want to get from under the quote unquote system and white man, it can't just be the black man doing the shit and then the black women over here, fuck you niggas, 100K ain't no money, y'all broke, y'all dusty, y'all deadbeat daddies, and all this negative shit. So that's what I'm saying. That's why even our case helps your case, because somehow, some way, no matter what the black man does, is ain't, can't, don't, won't. It ain't good enough. 100K ain't no money, nigga. Where the fuck you mean? Show me. Go to a fucking McDonald's today in America and show me the fucking cashier making $100,000. Go to fucking Macy's. Go to Foot Locker. Go to Walmart. Go to Kroger. Go to 99% of fucking businesses and show me the person making $100,000. Yet when a black man makes $100,000, it ain't no money. Get the fuck out of here. When a black woman does it though, she ain't even got to make 100,000. She making 70K. Oh my God, she's doing so great. She's a PhD. Well, my nigga, she got a $300,000 in debt for motherfucking college. The bitch making 70K and she maxed out at her career. But you see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm talking about. The problem is within itself, bro. Because when the black man is doing some shit and you're being positive and you're trying to get to the point of where you can get with that woman and create that family and raise those children together in a healthy environment, the woman saying, nigga, I don't need you.
So is the fix to approach it with a red pill strategy?
In what aspect, Aaron?
Any.
Well, of course, yeah, because you have to make it. Go ahead.
Here's the thing. Adopting the red pill strategy is exactly what the women did with feminism. That's not our problem. That's not our fight. That's the white man's issue with his woman. Not saying that our issue isn't similar or even looks exactly the same, but you can't approach it with a white man's strategy because we don't have a white man's resources, thought process, and historic support of the women that the white man have, right? We don't even know that he really has a problem with that woman. It could just be that they're putting on a show, just like feminism did, to get us divided. When really they go to bed at night and say, look at them niggas out there fighting in the street, right? We can't employ that strategy. We got to employ our own strategy with our own problems. Like with the boycotting thing. That shit didn't work. You know why? And why conservatives are upset is because nobody set a goal. It was done without a purpose. We're gonna sharpen target because it makes us feel good. No, the way a boycott works, and this is why we got to divorce ourselves from red pill and work with our women in a way that works. We got to come up with a strategy and a goal. We got to understand what number will affect Target's business so the Target is fucked up forever, and then boycott up to that number and not stop boycotting until that number is reached. And that number has to consider the black businesses that are going to be casualties of Target falling. We got to say, you know what? You're going to be a casualty of war, but we're going to ensure that Target is going to fall forever. You're going to fall, but there'll be a vacuum created by Target leaving that you'll be able to go back into. That's the number we got to boycott to. Other than that, we're just making ourselves feel good. And that's what's happening with the red pill shit. We're not using a strategy that fits our problem. We're using a Phillips head screwdriver to get a hex head nut off the bolt. It ain't gonna work.
Okay, so like I said, the red pill strategy isn't racial. The red pill strategy is gender.
No, it started with the white men.
There is no strategy for red pill. Why would you keep saying the S word? There's no strategy. It's just niggas win. Look, that's why niggas say, but women have had a place to talk. You know, for all this time they had the microphone. Niggas said by niggas' admission that it's a place for men to vent and things like that. There is no strategy. Nothing is being fucking fixed. I don't care. I don't care how many followers or subscribers. No. There is no strategy or solution.
The way you approaching the $100,000 thing. White men can approach that conversation differently because will you agree that they make more money than we do?
Well, they don't have to have the conversation because white women aren't saying it.
Yeah, but they are, right? Money's still a thing.
White women aren't saying that.
No, but their divorces are happening largely because of financial issues. But right, that's exactly what I'm saying. The strategy is going to look a lot different because the conversation's a lot different because the problem's different, even though they look the same.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you. So and y'all disregard this all the time. So you want to make the white man the standard when the white man isn't the
No,
standard.
no, I don't.
Well, not the standard. I'm sorry, not the standard. I use the wrong word. The example, right?
No.
When the white man wouldn't be the example, it would be the Asian man, right? When the Asian man makes the most money and everything, and the Asian man has the least amount of divorces, that's because of not the money he makes, but because of the culture he has and the importance of marriages to their institution. Then then we can go below us to Hispanics, which is the same thing. Hispanics makes far less money than us. Fucking Maria and Consuela is not complaining and saying no, not one bad thing about motherfucking Pedro, and she out there working with him up on the roof or out there with them, motherfucking handing them water or passing them whatever the fuck they need, and she's still not saying it. Okay,
bingo.
So you're saying bingo, but you're still missing my point. We're the only men that are being fucking appreciated and disrespected publicly and told that we aren't doing enough. No matter where we have men that are at the very tip top, okay, clearly not getting it said to them. You can come to the men in the middle, right above us, not getting said to them, and then the men that are even below us, not getting said to them. We're attached to the only group of women that feel like they need to publicly, constantly try and motherfucking denigrate and fucking destroy the shit that we are doing.
That's publicly. Why.
So hold on. So that's what I'm saying. So you saying the red pill strategy clearly worked. I just told you, and you can Google this and see it. The red pill strategy or the red pill ideology was credited for one of the biggest fucking landslide victories of a fucking presidential election. So don't tell me the red pill strategy don't work.
Who did it work for? Who did it work for?
Nobody off. I didn't cut nobody off.
Who did it work for?
Nobody off.
Yo, look, Hispanics. The Hispanic vote is what did that, dog. It was a negligible amount of black people. What you talking about, dog? There's these things called exit surveys.
Again, you don't argue with me. That's why I told you to Google it. It's not just Hispanics.
No, I don't have to Google it. I've already paid attention.
Okay, but it's not just Hispanics. It's not just Hispanics. The Hispanics didn't put them over the top. There were a number of white men that voted, very much higher number of white men that voted for Trump than it did in previous elections.
Overall,
we got to condense the points, though.
Yeah, who did it? You let them out of the gate.
Black men that voted for him.
Who did it work for?
Damn near 50% of Hispanics voted for him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's a huge difference.
Still a smaller population.
Aaron got a good question.
All animals getting out the gate. You see?
Well, I'm not getting out of the gate, Aaron. I'm not running nowhere. We're still here. I'm not running from anything. What I'm still saying is this: the red pill strategy that you're saying has so much fucking implementation and so much importance as to where it can win presidential elections. So please let's not say that. And then hold on, and then I can show you stuff too from Tennessee to Florida to I don't remember what the other states is, but states that are changing their their family law fucking rules as to where the men get fucking equal fucking automatically of the thing. Like down here in Florida, they're starting at fathers first and shit. So the red pill strategy is working. It's just slowly but surely. Y'all not even looking at this shit because y'all don't.
Condense it, Mr. Fantastic. Come on.
Okay, well, again, y'all want everything did overnight, and you're saying it don't work, but you're not even giving time enough to work. Black men only been doing this shit for 5 years, and as you guys said, how many generations are we down of fucking this shit being a shithole and crack and everything and food stamps? Okay, so we just now starting the motherfucking process of fixing this shit, bro. It's not gonna happen overnight.
My wife says my spirit animal is the owl. I see now. Who did it benefit?
Who? What? You talking about the election? The president clearly. The current president.
You said it worked. It worked for who?
The president, Aaron. I'm not being facetious. I'm answering your question.
What color is his ass?
Oh, so now it's about the white man. It was okay.
I said divorce ourselves from a strategy that the white man uses, and trying to employ that to the way we deal with our women. The Chinese people, when you mentioned them, they weren't even in the conversation. You know why? Because they're not having a problem with their women that we having. All right, and then and then here goes back into that crack thing. It didn't hit the Latin man like it hit us. So of course he you know what I mean, could be broker than us and be all right. It's us and why are we even bringing them into the conversation when we're talking about dealing with our women? The fact that you even went and expanded the horizon just from white to black, from white to black to Latin and yellow. No, we don't care about that. We deal with our shit in house, clean that shit up. Or they're gonna just sell us Heineken from the Chinese people are going to come sell us more General Tso's chicken and Old English. We got to stop. You know what I mean? Because we want to go out and buy white man's T-shirts with a lion's face on it. Stop.
But also the other thing is we mentioned that the goal, if we're trying to combat systemic racism, is getting the family back together. But you have to kind of you have to kind of find which red pill content creators are actually promoting marriage and union, because a lot of the content creators, like Mr. Fantastic, you kind of said it yourself, you ain't really trying to get married. So but you also said the goal is for the family to get back together. So those two things don't kind of, you know what I mean? If the strategy is to just make men more aware of women, I think it's good. But then where else does it go? Is the strategy also to teach men how to be better for long-term relationships? Because we talk about the out of wedlock statistic all the time. Most of us did not grow in homes where we had a mom and a dad minding things out. So most of us come into relationships with a deficit. The red pill doesn't really account for that part of the conversation. It does tell men how bad women can be, but that's cool. That's good information to have. What's going to help them be better at maintaining those long-term relationships? That's the part I think the red pill doesn't do.
Well,
Refusing.
no. Well, again, that's not. There's no answer to that. Again,
it is though. It is an answer.
No, it's not.
There's a blueprint for it. We had it, right? We were married at one point in time.
And that era of women are gone, and they're like y'all, just like y'all said about just like Sean said about Chicago, looks like to never return. So until you get women to buy back in to the black family and to black having respect for and appreciation for black men, the shit is never going to come to fruition. And then furthermore, you have the laws that are in place that women still take advantage of. And again, like I said, this is what y'all never acknowledge when we bring this up, and you don't understand the impact and importance of it. Black women are the only demographic that has higher divorce rate than marriage rate. Okay, there are more black women than black men, right? Yet still there are more black men that are married than black women. So that means black men have to go outside of their race, and successfully they're doing it twice the rate that black women do, to even get married if they really truly want marriage. And now you have the thing overall to where more women are saying they don't want to be married either. Okay,
it's funny that that's the response, instead of black men have to formulate and enact a plan to fix the reason why they got to step outside of their community to find a spouse. Why is the immediate response, we got to go outside? Why not grab a mop and clean this shit up in here?
And also, how do we get to where we just talking about black women again? With this whole big framework of this conversation, now we talking about black women again.
Well, I mean, we're just talking about the other side, brother. It does say we can complain about racism, but can't complain about women. So we talked about the racism part. I mean, we can't talk about the women at all, brother. It's in the title.
Women, it say women. It don't say black women though.
Well, again, we know we're all black
I
men.
mean, Sean, I'm like, don't black men want to? I think it's just.
Good morning, man.
Everything keeps coming back to red pill talking, literally just talking about black women. Literally,
yeah, but still, everything we talk about race is black, right?
Conversation could have gone, and here we are at black women.
Now you're being disingenuous. So hold on.
No,
now you're
not.
John, I think
wait, because you cut me off. So, well, clearly, Sean, everything we talked about racism today, we talking about white racism, or white people, racism against white people, racism against Arab people, racism against Asian people, or we talking mainly about black people, correct?
I'm saying, but if
I just get a yes or no, brother?
The next hour, if HAMP don't change, don't say something or whatever, redirect, it's gonna be
well,
about
brother. We hold on, brother. We 2 hours and 37 minutes in. 99% of the conversation has all been about racism.
That the thesis is gonna always come back to black women and
brother, that's a part of the title. It's the other side of the.
No, it says women. I'm looking at women. It does not specify black women.
Brother, racism will say black racism.
Grand rising.
Good morning, Beans. Good morning, Trigger Mike. Appreciate that. We speak around here, Trigger Mike. I know that, you know.
No, I was raised in the jungle.
Of course you were.
Apparently.
Raised by wolves.
That spear, man. Come on. And it wouldn't be wolves.
No wolves. What they got over there? They got zebras.
They got wild dogs. They got hyenas. I can't think of the other.
I got hyenas too.
Yo, Beans. I was saying earlier, like I was saying, like we was making jokes and shit. Well, you was up here, and all the jokes just went over Trigger Mike's head. I was trying to figure out why, but I think
You didn't say I'm in his native language. Okay, so this is what I was gonna say. Sean, but that, I think,
but Shad said something, Beans, though.
Who?
Shad was saying, he said, well, go ahead. But I want to, so this is what I want to do. I just want to, about the structure, who's teaching about getting back to the structure, getting back to the essence, getting in relationship.
I was definitely going to address that too.
Okay, go ahead then. You go ahead. And then Trigger, you could jump in. What's popping?
Yeah, so first of all, I want to say this though. Sean, listen, Fantastic is my YouTube rival, right? On this debate shit. But he's right. We should focus the conversation more on black women because we date them and marry them at an 85% clip. Right. So it should be focused on them.
Should all be cared about.
Now, I don't even want to talk about the other races, to be honest with you, at all. Because I don't even like it when they talk about us. I'm just saying, so I'm just saying for the conversation, we should. Now, if you want to mention what the other races are dealing with, right, in a analytical kind of way, then that's fine as well. Because I found out that it's 2 million more white women than it is white men, just like it's 2 million more black women than it is black men, right? So when you hear that number, then you start to look at the fact that their divorce rates is going down, their birth rates is going down, and they did a lot of child deleting over the years as well. Then, they also are dealing with the same thing we dealing with because they started it, right? So it's not like they're dealing with what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the residue of what they started. All this bull crap, feminism, all this crap, right? Racism, of course. But Sha, I did want to respond to what you said, and Fantastic kind of stole my thunder a little bit because he is well versed in this. Ain't no going backwards, bro. So this nuclear family thing that y'all think is gonna fix everything, y'all might as well let that go. As a matter of fact, I was pondering this when I was doing the show last week. I don't even think the nuclear family had anything to do with what the success we had back in the day. And let me tell you why I say that. When I say not anything, I'm saying it wasn't causation. Right? I think the way that society was constructed to suppress what we now see as the normal but lower nature of women had something to do with it. I think if you take us back into the day, right, and you give women the same freedoms that they have now, you don't see the same success. You don't see the Black Wall Streets and all of that type of stuff, and the Wilmingtons and all of this stuff, and the businesses, and you don't see the civil rights start off the way that it started off. I think we had that success because women were kind of, and I hate to say it this way, so ladies forgive me, but they were in their place, right? Right now, they have some luxuries and some privileges they are never going to give up. Never. Like, there's nothing you can say. Ladies, y'all need to stop deleting kids. You out your mind. We gonna be shooting these babies from the free throw. Ladies, y'all need to stop putting men on child support when they really want to be in their kids' lives and take care of them. It destroys the relationships. You out your mind. I need my weave done, my nails done. And I need access to all the free money I can possibly get. Right? There's nothing you can say. We really love you. We like you natural. Your real natural self. I like your real skin, your real hair. You don't need this other stuff. You out your mind. I'm finna go get these lashes on and glue them to my face. It's nothing we could say, Shad. It's nothing we could do. We not the ones that's actually in power or the ones who are responsible for the programming of our women.
My only response to that, I won't necessarily argue what you're saying means, and I've said this before on the panel. When I think about these issues, I think about them on a one-on-one because I can't control who you end up being with. I can't figure out the type of woman Miss Fantastic gonna fall in love with. I have to focus on kind of what I want. And my idea is if all of us focus on that versus spending time as a collective and kind of trauma dumping on each other about how bad it is, because it might be bad for me at this point, but Beans, you might be winning right now. And I'm like, Beans, man, you pulling the type of women I want. What's going on? Like those types of conversations. So I think it always gets lost on us when we talk in the collective, which I understand why we do it, because we, as a group, we want to rise together. But I think when it comes to like love and relationships, I think it's something that you got to kind of fine tune with yourself as an individual first. And I agree with you, Beans. We ain't going back, but I do think it's some ways we can modify our approach to this thing that'll help us be successful in the future. But I agree with you.
Well,
totality.
from a relationship standpoint, that all boils down to concessions, right? What are you willing to concede to, right? What are you willing to sacrifice? It's the 80-20 rule, right? So, and I'll use myself as an example, right? I love a woman with really nice feet, dog, right? I love women that's like 5'3" and shorter, feminine, soft women. My baby mama was like, my son's mother was like that, just feminine, bro. But I also love head, and I mean a lot. And the woman that I ended up being with for 16 years, 15 years, she didn't have the feet. She didn't have the femininity or the softness or none of that. But she had the head, though, dog.
You still with her now? You still with her to this day?
Dealing with her. We just broke up last year, but she was just over here yesterday. And I was in this motherfucker climbing the walls. You know how you got to put the pillow over your face so your neighbors don't hit you? Oh, goddamn, girl.
You're gonna change your name to TMI today. Goddamn, man. You reliving the moment.
This is getting pornographic.
Nah, man.
But Beans, hey, Beans, we joking with you right now, but to keep it real, I think that's most guys' story where at some point in life they had what they wanted, and it was like you said, it was some concession that need to be made, and they weren't willing to make them, so they got back in on the journey. I think that's the real story for most people. All of us, and Hamp did a poll one time. How many men lost the one that got away? And the majority of dudes hit one. So if that's the reality, we gotta live with their reality, and then go from there. We've had that woman that was all these things we complain that women aren't, and we didn't necessarily do what we were supposed to do with them. Maybe we was too young, maybe this and that. But that's the reality of the situation versus everybody just so poisoned and everybody is just so bad. Like that's the YouTube view thing that we do.
I'm not so sure that the quote unquote right ones are supposed to last forever either, though. I'm also not sure that's the case. If the biggest thing is because when Steph Curry mom left, I was pissed. She was all kind of B's and H's and everything in my book. How you gonna leave this dude now? Right? When he in his 50s, 60s, like, you know what I'm saying? Don't no man want to be back out here looking for a new woman. And you got this woman out here that you love everything about, she know everything about you so comfortable with. And now I gotta start all over again with some broad I know only gonna be with me because I got some money. So I was really upset with her. But the truth of the matter is, bro, that's a long time. Forever. Like, especially if you actually live for a long. I watched the interview with Tony Robbins, the comedian, yesterday. He's 60. 60, bro. Oh, I've been with this woman for these many years. Imagine if you got married at 20, you 60, you've been with somebody for 40 years. Did anybody ever cheat? Of course they did. Was there ever any fights? Of course it was. You see what I'm saying? So maybe we as black men and women, and this has been my thing for a little while now, for over a year, practice the independency thing that they trying to force on you. Master that shit. You want to go back to nuclear? Master the independent shit. You will force them to go back to the nuclear. Right? Because they're like, oh shit, they got this shit down pat. Everything we hit them with, they master it. But I'm just saying, we need to learn how to do business with each other, bro. The relationships ain't working. We ain't built for them. We ain't cut out for them. We ain't cut out for short-term relationships when the average black marriage only lasts 5 years and the average relationship only lasts 2. We not cut out for that. So since everybody rich, everybody 6 figures, everybody getting to the bag, why don't we just practice business relationships for a little while and see if we can something that
I don't think good.
Everybody ain't rich.
I was about to, Aaron, you took the words right out of. Hold on. Aaron took the words right out of my mouth, bro. Everybody ain't rich. That's the problem. I always think, but I do think you're onto something though, Beans. I think a lot of these conversations, like as I was listening to y'all talk, I didn't disagree with damn near anything. It's just that y'all are putting the cart before the horse. You know what I mean? And that's really the problem.
What does that mean? Y'all got to stop.
So we talk about relationships a lot, but black men and women, like you said, Beans, can't even be romantic. They can't even be romantic. They got to be friends first. Fuck a relationship. People don't even know how to be friends, bro. Don't even know how to co-parent.
What before all that? Even
that's a fact, though.
Before all that, what are we missing?
So when you know, Shad, when you say like, why are we talking about the women so much? It's because the racism, as we all determine, doesn't affect me on a daily basis to what I can see, right? Racist extremism is usually what we're talking about, and I don't feel the effects of that every day, but I do feel the effects of the contention between black men and black women every day from an image perspective. I get embarrassed by black women all the time. Just go to the kids' school right there when we're supposed to be quiet, right? In a moment where you're supposed to show some composure, right? And a black mom lose her composure. I think really most of the time, like this is what black dudes do. Like they just act like they looking at their phone. Because in your head, you like, if you don't shut the fuck, oh God, please don't talk, right? So these things affect us. And I really didn't give a fuck, I promise you, until I had a daughter and a wife. Then I started to ask myself, who is this little girl's role model? Can you name me right now in modern American culture a black, what role model that married before she carried, that is not toxic, that is uniquely feminine? What role model do young black girls have?
Claire Huxtable.
She ain't even married. It's like she ain't married, she ain't got no kids, but that's one. She's a fictional character. No, so somebody in the chat just said Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama stopped being that when we found out she was petty as fuck and she ain't show up, left her husband at 2 events. So she not even that no more. Right? So it's like, God damn, I did not give a fuck.
Like,
hold
come
on.
Bro. That's
bro.
goofy. So that's goofy.
No, that's not goofy. That's not goofy. We found out she got an attitude problem just like the rest of them.
Come on, man. What are we talking about,
Let me
man?
finish my point.
I think you just said something that I think I want to throw a question to Fantastic. Because Fantastic, can you see that as the problem with Red Pill when Trigger Mike says that we don't even know how to be friends first, right? And it seems to me when I listen to a lot of particularly the white Red Pillers, they always glorify this time of like not dating and fathers giving away their daughters and women not necessarily having a choice. That can lend to the narrative that red pillars don't actually have a solution because we not going back to that. You see what I'm saying?
I say that all the time. Whenever anybody, white, black, or whatever, talks about the Arab cultures and the back in the day and all this other shit, I'm like, bro, you're off the fucking reservation. You have no idea. You don't know how society works. Very, very seldom does, even though society is secular, eventually everything collapses and then you rebuild and start over. You have numerous generations. The people that's talking about this shit, more likely than not, 99% of the time, is not going to see that or be a part of it. You see me? If you're talking about it, you're talking about the problem, you're not going to live to see the problem be resolved or the destruction of everything and then the rebuilding, right? So if you're talking from that lens, and like I said, even though those people are few and far in between, because I think people and this is why I say, man, again, I'm not a quote unquote red pill scholar, because again, I don't subscribe to the red pill shit because it's too much labeling, even red pill in itself. I'm looking at this, that's why I my version of my brand of this shit, and to be clear, like niggas call me because I'm not a conservative. I'm a what works of this. I don't have a party. I am not even an independent. I can show, if I can find it, I can show you. I have no political affiliation, okay? But you do have ideologies, you have things that you align with, right?
Yeah.
Either way. But even that, right? What I'm saying is, as Aaron said, and Aaron put this the best way, our situation internally is unique than anybody else. It's not the same as whites, Asians, Arabs, or whatever. And it's been said by people that wait. My bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
It's been said by people that are way greater than me and experience shit way before I have, to say black people are the greatest social experiment to ever exist in existence, right? Our whole existence is a social experiment. You had a group of people that was taken from one place, brought to another place by force, and then literally bred out so you can be superior fucking genetics and all this other shit to be able to withstand the elements and be able to work fucking 17-hour days and 95, 100, 110 degree weather with no water and get your ass whooped and wake up and do the same thing again tomorrow. Okay. That's as a child. Okay. So please, I hate when you niggas do this and try to act like I'm just this. I don't know nothing about bro. I understand that. I'm past that. Just like when I'm saying when we can't keep trying to allude back to the past or whatever. We have to deal with the now. Okay. The people that were slaves, bro, they didn't keep talking about the shit that happened before them because the shit that happened before them didn't exist. They were trying to get out of current slavery, complaining about current slavery, and planning for current slavery. What I'm telling you is, and I'm not making any comparisons of slavery to the I'm not saying they're anywhere near the same. Okay. But what I'm saying is, in the now, what's going on now that we can see, and if we want like the racial freedom and power that we say we want, you have to correct it internally first. The men and women got to be willing to work with each other, appreciate each other. And the reason why I'm saying is, I have never heard a black man say, okay, in mass then. It's some weirdos out there. It's some very, very small people, right? But for the most part, black men aren't out here saying we don't need black women. Black men are out here. I've never heard one black man say, let's abort all black female babies. Never. And that's what we're dealing with here, bro. And
Well,
y'all
but fantastic. I'm sorry, I just wanted because I wanted to make sure you condensed it. But fantastic. The question says, so we can't complain about racism, but y'all can complain about women, right? So the point is this: when anybody says, and I'm saying specifically you, Anton Daniels, Angry Man, August Moore, people like y'all, when anybody says anything about the quote unquote, because this is what y'all love to call them, boogeyman, white man, y'all make it seem like we can't talk about it at all, as if nobody is still going through anything. We know that we going through the stuff with the women because that's out front. That's the new war for profit, right? It's the gender war. But pertinent to the question, why do y'all act like, if you know that it's still racism, if you know that it's still oppression, if you know that these things still exist, even if it's on a smaller level, why can't we still talk about it? What percentage of people has to be impacted by something for that to determine the worthy of a conversation about it?
That's a good question, Beans.
Let me read these. Mike, you got the floor. Let me read these real quick. Curtis with the 10 ounces. If black people had systemic racism, crack epidemic, incarceration, all planned by white people who controlled all of this, how did black people ever overcome? UT with the $2 making was crack fantastic. Come on, bro. Bet Life with the 10 ounces. Why do y'all keep with the quote, red pill is about women? It's about acknowledging reality as a whole. How many times we have to tell y'all this? Most men are red pill if they're about their business. Curtis with the $2 says, what's the black strategy? Yaya King with the €6 says, Mr. Fantastic think he is European.
With the euros.
Well, nigga, I mean, good day, governor. Nigga, I visit there. I don't live there.
No, that's pounds, not euros.
Callie Bad with the $5 says, somebody in the chat said red pill tariffs, and I lost it. Still low key in the province. Still low key in the building with the 20 ball says, I can't stand when people talk shit about red pill actors and ignore red pill principles. If you don't know what it is, just shut the fuck up. My life was completely turned around when I accepted the truth of who and what people are. Mr. Fantastic is right. Big James with the $2 says, divide and conquer. We do the dividing, they conquer. Carlisle Tom was popping with the $5 here. I disagree with Fantastic. The reason why many black men go outside is because of light skin and good hair, and we will deny it to the end.
Not the so that makes no sense.
That makes no goddamn sense. But
that makes
good hair is bad hair.
I'm like, there's black women with, but never mind. Anyway.
You see this shit, brother? Both of my mama and my daddy dark skinned, nigga. What you talking about?
No, he wait.
I don't know what you were showing.
Sway with the $2 says, can't tell if Mr. Fantastic from Georgia or the continent.
And an African nigga that looked this good in life, or got this good, got this softer hair. You hear me?
Yeah.
Them niggas start fire with their hair over there. Ask Trigger Mike. Trigger Mike, take that hat off. You gonna see some sparks.
You look like Trigger Mike first cousin
right now. Go get the Cantu that you using on that hair.
Carlisle Tom said it ain't because the black women got bad conduct. Y'all just like them type of women, light skin with good hair. He said ain't about the conduct, nigga. It's about your preferences. What's up, Mike? What you was trying to say?
Nah, shit, I done forgot now. But nah, for real. It was in response to what Beans was talking about. So, like, that's what I came up here for anyway. The white man thing. Like, I'm the type of dude, I think CJ like this. He just a little different. The type of thing, like, anytime you bring up Beans, Shad, anytime y'all bring up a scenario that's historical, right? I think what we do is that we're excellent problem identifiers and historians, but you cannot leave. Like, I'm the type of dude, you cannot leave a problem right there. I thought we were highlighting the history to talk about the future. We never talk about anything after oppression of the white man. I got bills due today, this month. So I'm trying to speak about overcoming whatever it is against us. Now, this is the part I think I haven't really articulated, and that's my bad. I realize that these motherfuckers already said no. So and when it comes to like reparations and everything that black people are due, I actually agree with you. Every atrocity y'all have named up here, I agree it happened to y'all worse. And if there's any conversation about reparations, y'all are owed all them shits. But the issue is, the reality is, these motherfuckers already said no. So what you gonna do now? That's where I'm at with it. It's not to discredit or discount any of that. It's that my kids, your kids, we all still got to make a way after the fact. And I'm not discrediting anybody's history because we all know it. But it's like, are we ever gonna talk about that shit?
But Trig, the problem, and let me rephrase that because I got to stop saying that. Not the problem. I understand what you're saying completely, and I want you to know that sincerely, because I hate when people do that. They just go straight to disagreeing with you, right? But you got to put it in context. If we're talking historical, and I'm saying, I'm gonna speak for me, I ain't gonna speak for everybody, because I know victim Olympians exist, so I'm not gonna pretend like they don't. But if we're talking historical relevance, right? So you say, man, black people are like this, and then I say, well, historically, this is what happened that led them to that. Oh, but it's 2025 now. The fuck that mean? What you looking at now is the residue of this thing that happened at such and such time, right? If we're talking about now, how many people is it actually happening to? Either way, when we had a conversation about racism, shit gets disqualified.
Yeah,
every single time.
Beans, I like that word you just go ahead, Sean.
No, you go ahead. I just he did mention my name. I just want to say I don't talk about the white man and what he's done to us. It's always about, we like kind of what Bean said, we criticize the condition of black people where they are without the context to add is if we want to get rid of those things so our talking points land. Mm-hmm. And I feel the same way when we have the conversation about women. We discount a lot of conversations to make the talking point land. I just think logically that's trash, because we can have a nuanced conversation to get to a solution. But just the punching down and I'm gonna use Beans checkmate, those types of things. We're not really trying to have a conversation to get to a solution. That's my point. I ain't that boogeyman white thing. I don't even talk like that. I don't never have.
Well, this is one thing, right? Like, even when we say we in 2025, we understand that, right? But I kind of hate those arguments, to be 100% honest, right? You talking about bills. If a nigga get 40 acres in a mule, guess what I don't got? A mortgage to pay, which is 35% of people's monthly expenses.
36.
So you gotta, like, there's things like, because we talking about complaints, these things are viable. You know what I'm saying? And you can't, and another thing, right? When they talk about niggas is complaining because they don't got X, Y, and Z, right? If we speaking anecdotally, you can't talk that shit to me. But I'm still saying the same thing. Like, yo, do we recognize these things, acknowledge these things, see who it does affect right now based on residuals, right? And I like the word Bean said was, what'd you say? Like residue. I think you said another word, but maybe residue. Like the residue of the evils, right? Like, what's the statute of limitation on murder?
There is none. That's
what's the statute of limitation on kidnap? Like, you know what I'm saying? There's a whole lot of shit that go into this, and we just looking up like, oh, because we on high, like, because we don't give back, so you don't even know what they going through in the hood for real. Yeah. So motherfuckers just talking about people they don't even go to experience. We too pussy to go visit. We don't help none of the kids, and then we complaining about how bad everything is. But the best of us ain't helping nobody. That don't make sense to me.
Well, but y'all not looking at the side that the niggas act like they better than us, and you disqualifying niggas because they're not there. That's the part we never talk about.
Wait, sorry, I missed it. I missed it.
Them niggas in the hood act like they too good for us. We not black enough. Niggas calling me any and everything else just because I simply say, hey, bro, this street shit ain't it. Okay, so HAMP, you gotta y'all know ever tell that part of it. Okay,
what is it?
Wait, no, fantastic. I want to agree with you. I want to say
Look,
this. I want to say this.
look,
Hold on, real quick. I just want because I don't want people to think you're being disingenuous. He's telling the truth that we don't ever talk about it. Us people who bring up the other side, but y'all do. It comes up in every conversation that we have about it, right? You do it. Angry Man did it. Thanos used to do it all the time. People always bring up those people who are the what we call the unreachables, but we ain't discussing them. We're not discussing the unreachables. The same way how when we talking about women, we have to remind them that we're not talking about y'all that's supposedly good, right? We talking about the bad ones, right? So I'm just saying, we know the unreachables exist. We know there's some dudes that's gonna look at you crazy. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I did cut you off.
I'm saying then. It's not just the unreachables. Again, I told y'all, you not considered a nigga, bro, unless you got it out the mud, unless you came from the gutter, unless you fucking promoting that shit. If you been to if you ain't been to jail, if you ain't been to prison, if you ain't fucking sold a pack, if you ain't shot a nigga, if you ain't been in a fucking gang, if you ain't claimed a set, you are lesser than a nigga that has.
So
that's a problem.
You tend to lack the credibility, right? Essentially, when you try to go, you don't fit the arc.
So that's what I'm saying. So even though I grew right up,
I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is niggas ain't going in the first place, and that's a bullshit excuse. Niggas ain't been out there trying to actually affect and effectuate change in kids' lives and being in the schools and walking through the metal detectors and staying at the school and coaching and doing. Niggas ain't even doing it. Niggas just saying they don't like me because I'm a lame to them. That's what I'm alleging. That's what I'm saying.
And you got the right, but Camp, you got the right to do that. If a bitch got the right to kill
let's give them
hold on, Trigger Mike. If a bitch got the right to kill a fucking baby if she don't want it, a nigga got the right to say, I'm not gonna fuck with niggas that say they don't fuck with me. I'm not gonna fuck with niggas that gonna put my life on the line. I gotta put my motherfucking life on the line.
How you did that?
Huh?
How you did that? Why you did that like that? Why you did that?
Because
why you saying killing babies all the way to?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. If a fucking woman can do something as extreme as delete a fucking baby, okay, that she had irresponsibly, and we can't say shit about it.
Okay.
We can't tell her she wrong. We can't be like, it's her body, her choice. You therefore cannot tell me as a grown-ass man that's been successful, that came from the same hood, that came from nothing, that did all this shit and made the right decision to not get involved with street shit, to go back to the niggas that think I'm pussy because I refuse to do the dumb shit that they did. You have to earn that shit, Hemp, like anything else in life. And we the only group of people that keep getting. When the last time you heard about the white folks or the Asian folks or whoever else in the fuck talking about, oh, we're gonna go back to the trailer parks and fix Billy Bob and them. No, they your ass. Listen, you're like said earlier. Everybody not gonna fucking make it. I get sick and tired of we the only motherfucking group where we gotta bring the worst of the worst in the hood, bro. A lot of these little niggas and niggas are gone. A lot of them, a lot but not most. Still a lot but not most.
I just gotta get out of here. Hold
on, just real quick. Go ahead, Trigger Mike.
My bad. I gotta get out of here. But I just wanted to give credence to what you're saying though, because that shit I think is damn near impossible. Because like again, I said we putting the cart before the horse. Everybody blame all black people for not going back to the hood and helping out. Nobody really does that shit. What I realized was that my community is where my children go to school. I help out all the time. I coach T-ball right here in this community, right? So I'm like, that's all I got the latitude to do. I'm about to go pick those little niggas up right now. I can't go all the way to the other side of Houston and Third Ward and do anything, right? I got to get, make sure my kids get snack and all that shit. Make sure they get the gymnastics practice, all that type stuff. So I'm like, oh shit, we missing the critical component of all this shit is the family. Family fosters community. Community fosters mentorship. And that mentorship aspect is based on trust. I only want to help out the people I trust. Right? So that's where it's broken. You know what I mean? It's broken. So, you know what I mean? We work on that shit. I think we'll definitely get better, communication and better outcomes. But until then, I think the whole shit fucked. But y'all be good though.
Secondary, man. What's equally frustrating and fascinating is the fact that we're so eloquent and poetic about identifying problems in great detail, but we never ask the question why. Why does a white man not have to go help the trailer parks? Because he exercises nepotism because he has a resource to exercise it with. Our only resource is us, the people in the hood. We don't have, there's nothing at the top that we have that we can manipulate and fuck with so we can ignore the downtrodden. It's us and the downtrodden. That's it. We are our own resource. Nobody's asking why or how. It's
well, those are the most difficult questions. They're uncomfortable.
Aaron, you went out.
What the hell are we talking about?
Aaron,
But
your
yo,
question is breaking up.
on that point though, right? Look, the resources are the people, right? How do you build this thing? When do you build it? What do you try? What we doing ain't working. Like I'm telling you, word is bond. My father was like a father to so many of my friends, and you could see the outcome. My man was like, he called me the other day. He said, "Yo, I think I'm your dad." I'm like, "Why? What the fuck you talking about?" He like, "No, like your dad, not your dad." You know, like we talking shit to each other, right? He said, "I don't give a fuck what I wear to work." That's why he's saying, like, he see my dad always have boots on. I think y'all see Mr. Fantastic seen him. He wears suspenders. He don't give a fuck, bro. Walmart is his go-to. Boom. Every time you need it, he don't even. If he ever fly, he don't bring no luggage. He just go to Walmart. You know what I'm saying? But my man's was like, yo, I think I'm like your dad, bro. I don't give a fuck what I wear outside. I'm just going to work, coming home. That's it. Dirty concrete on them and all. You know what I'm saying? Like it's those influences. You'd be surprised the impact. And I just think that we missing it. And I feel, and I'm saying feel, it's our turn. I'm 39. Mr. Fantastic look 56, but he's 42.
Stop it.
Right? Like it's our turn to be that person for these young boys. And we not even giving it an honest try.
It's already being done, man. Like I said, it's being done in mass. It's actually a lot of brothers out here that's doing it. But most importantly, Hamp, no one's gonna discredit me for I have my own sons, right? Me, what the fuck I do for my sons, and then the young black boys that may be attached to them, that's more than enough. Y'all can't be out here saying niggas don't do this, niggas don't do that, and don't want deadbeat daddies or whatever the fuck. And now I gotta be a daddy to everybody else. Now, Hamp, again, credit to you and your dad. But again, that was the 80s. That was different. Your daddy could probably whoop your friend's ass.
Yeah, but I graduated high school in 2004.
Even still, 2000. Well, nigga, you ain't that young, nigga. Your daddy was. Why?
Wait. But what you mean by the 80s though?
Why you jump to 16, nigga? Let's stick to 5 to 10 and 12. So like I said, I was
born in 85.
Nigga, I know that your John Henry looking ass daddy done whooped one of your friends.
That's not the.
Hey, he didn't.
But he was an ass whooping nigga though.
All right, nigga. I can't do that to the neighborhood, Hamp. I got too many unruly bitches if I go back to the hood and be like, hey, little fella, young man, pull your pants up. Hey, young man, come over here and listen to me. I'm teaching everybody how to read. Sit down and so you can, you know what I mean, read this book for me so we can help with the literacy. Fuck you, old nigga. Fuck you, Unc.
Yeah, but fantasy. Then I think that's the problem, right? We always go to.
You mean that's the problem, y'all?
I'm finna tell you why, and I apologize for saying that's the problem. I promise I'm trying to take that shit out of my vocabulary because I know how that shit come off. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. What you're saying, absolutely. Is going back into the hood. Believe me, I found this out for myself when I used to go up to the lake. Sean knows 63rd and Hayes Park. I used to be up there and the shorties used to be getting into it, and I used to be able to get in the middle of that shit and say, man, cut that out, bro. Not up here, not where we at. This where we live. This where we hang out at, right? Y'all ain't finna come up here and ruin this for us. When I moved back in 2020 and they was doing that, them niggas had guns that was unfolding, right? So it wasn't no stepping in the middle of that shit and telling them niggas, hey man, put that goddamn unfolded ass gun down, right? Like that wasn't gonna happen. So I understand what you're saying, but forgive me, Hamp, but Ecclesiastes 10 and 19, man, money answereth all things. And until you rich niggas start throwing some money at this problem, it ain't going nowhere. So we could do all this to go back to the hood, tell them to pull their pants up and all this other shit. That shit's goofy shit. Get these niggas something to do. Take this money y'all got, all you rich balling ass conservative douchebags, and throw some money at this problem. Pull them out of them situations. People, when a flower doesn't grow, you don't change the flower. You change the environment. And you got to treat these kids like that. They need a change of environment, a change of scenery a lot of times. So take some of this money, build some shit that you can plug them into and pull them out of them situations.
Beans, they destroyed. That's Beans. They destroy the shit. Beans. We all done seen
No,
it.
they don't. No, they don't, dog.
They didn't destroy Lincoln's challenge.
Look,
That shit's still going.
I wish we could pull up my LinkedIn. Look, dog, I've done this for a living for 20 plus years. No, they don't destroy it. That's one of the things they actually respect. It's fantastic. To your point, you're right. Us just going back as niggas, hey, cut that shit out. That shit don't work. That's gonna get you hurt. But actually building the infrastructure, meaning building the programs where you can build a rapport, that's exactly what worked, to Beans' point. So both of y'all got a point, but it's really just a matter of building that infrastructure and then putting the people in place, whether it's us or the people that they directly listen to, and empowering those people. They listen like that. But just like y'all said, you're right, going just straight out there, hey, little nigga, don't do this. Nah, it won't happen.
Yeah, I think it definitely has to be structured, right? You know, you want to definitely be a part of something. And Miss Fantastic, I'm not just totally discounting it. Like 100 Black Men of America, I don't know if you ever heard of it, but we should do a lot of mentoring. Said will have just for context, probably just for him, but Anacostia High School, as an example, is a fucking zoo, pun intended. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? But and niggas that didn't have that vibration when we used to go in there, used to get treated way different. Fuck out of here, corny ass nigga, or you know, however they talk in DC. You know what I mean? All types of names, they can't get control. So it's definitely a vibration. But you'd be surprised, like you keep going, the impact you can make. And to your point, it's a little bit at the time, but I just see a level of benefit. And you going in their houses and there's 6 kids sleeping in the living room. That like it just no soap, no what, like it just that shit be when you really doing it. That shit be crazy. It's this. I mean, it break your heart.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying too. And that's what I'm saying, bro. Again, even the people that do this shit get to the point, and this is why I say everybody's talking negative about the red pill, but his brothers who was doing this shit and had the same messaging about, hey man, we got to get out here and help. We got to help these mothers. It doesn't matter. And one of the biggest proponents of this shit said, hey man, look, you know, I changed my view on this shit because if I help her out and I keep taking in all these kids she done had with the wrong niggas, I'm enabling her and encouraging her to keep doing it, because now she don't got to pick a good dad for her child. I'm just the daddy for, you know what I mean? I'm gonna always be the fucking permanent daddy for the niggas she keep fucking and having kids for with these ain't shit niggas. Now we recreate him. What we're doing is we're creating another pseudo fucking welfare system, as to where we're encouraging the women to go out here, choose the wrong niggas to get them pregnant, because we know Uncle Hemp or Uncle Fantastic or Uncle Sean or Mr. Beans or whoever go come to save the fucking day. That's what this shit is deep, man. It's not people that's called enabling, bro. We can't enable. Oh my God.
I'm sorry, real quick.
Hey, y'all. Hey, Dean, let me do this real quick. Hey, real quick, man. It's a hell of a conversation. We had the 3-hour mark. We started literally right on time, right, Sean? Right, Fantastic. We started at the 1 minute mark. So if y'all want to extend the show, we need $60 to the Cash App. We got at least another. I mean, this is a hell of a conversation. So if we can extend the show, that'd be great. Go ahead, Beans. My bad.
I was gonna say, but
I want to show this video too.
To Aaron's point, right? And Fantastic, you even I think have mentioned this. How many babies have our women got rid of? 24, 25 million? Like
at least 20 million.
If that's what it takes for us to get our numbers back up, if that's what it takes for us to get our resource, which is the people, then so be it. If they're gonna do it anyway, why not create? Okay, let me say this. You know how I ended up.
Great. No. Finish that point. That's the point.
Yeah. You if they're gonna do it anyway, Fantastic. They're gonna have the sex. They're gonna have these babies anyway, right? So we can't discard the babies to punish the ladies, right? We got to say, okay, cool. Well, you're gonna hire these soldiers. We're gonna take these soldiers off your hand, though. We're not gonna let you corrupt these soldiers, right? We're gonna teach them empathy for their mama and understand that we can give them some red pill information so that they understand who women really are. But at the same time, we finna build this military school. Like I went to a military school called Lincoln's Challenge. They ain't told that motherfucker that. It's still going, right? So We finna, you know how good the military is for people, particularly those who ain't getting bombed and shot at, right? But they get to get in there and get that discipline and that structure, right? And then they can make better decisions to become better men, right? So we need to create those kind of facilities where we can pull the shorties out young instead of waiting on them to get to 18. 18 is a long ass time. 18 years of a black woman. If we want to talk all this stuff about how bad black women are, and we want these kids to suffer 18 years of that and then tell them not go fix yourself, maybe that ain't the right answer. But the way I got Section 8, Fantastic, was I was locked up for domestic, right? And I was in the work release program. So I was going to the what's it called? The thrift store place. What's the name of the Salvation Army? I was going to the Salvation Army every day for this job readiness program. And then they was like, man, listen, in here, we're going to try to help you get ready for jobs, this and that, blah, 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 blah. We know some of y'all might need housing. Man, y'all fill out for this Section 8. It's a 5-year wait. 5 years later, boom, I get the phone call, right? So what I'm saying is the people in jail, this is what pissed me off about the program, Fantastic. It was the people in jail running it. You think they really gave a shit about us for real, for real? Hell no. They just saw an opportunity to get that grant money and eat off the people. Poverty pimping is what I call it, right? So, but the program existed. It benefited me in a way, but they ate a lot off of it. Now, let's take some brothers who got the type of information you got, the type of information that HAMP got, the type of information that Aaron and Sean got, and put them together. And then also some of these niggas y'all don't want to include, though. Some of them niggas from the hood, some of them chiefs, some of them elites, right? The ones they gonna actually listen to and pay attention to, and put them in positions too. Help them get a new mindset. Now you helping the men and the boys at the same time. Like it's a lot of stuff that can be done. I got a lot of ideas and a lot of words, but I'm not the guy to execute it, and I can admit that. But some of y'all are, and I hate to borrow his word, but that shit is pussy to me if you ain't willing to do it. Straight up.
Perfect. Uncut was popping. Uncut Underground in the building with the 20 ball.
Shit like that.
They use white supremacy only when it comes to women, i.e., whose plan was it to remove black men from the home? Who tricked black women into feminism? The purpose for Planned Parenthood, and so on and so on.
Perfect. That's crazy.
Music Man 1982, been a member for 15 months. Music Man in the building. Salute, King. Y'all King.
Hey, Ham, real quick, I'm sorry. Do you because I don't want to forget, do you accept the premise of the Willie Lynch letter, or are you one of those people who like just dismiss it?
In the premise being what? Like, I just want to
like not the validity of the origin, but the premise being this is what was done, this is how this is happening. Pay attention.
So I forget his name, it slips my mind. But there was a slave master in Jamaica who, from what I saw, is validated, that was brutal in those ways like that. So I'm just thinking, if that guy was validated, I don't see him as an outlier. Yeah. You know, that it's just unfortunate beings that movies are so sensationalized. Like, what's the movie? Is it The Birth of a Nation, where they was like literally knocking their teeth out and making them eat? Yeah. Did y'all see that? Was that Birth of a Nation, I think? And they like put a funnel down their throat and like just put the porridge in it.
Right. Yeah.
Like you talking about the black and white film, Birth of a Nation?
No. The one with the remake. So they literally. Yeah, they literally went in there. They wouldn't eat. They were starving themselves, and so they knocked out their teeth with like a hammer, a nail type thing. I forget what it would be called, and then put a funnel in their throat and then just poured the porridge down. That shit, I'd be like, how the fuck? You know what I'm saying? But it just, you know,
Willie Lynch is the first place where I ever saw that premise though of like
brutality.
Corrupting the the breaking of the female nigga part, right? Where they talk about how they're using the women to stand guard for them today and the way that they using them to corrupt.
I'm thinking about
Yeah, but I mean, I was just asking you about the whole thing though, so you answered my question. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, man. I think you know what it is. I don't even think that them crackers was all that smart like that to be thinking this is how I'm gonna angle it. But taking advantage of a woman in front of her man, that's all you need to do to break him down. And he can't do shit about it. I think it was more lustful and just I want to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Rape these women. I don't think they was like what, Mr. Fantastic.
I mean, you know, Tariq Nasheed did the whole movie, you know, the other end.
Oh, I don't even. Oh, that's true. You see that much?
That's he did the man version. So I don't know if that was in there.
Oh, the buck breaking.
Yeah, the buck breaking shit.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, well, you know, I mean, if you look at the homosexual list, white people run rampant on that shit.
Hey,
That's ain't that. But you know what else? Now, you know what else? The reason why I think it actually happened too, maybe, is because y'all remember Braveheart, which is a rendition of the truth. Remember what happened? They got married. Remember the two got married, and then the whoever was the king of like where they were at. Remember the woman that got married, he went and had sex with her. He had to remember she had to let him go. Remember, like as a rite of passage. So I'm just looking at these ideas. The intentionality is more maybe the I think it's just the lustfulness and then also just power over the men.
So like the breaking of the woman part though, like I feel like we could see it, right? Because it talks about how okay, we're gonna do this to the man in front of the woman, right? And then now she's gonna become so overprotective of her son, which today we call that coddling, right? And that now she's not even necessarily raising her son to the point where they talk about how sometimes when the slave masters would want to come and sell the sons, the moms would say, my son, oh no, he's
stupid.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, and talk down to him like that, right? And so then they become very independent, and then they also pass that independency down to their door. Like, we seeing it.
Do you believe in epigenetics, Bean?
Yeah, only because I've heard a few black people use it, so I kind of trust the sources. I don't understand it totally, but
well, think about it. So if that happened back then, epigenetics, let's say, is real, you can pass down all of that. Literally, you can pass it down through the genes based on the traumas. You know,
the lady wrote a book called Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, Doctor something.
Mr. Fantastic. Did y'all see the mom? And we just thinking, I'm gonna finish these super chats, right? But did you see the mom where her son was about to shoot? She's like, no, don't shoot it. And he shot it and made it and gave her a look like, fuck out of here, ma. You know what I'm saying? Because she yelling, no, what you doing? Don't you? Oh, good shot, baby. He's like, fuck out of here. Like, I don't know if y'all ever try to find that shit on Instagram. Did I read this one? Yaya King with the €6 says, Mr. Fantastic, the experiment you talking about make you speak the ugly Anglo-Saxon language. English comes from England, my brother.
Hey, duh, nigga.
Shout out to England.
Bobby Seal with the $5. So we just reach out to the UINs that want to be reached, or do we actually try to affect change on those that seem outside of our influence?
It's a great question.
It would definitely be wise to those that want to let them. Do not waste. We waste too much time on the lost. Okay. Am I saying every young black person, man, boy, or girl, whatever, is lost? No, I'm not saying that. But we put the most interest and most effort into those that are too far gone, bro. If that kid has a felony, why are we putting the kids that are breaking laws and stuff at the top of the list when we should be prioritizing? We don't even look at the intelligent kids. Y'all understand?
Hey, look, y'all should just let me answer these questions. I'm gonna be honest. Questions like that. Listen, just listen, dog. I've run detention alternative programs, ankle bracelet programs. I've run diversion programs. So predisposition, post disposition, anything you can think of. Kids that are on probation or parole, they give them mentorship and things like that. So absolutely, those kids, especially kids coming back who may have went downstate, for juveniles and things like that, they have to be reintegrated into society. We had a program called Community Reintegration Services. You know what I'm saying? So there's so many different programs, but they absolutely return to society, bro. So you can't just set them loose. You have to do that. And literally the best kids to work with, in my opinion, are those kids who you have that carrot dangling over them. So now I know if you have a deferred disposition, I know, look, this sentence has been suspended, but look, if these things don't happen, bro, then you know where you're going. You got to go serve that sentence. If you're on probation or parole, I know I can do a recall case and get you back in court, and you're going to have to go sit your ass down if you don't do these things. So those are the perfect kids to work with.
Yeah. Sean.
So now I was going to ask, so again, where is this promotion and this care for the kids that are the gifted kids, that are the smart kids, that are the kids that's doing shit right? The biggest problem we experience, bro, is that the kids that's doing shit right, and if you sit down and talk to a group of kids, they even say, I've heard this said, those kids get fucking lost in the fucking wash. The talented 10th that y'all talk about, them motherfuckers get overlooked, bro. Until they go ahead.
What's the fix? I mean, you get real articulate about the problem, and I get it. But once we identify the problem, let's spend energy on what's the fix. So understanding that problem, the fix would have to be largely administrative, because you don't have to cultivate any motivation. You don't have to go and seek like a particular skill or proclivity that you can leverage to create change in the person. It's already there. It has to be administrative. You have to just create more exposure, right? They can get exposed to opportunities. It's just bottled up potential. That's all it is. It just has to be released.
But they already have it. I mean, in the last few years, I've heard about several stories about black teenagers anywhere from 12 to 16 years old being accepted into Morehouse and Spelman and all these different places.
They do, but the supply. I mean, the demand is overwhelming the supply.
Yeah, but and then Beans, that's a success. That's once they're successful. You never hear about them on the
at 13.
Yeah, no,
but
yeah.
listen,
You're talking about what you're
I'm trying to tell you. That's and this is a serious thing. Most people don't even know what the gifted program is or highly intelligent kids is. Period. Aaron's talked about this, right? Most parents don't even know that they have brilliant kids. So we're not even as ourselves having kids screened for it. Like they focus more so on the poverty aspect of the school system than the kids that are the brilliant and brightest. So a lot of those kids, they're highly intelligent anyway. They're self-motivated. Now, I'm not saying the parents don't have anything to do with it. Shout out to the parents. But what I'm telling you is a lot of kids never reach their potential and pretty much, I would say, level out or hit a ceiling because they aren't challenged enough. A lot of the stuff is the reason why black boys have this issue and they can't do this and they can't do that. They can literally be too smart for the room, bro.
Yep.
But we don't ever discuss that because we don't respect intelligence. We don't appreciate it.
This is why I'm getting further. Well, I'm probably already far gone with this. Black people need to be around black people, man. Yeah. Because we can see the boys, we see them more clearly. You're more likely to put an investment in them. The boogeyman, to your point, Mr. Fantastic, to an extent, doesn't matter as much when everybody black and you got every single fucking black hero, not just Martin. You got everybody from Garvey to Martin to Megger on the walls during so-called Black History Month. It's a totally different ball game when you got a Benjamin Banneker with 1,000 kids and all of them go to college. You know what I'm saying? But like when you surrounded by everybody else, right? You don't ever see yourself at the tippity top. You know? But when you in all black environments, like my daughters, the older ones or whatever, they learned about Salem Poor, who changed trajectory of the Battle of Bunker Hill, which changed the trajectory of that war itself for independence. Right, but they don't know Salem Poor, a black man from New Hampshire, because we surrounded by only the things that they want us to know. You know, and there's so many STEM programs. Like one of my boys, he's in this last round. This like one of my best friends to be a fucking astronaut. And every year in DC, every month he doing some type of STEM program, engineers for the boys at Friendship High School. You know, Anacostia High School. Ballou High School, you know, then there's just so much of this happening, but you don't see it because we're not in places where it's so many of us with so much influence, and it's disheartening, you know. My bad.
I understand the point of trying to create something, and I'm not disagreeing with what you said, by the way, huh?
No,
I
yeah.
understand the point of trying to create something specifically for those kids. I get it, but that's like saying, why don't we create something extra for the women? Like the system is already set up for those kind of people to win, right? It's like that. If you smart and you keep your head in the books and you do your thing, and you're gonna be all right. And you're gonna go to college, you're gonna go be able to pick a school you want to go to and all that, and you'll be all right as long as you keep making those kind of good decisions. The reason why the emphasis is on these other kids, and shout out to Hamp for bringing this up. Fantastic. My mom, I told you, my mom just retired a few years ago from teaching. She taught special ed, bro. I used to be so pissed off at my mom because she would be buying her students deodorant, soap, socks, clothes, shoes, food, taking them to Great America and all this other shit. And I used to be like, damn, you ain't put that much effort into me. Bullshit, right? But like I say, my mom wasn't never broke. So you never hear me on the internet crying about having it hard, being poor growing up. We wasn't never broke.
Kids just be selfish like that. Like, what the fuck
Absolutely.
you got? Yeah,
absolutely. Every time my mama tell me she did something for somebody else, I'd be mad, right? but to that point though, look at if you got to come to school and get roasted because you stink, because your shoes got holes in them, because this, because that. Yeah, fam, you might need some extra attention, right? Like they might need to create some extra stuff for you so that you can at least halfway make it to where the standard is at, right?
Yeah.
Not the excelling students, but god damn, can I at least feel as good as the standard?
Yo, and this part, Shad, Sean, Aaron, y'all want to say something?
What are you gonna say? I do, but go ahead. I want to hear what you're
Okay,
about to
I
say.
was gonna read these last two super chats. One thing, Bobby, that's a great question. Like that was it really prompted a conversation. I just want to say salute to Still Low Key, Miss Crimson Cure, and Miss Harris for extending the show as well. And people really enjoying the conversation. Damn, I was saying hi. I forgot what the hell I was gonna say.
You said you had more super chats too.
Oh yeah, I got a few more. There was something on that. There was something on right on what you were saying.
Bobby said.
Well, so also right. I don't know if y'all took like the AP courses or anything.
No. Are you trying to embarrass us on that?
Yeah, boy. They said yes, B. They all said yes.
Oh, well, fuck all y'all then. Damn.
AP calculus, AP history, all that.
Yo, that shit was. And the truth is, means couldn't nobody help you with that shit. No way. I mean, Mr. Fantastic. There wasn't nobody.
Hey, mom was no help.
So when the mentors come, like we in football, like study hall. You know what I'm saying? When you got the people that come to help, I'm over in the corner sweating doing these fucking proofs in AP calculus. They lean over my shoulder. They say, "Good luck." Who got like they can't help you. You know what I'm saying? It's not like they just leaving you out, but it's just like there's levels, in a way, right? And those kids are kind of driven in that way, so they don't even require as much help, So it's just all interesting. Oh, Yaya came back, Mr. Fantastic. You want to read this?
Mr. Fantastic. Mr. Fantastic, stop projecting the Europeans.
Why
care about your own, governor. Like they do. The acceptance you're craving will never come. Love your own people, bruv. Get your lame ass out of here, man. Thank you for the motherfucking euros, nigga.
Brother. Perfect. It's hard to fight from the chat, nigga. Black man on filter been for 13 months. Black man, you saying check my IG? Okay. But this is what I said. Check your IG. I think this is what Beans is saying. Let me see if I can pull it up. And with the 2000 at Beans. So in other words, you were homeschooled.
Hey, don't do me like that, bro. Don't do me like that, bro. Well, here's the thing. I probably should have been. My mom was an educator, right? But I fared well. That's how I know the school system sucks now, right? Because I fared well, bro. Like it's stuff. I talked about it before, Hamp. You know how the difference between when you're supposed to use a and an?
Yeah.
Right? Like just little stuff like that. When you're supposed to use periods and colons. It's just recall, right? Yeah. I couldn't even tell you why I was doing it, which is why I used to always ace all my writing and all my essay exams in college. I couldn't tell you why. It was just programmed in me.
It's
When they
programmed.
say these kids can't read, I'm like, well, that's on the teachers. That's on the school, because shit, we can read. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Yo, Beans, I was having a back and forth about the Bible, right? And we reading it word for word. And we going on. I said, yo, do you see that there's a comma here?
Right.
Yo, what that mean? I said, what comes after the comma pertains to what became before, you dickhead. Right? Because we was arguing about virgin birth. I don't want to get it, but you know what I mean? And I'm like, what the fuck? There's an association, but they couldn't see. They like, then they froze for a second because they like, oh shit.
Yes.
I'm like, this is fucking grammar, and we've been here for 30 minutes arguing this shit because you don't see that you don't know that means that there's an association backwards.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Nah, and now guess what you got to do? You got to facilitate that ignorance into actual conversation as well.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Means you think you smarter than everybody. Yes, nigga. Because I don't know what the fuck is wrong with y'all. Like, this shit be too simple. The shit that be going over people's head. The shit they be missing.
What are they gonna do with a semicolon?
I could see Mr. Williams doing this. Oh, the semicolon had a nigga have an aneurysm.
Short air circuit.
I could see Mr. Williams doing this.
Squat up. Go ahead. Brown niggas is talking. Everybody on your phones though. Oh, y'all the real cowards. Record that too. Everybody on the phone, record that. Everybody recording the phone. Real coward. Ain't cool, man. Y'all in the middle of the street. Look, she's smiling and laughing. They laughing. Look, he laughing. He got a big smile on his face, little bro. He got a big smile on his face. Look at your man right here. It's supposed to be your man. He dying. He can't look. He can't even laugh. Look, let's go. Listen to that. Look, you all laughing, little bro. You really upset. And you really upset. You more mad than he is. I can see it in your face. So you fighting for a reason. He only fighting you because you want to fight him. Because you mad.
He came to me. He touched me.
So you
some shit I don't even know.
So you defending yourself.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
All right, look, little bro. So you on the right. You defending yourself. But look at the crowd. The little bro, look. Whatever you text him for that you don't know, you was ill-advised. My thing is, look at the trick of the devil. Who ill-advised you? Look around. Who ill-advised you? Who told you wrong? Who told you wrong? You don't gotta answer that. You said, who told you wrong though, little bro? And the only reason I'm saying this to all y'all, yo, because y'all almost men. All of y'all, yo. Y'all almost men. Y'all ain't kids no more. Y'all girls ain't little girls no more. Look, yo. Y'all men, yo. Y'all men, yo. 14, 15, 16, 17. Y'all men. Start acting like it, yo. We ain't gonna get nowhere like this, yo. Now y'all out here fighting in the middle of the street. Now y'all out here fighting in the middle of the street, huh? And all y'all, hey, yo. Please, yo. Sound like a little bro. All y'all though, yo, y'all got parents, yo. Y'all got parents, yo. Don't make your parents look like this, yo. Word up. Don't make your parents look like this, yo. It's important, yo. Don't make your mom and dad look like this, yo.
What y'all think?
He was on point. He was on point with it. It almost looked like it was staged. He was on point.
Might not your mind, goddammit.
With the way, but one thing I noticed, particularly now, is that like looking at how they dress. I think we talked about this in the Discord a few days ago, like because I was asking a question, like when we talk about the YNs, right? It's like we cast that jacket on all like young black boys, not understanding like some of like the aesthetic. We get caught up thinking like because a dude got a hoodie on, he necessarily a YN. Because when I think about YN, I think about the like Bean said, the one with the foldable pistols that you say the wrong thing, the whole street getting sweet. But that's not most young black boys. But we cast that jacket on all of them based on aesthetic, based on where they live. And I think that's something we gotta, even within ourselves as men, we gotta kind of check that and be like, where does they come from? Like, why do we think like that?
It comes from fantastic.
Share mine, Hemp.
It comes from fantastic.
I've had to do it.
Hey, Shot, it comes from fantastic. Look at God. God don't want you to play this.
We got to do better, bro. We have to do better. Look, this don't hurt as much as knowing that we have this world where these young kids figure and just go, we don't have a future, so let's burn it all.
Emotions pouring out from Corey Bro. He was the man shot last week at an apartment complex off of Newcastle Avenue. Today, he and his wife, Lorena, are advocating for change.
Now I see exactly what's happening.
It's what you said earlier, Aaron.
No. So, Mr.
Look
Fantastic,
at him, bro. Look at him. Look at him. That's crazy.
he's cracking.
Yeah, it's funny for a nigga to get shot, a dad to get shot for
Nigga, it's your fucking.
It's funny
It's your
what you
timing,
doing.
nigga. Your fucking you.
Right.
You up there like.
It's funny what you
Hey,
doing.
I know that. Point
Yo, you know what you doing. Nah, you know what you doing, my nigga.
What? Nigga, that's hell. That
bro,
video you
hold
showed,
your
nigga,
voice.
10 years old.
Hold your voices, man.
Hell. Now, I wasn't
No,
gonna ask
but you know his voice ain't. Come on, my nigga.
Brother, hell. Hold on. I don't know if y'all saw this. Hold on. I don't know if y'all saw this.
Come
It
on,
was in
man.
Baton Rouge. Okay? You don't get no blacker than that. 1, 2, a black boy shot him, and it was a nigga in a wheelchair that rolled away. He was an accomplice. What do we got there? You can't even trust the kids in the wheelchair.
What are you saying?
I want to ask you.
Come on, man. Y'all the fucking video that's 10 years old. That show that shit.
Come on, man.
That's 10 years ago. Hold on, Mr. Williams. That shit Hemp showed is 10 years ago. It was accurate for that point. Just like Beans just told you today, bro. You not stepping. You can't even step to a kid about your kid. That dad got shot by a child over telling that child, "Hey, leave my kid alone."
I'm identified.
Come on, bro.
What's the fix?
This was 2 weeks ago. This ain't 10 years ago. Shit, Hemp show was 10 years old.
Nigga, his voice.
Shit I showed is not
me,
even 2 weeks old.
His voice, bro. His voice, yo, when he started talking.
Shot. The nigga supposed to be manly. He got shot.
No, but his voice was killing me because he good. So it's like when your brother fall down the steps. After your brother fall down the steps, once he start moving, you can laugh. Everybody know that.
Nigga,
10-second rule.
Yeah, it's 10 seconds.
like-
Like once he move, you know what I mean?
A nigga gotta sound like motherfucking James Earl Jones and motherfucking Isaac Hayes after taking 3 bullets. The niggas can't win.
I ain't got no choice, but
I know you, nigga. You put them on purpose, bro.
Nigga, he got shot.
What's the fix? Fantastic. You're good at articulating the problem. Now, what's the fix?
Aaron, what do you mean? What's the fix?
Aaron been on your top. Aaron been on your top.
Aaron, you tell me, brother. Aaron, we live in a day and age, Aaron, to where
Here's another problem.
I think, Aaron, to be honest, you're way more far removed this than I am. Okay, bro, I live in Jacksonville, Florida. The only people that probably got more fucking what's the name to where I'm at is what Hamp in Houston. Well, my bad. Mr. Williams up here. So Louisville, Chicago, Houston in that order. And I would say Jacksonville is between Chicago and Louisville.
I don't know. I'm in Atlanta. I don't know.
You in Atlanta? Oh, well, okay. All right. So again, y'all know how this shit goes. All YN capitals. Okay. The YN fucking is pretty damn high. Okay. So you cannot react to this shit like that brother reacted, even though I think that was what he sounded like. He was in either Baltimore or Philly or some shit, right? You feel what I'm saying? We are not in those times, man. Those times are over with, bro. Those times are over with.
I just asked you what's the fix. What are you saying? I'm asking you for the fix.
I don't know the fix. You can't stop carrying guns. Lock the fucking kids up that's got the guns, Aaron. Shit, I don't know. Parents be parents. Parents motherfucking know that your kid is fucking under the age of 15 with a motherfucking Glock with a switch on it. I can say that's the solution, Aaron, but can I control the solution? I can only be a father to my kids. I can only enforce rules upon my household. So now y'all tell me I'm pussy because I understand the risk that's out here. And I'm like, bro, I'm not finna put my motherfucking life on the line for some stranger ass little angry ass demon ass kids, and then take myself away from my kids for some kids that don't give a fuck about me anyway.
So you're identifying problems. You come up with a solution, and then you identify problems that make that solution invalid. What I'm asking you to do is go through the process with engineering, right? You work a solution. You reach a constraint. You gotta come up with another solution. You're coming up with all these.
That comment down, fantastic, so they can see his face.
Oh, I didn't put it.
You when you reach a constraint, that doesn't close out the project. You have to. What's the workaround? You're back to the problems. You're identifying more problems. How about this? How about this? What Ham said about that man's voice and the way he spoke? You know what I mean? It was comical. But I think that the answer can be found right there. Despite the fact that those videos were shot 10 years apart, look at the dude that was actually successful in breaking up the fight. Listen to how he spoke. Look, kids responded to him when he walked up. He walked up on a bunch of kids and said, "All of y'all are cowards." And they all were quiet. We don't know. Can you infer the nature of the relationship between that dude and those other kids? I would submit this: that dude might have been the lowest of a low life and went to a program kind of like what Sean runs. Got his shit together. He had his hand in his pocket the whole time, like he was holding Nina. He probably got his shit together, cleaned up his act, is in a trajectory to restore, you know what I mean, to become reassimilated into society, and he's going out there who are deathly afraid of him because he's got a history. Unlike Poindexter, laid up in a gurney because he got hit 3 times. No, Poindexter needs to go to the school and try to figure out how to develop programs that can get the actual killers up off the street and then put the killers that are off the street and then a reform process out there to the kids and save them before they become a killer. That's how you implement a damn solution instead of identifying more constraints and problems. Aren't you an electrical engineer? It's not much difference between electrical and mechanical. It's about identifying a constraint and then setting up a workaround. Test it. If it don't work, start the process again. But you articulate these problems, and I'm like, where's the end? Does it close out the project? Do we just die off, or do we get up and try something else?
Okay, so I'm glad we speaking now. We speaking each other's language, and I'll try to speak to the level of everybody. So we talking engineering, right? Right. So like I said, electrical, mechanical, the same thing, right? You have the problem, you assess the problem,
yes.
you troubleshoot, you try to narrow down, you isolate, right?
Isolate, yes.
Unless you possibly can, right? And then you either make the repair or you make the replacement. Usually gonna be one of the two,
isolate
right?
the problem, insulate it from the solution. Yes, exactly.
Right. Cool. So now, Aaron, let's walk this down. Okay. So the problem here is that a man got shot. Okay. The variables here, you're saying you have 2 different individuals. All right. You have an individual that walked up on the situation. Hold on. I didn't interrupt you, brother.
I know. I have a clarification. That's the primary problem we're going with. The man got shot.
Yeah.
That ain't the primary problem.
That's not fall out of another problem.
No, the primary wasn't the primary is the problem kids. The kids are
there we go. Okay, I'm with you now. We with it.
Okay. So
secondary, the man got shot.
We got 2 different situations with unruly kids, right? One man walked into a situation, he commanded the space and all these different things. The variable there, clearly though, Aaron, is those kids didn't have guns. Okay. That man walked up on the situation.
That's an assumption.
Hold on. No, it's not an assumption. Okay. Well, even if it is assumption, let's say it's assumed. If they had weapons, they did not brandish those weapons. They did not put those weapons at that man. He was in no fucking danger outside of a fist fight.
Exactly.
That man, as you can see in the video I showed you, you were able to see it. Not quite 4K, but you were able to see it in clear as day. Before that man could even get within, I would say, a good 7 yards, right? You surmise 10 to 7 yards. There was a pistol in his face.
Yeah, just outside of point blank. Yeah.
Yeah. This is mind you, Aaron, this is a man approaching children verbally, not on some physical shit, to protect his child. Children that were actively bullying his child, and be like, hey, chill out. And before he could get within arm's length, and he never reached, he shot 3 times by children. Now, first, we have to understand these are 2 totally separate variables and situations. Man, the first situation, the man that was he was nowhere in danger. Okay, like the man in his second place, nowhere close. All right. So now we have to take into consideration. So like I said, we're talking engineering, right? So we got 2 trucks or 2 planes and similar situation, whatever, right? So this one is on an older model, right? This older model can work without this component or easier and so on and so forth, right? That's 10 years ago. Switches didn't exist 10 years ago. I think that's safe to say, or at least we never heard about them, right? Now, though, the switch is in play, all right? So now that the switch is in play and that more children carry guns and there's a higher influx of children with guns, now every man that decides to intervene has a motherfucking executive decision to make, okay? Now, do I know for sure, or do I think the possibility of this kid right here that are involved in whatever they're involved in is going to result in somebody upping a pistol on me, right? Now, if I have a pistol, I may be more inclined, but even in that, Aaron, do I want to have a kid's body on my resume?
No.
Or would I just, hey, you know what? This kid right here looked like he got on a motherfucking bubble coat in the summertime in Florida. You know what? Let God figure it out.
Those two outcomes are bad and worse. Yes.
Or I'll just call the cops and be like, hey, suspicious kids out here, so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. Right.
Now we're talking.
The solution, Aaron, I don't have it. It's situational. I can only impart on that I see. The ultimate solution I have no effect on, because the solution, as you said plenty of times, and other brothers have said, it's the family, it's how they're raised, it's the morals, it's the values. I cannot control that, Aaron. By the time I see the little nigga out here with wicks, a grill, and a motherfucking bubble coat on in the summertime,
yes,
I got my own kids to make it home to.
You're right. You control the controllables and you create workarounds and fail safes for the variables. What I'm saying is that man's mistake is he addressed the wrong kid. He addressed the kid that didn't come from his loins. He addressed the kid that actually had a gun. He should have told his kid, get your ass in the house, and not even address the other kid. He should, boy, or whoever's out there, you come in here. And then affect change in the schools and in the system. That's the workaround and the fail safe that I'm talking about, where you set up program, you set up a structure that can subvert failures in the household elsewhere, but you don't address that problem head on. You can't slow that train by yourself.
Well,
you gotta go down the track and start taking up the track.
So to that point, then
before it goes into the town.
That means that you and Fantastic agree then that it's
we agree on the problem.
It's situational. No. I'm talking about as far as like the individual solution part. You agree,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
It's going to be done on an individual basis. Like I said,
we agree on what not to do 100%.
Yeah, I think, like I said, Ecclesiastes 10:19, man, money answereth all things.
We're not doing Titus today. Okay.
Until they start throwing money at this shit, it ain't gonna change. You gotta get these kids a different environment. Don't let me sell the military school that I went to. Don't misunderstand me. It was a lot of kids that came through there and fell through there too.
Yeah.
Right? Shit, I was one of them. I got kicked out for fighting, and they gave me an immediate reinstatement. The only reason why they had to let me go because they had a no weapons tolerance policy.
Oh yeah,
right? No tolerance. So because I hit the Italian dude with a chair, I had to go. But I was the literally top 2 students in the whole program at that time, so I got an immediate reinstatement. But I just didn't go back because I just felt like it ain't gonna be the same, and I'm chasing sex now, right? So, but I'm just saying you gotta give them something else. They gotta have something else. These kids, we always talk about winners and losers. Winners know they're gonna win. Losers know they're gonna lose. Right? So you gotta get these kids something else to do, something else to focus on. You gotta remove them from the environment where they even believe they need the weapons at.
Right.
And I'm not even saying that's a viable solution for all of them. Right?
No, but you know what, Beans?
In that situation.
But Beans, you're absolutely right, and I'm glad you said that because that reminds me of something I wanted to bring up. I was talking to a person here in Philly who does work in the North Philly in the hood, right? And he's in the cars and shit like that. That's how I started talking to him. And he has a program. If anybody that is 100 miles from Philly, they'll tell you that dirt bikes and off-road recreational vehicles run rampant in the traffic here in Philadelphia, right? They terrorize the town. This guy, he's into motorsports and shit. What he did was created a program, bought some trucks and trailers where he's going and finding these kids getting their bikes for free, taking them to a place in Millville near the racetrack we race at. There, it's a motocross, right? They can jump and do all that shit where it belongs. And the thing is, come with me. I'll show you how to ride this thing for real. There's no SEPTA bus that's going to hit you or you can hit, and there's no cop that's going to take this $6,000 bike that you paid for. Right? These are kids that are unlicensed. Who knows where they got these bikes? But he's taking something that they're interested in, that they're procuring illegally and using illegally, and making it legal and allowing them to protect and save their resource and get them actually marketable in the real world. They can assimilate by using something that they like.
Real quick, fantastic. That's that. I like that idea because that's when you're giving them a choice. But I'm gonna tell you one idea that I've come to like more. I'm gonna not say more, but one idea that I've been kind of like more attuned to is the thought of the idea of direction, right? So like I think we start letting our kids make decisions for themselves way too early. Right now, my ex, she let her son go out and buy his first car on his own. Guess where that car is at? Sitting right back on the goddamn lot because everything was wrong with it, right? So I'm saying the military school that I went to, it was a choice thing too. But once the courts got wind of it, they started forcing kids to go there. I'm saying some of these mamas, some of these parents need to send their kids. No, you going. Ain't nothing to talk about. We signing the release statement. We signing you over here because some of them ain't gonna make the choice on their own. You see what I'm saying? Some of them need to be shipped off and sent to these kind of places so that they can get the structure and the discipline and stuff that they need to become better versions.
I agree. I'm a Valley Forge Military Academy cadet myself. I agree.
But even what I'm right now, Beans, these kids I deal with have mental and behavioral health issues.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens is, once you try in community treatment, like a therapist, a behavioral assistant, things like that, if that don't work, then what we recommend is out of home placement. And so the levels of care get progressively higher and more restrictive as you go along. To your point. And that's how kids end up in residential treatment centers. You know what I'm saying? They can be there for as long as I got one kid, he's been there for years. You know what I'm saying? So to your point, man, and this is for kids who anybody can have a diagnosis. It's behavioral or something psychological. So to your point.
And then I think
Go ahead. All right, hold on. Clue Studio was popping with $5. Salute DJ Hamp. Salute my G. Bino with the $5. What up, Bino? Said shout out to the younger cousin Ibn Ali who stopped that fight on my childhood block, McKinley Avenue, Atlantic City, New Jersey. Both young men are doing well today. That's what's up. Bino in the building. Salute. Yaya King with the €6 says, didn't Massa took the tallest and the biggest brothers and humiliated them in front of everybody? After all, the name calling Mr. Fanta, they still don't like you. Oh, after all the name calling Mr. Fantastic, they still don't like you. You respond?
Brother, first off, who is they? And brother, spend like 2 more pounds or 4 more pounds so you can stop being cheap and spell my name out all the way like you did, brother. You running out of money, brother. You've been talking to me all fucking day. So spend a whole 20 pounds, nigga. Or better yet, bring your motherfucking teas and crumpet ass up here and have a conversation, my nigga. Thanks for another fucking 6 motherfucking 4 money, nigga.
DC Slim with the $5 says, the source and solution is the problem is in the videos. I sent you and Fantastic. Watch them. Go ahead, Ms. Williams. What you got?
Yeah, I mean, I just the whole thing that especially what I'm hearing, when you're mentoring, you can't be scared, for one, and I see that a lot. And then we have more options than what people either don't want to admit to or make excuses. Just like Job Corps, there are plenty of kids who turn their life around in Job Corps, who come out with not only a certificate, with a trade, with housing, with a good ass job. There's plenty of programs you can do. Even if you're doing it on your own, you can use the park, you can use a gym. There are several things you can do, and you set the tone, you set the rules. So if you have somebody come in, can't have no weapons, you can't have on a hood, there are certain guidelines, you have to create those. But if you're scared to even mentor, it's not going to help these kids, because that's just an excuse. Oh, I don't want to deal with it because, some of them are bad, which I hate to use some, or the loud minority are bad, or they're undisciplined. But you have to use the entire peer group. You have the kids that are not only are gifted, and you have those so that they can look up to them, and that starts a leadership thing in a peer group. And they start to see, oh, that's how you have them mentor each other as well, so they can tutor each other. It's all different type of dynamics, but just to say, oh man, I can't do it, or that just means you don't want to do it.
Well, but let me say this, because Fantastic has acknowledged that people are. right? So it's not like he's saying nobody should do it. He's acknowledged that it's a bunch of people out here doing stuff, including one of our own on this panel, right? Or one of y'all on, because I ain't included in y'all circle. but he's acknowledging that there are things and people doing stuff, and it's all kind of big brother programs here and big little brother programs that, like, he's acknowledging that. He's just saying in general to ask, you know, everybody not gonna be willing to make the sacrifice that it takes, bro. It's the same thing with being a police officer. Everybody not gonna make that sacrifice. I ask parents all the time, would you because I have a deep rooted respect for firefighters. I had 3 in my family. Would you allow your kid to be a firefighter? They all said hell no. Right? So like it's some stuff that everybody ain't gonna do it. Not everybody ain't built to do it. Everybody ain't cut out to do it. We just saying,
why are we talking about that? That's what I'm talking about though. Why are we being so defeatist with it when I'm talking about
not defeated though? That's the point.
Nah, but this the difference though, Beans. Niggas ain't saying, so you want the kid to be a firefighter? Absolutely not. Firefighters is corny anyway. Fuck them firefighters.
Hey,
nigga.
watch out, fam. Watch out. I'll take the beating for him.
But that's what is happening, Beans. That's the next part. Fuck them kids. The community fucked up. Ain't no helping them. Them kids ain't shit. See all that part, right?
Right.
We illustrate the problem and say, I'm not going to do anything to fix it, which is different from the firefighter analogy. You see, niggas ain't shitting on firefighters after saying, no, my kid can't do it.
Right, absolutely.
But we complaining about the kids. That's the issue.
But hell, hold on. And that's what. But Beans laid a great foundation, bro. Do you trust everybody around your kids? Do you want everybody around the kids? Is everybody meant to be around kids? Hell?
No.
Oh, hell, I can't deal with disrespect. Hold on. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about temperament. I'm not talking about someone to be a predator or anything. It's weird.
Right.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Mr. Williams. I absolutely do. I am what people call a strict parent, right?
Me too.
Right? I still at some times to the point where employ corporal punishment upon my youngest son if necessary. Okay. I'm not saying I should be able to do that to other people's kids, but that just lets you know what mindset I am. I still know this great place, Mr. Williams, called a child's place. Okay, it still exists around me. Okay,
hell yeah.
I have. Oh, hold on. So hear me out. I can't just employ my parental style and my adult to child beliefs, right, of order, of discipline, and ranking system to a mother or a parent that does not agree. You're being, and again, Hemp, you showed this. Remember when Marshawn Lynch had to fucking ask the girl, where's his daddy at? Does he have a dad?
Yeah.
That's what y'all not taking into consideration.
I am. I used to coach football. What are you talking about? Fantastic.
Man, not that baby back football shit you was coaching. That don't count. Not that damn 6-year-old. Everybody flag
for one, juniors and seniors for one. Sorry.
Hey, I love you. So
no, you're right. Fantastic. Like,
hold on, Beans. Hold on. Don't concede just yet. Marshawn didn't leave. He went back down there and continued coaching. That one bad apple didn't spoil the bunch. We understand that that's going to happen. That shouldn't be a deterrent. And that's the overarching issue. One, at least he was out there to get deterred. I think the crux of this issue is niggas not even out there to be deterred. They just speculate and then shitting on the kids.
Well, no, what
but
makes
you saying? Hey, let me take a stab at this one, Fantastic. But Hamp, you saying he was there though, right? But he was where? He was at a football camp, right? Yeah. Is the football camp centered in the middle of the hood, right?
Yeah. So his is in Oakland, so I think Oakland is pretty like a shitty city. So
yeah, Oakland itself, but I'm saying every city had those locations.
Well, they used the high school. I'm not sure which high school he used, but I just know like the different businesses that he's erected, Pauls in Oakland, are in things that they're trying to build back up. You know,
there you go, right? See, Ecclesiastes 10 and 19. Damn it, he throwing money at the problem. This is what I'm saying. Understand?
Okay, I see what you're saying. And Demean, you know what else? That money. I'm not saying but I'm saying just to make the point. Mm-hmm. Or that influence is currency too, right? Because if Marshawn
It's
Right,
Marshawn Lynch.
Oh,
That's a regular smegular nigga.
I made the point. Now you trying to jump this? I said it. Okay?
Right.
Okay, nigga, just helping my point.
Oh, I'm a nigga now. See what I mean?
Nah,
See what I mean?
but he's right though. Fantastic. Like
My bad, Tommy. I
didn't
didn't mean it like that.
right. I'm glad that you're also acknowledging
Yeah, I
it.
agree with Tommy.
But at the same time, that's what I'm saying. If you come, let's say we don't know you at all, but you put some shit together for the kids, and then you come through on some Marshawn Lynch type shit, whatever that look like. If you come through with the jewelries and the Phantom and all this other shit, and you got the homies with like, bro, they're niggas who they gonna listen. They will listen, bro. Like
You
they
don't need all
absolutely
of
will
that.
listen
Hold
to
up,
the
man.
money.
Hold up.
When I
They will
I'm
listen to the money.
Hold up. From experience, let me break this down to you. For one, if
They
you're
ain't gotta
dealing
know
with
you.
kids, if you're dealing with kids, say I got 20 kids, right? And I have them. I got my actual team, and then I got the practice squad, right? For one, the one thing I'm gonna do, I need to talk to a parent and a guardian. That means I got all the parents in the gym at the same damn time with the kids. I break down what my standards are, what I'm going to do for their children, so that way they'll know when I have practice. Either if you're allowed in here, they don't belong to you; they belong to me because I'm coaching them. Because that's what I have experience in. Those are the things that you have to do. You got to set guidelines. So a parent, if you have that understanding, a parent's not going to be sitting there hooping and hollering, trying to tell you how to do your job. You have to set that. But to sit there and say, oh, what if a parent, it doesn't matter about them because it's about the damn kids. So if the parents want the best, guess what they're going to do? They're going to listen. And then how I look at it, if I'm teaching them the shit that I'm teaching them and it changes their behavior, whether it's in school, at home, then I know I'm doing something. But then the parents, I got them, I have them helping. So that way we all are helping these kids.
You got an open variable that creates a presupposition. You said if the parents want the best. Now, I agree with everything you said. Here's the workaround. Because what Fantastic said was that his parenting style can't be imposed directly on the other kids or on the kids through their parents. But here's a workaround for that. See Sean Antonio down here? He's got the program with the schools and shit, getting the kids that are so detached from reality and anything that's good that he can prescribe them to his way and your way of thinking, which would circumvent and supersede whatever the parents has got going on. And they're probably so detached from the situation anyway, they won't give a fuck. There's your workaround. That's how you get them wayward kids where they need to be.
In our public school system, we had the DADS program, right? So we had a
Something
game
like
of
that. There you go. That kind of shit. Because then that'll go home to the block.
Schools that we all could go and mentor in,
Right.
help with the teachers. So if they seen men, that's what we implemented down here. So that way they got to see men in a capacity. We got to help. Even if it's the crossing guard at the school, before school, we got
whoever it is, just get the right tool for the right job.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But Aaron, I don't want to
doing something though. Just making excuses and saying we can't. I'm just not with that shit.
Let me
he ain't doing that though, man. Like we gotta, like he not doing that. So can we move past that part? Because that's I've already explained what Fantastic is doing. He's not doing that.
We all know you can't use how you raise your kids, but when you are part of a team and you know what to do when you're a coach, you know how
he's looking at the micro, he's looking at the macro though, right? So the parenting style is different, and therefore, if people don't buy in, you can't just do anything to anybody kids, right?
we know that,
And it might not have the effect either because they're going back to the same environment. They're going right back to the same toxic environment that they did in the first place.
Can I tie it up? So again, my bad, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, nigga, tie it up.
Well, nigga, everybody else keep cutting me off. Goddamn it, I'm trying. So
Look
listen,
good,
you know
nigga. Shit.
what I'm saying, bro. Listen. For one, we like Aaron was saying, bro. We need more than sports. Okay, sports is cool. I don't got no problem. Shout out to basketball, soccer, football, frisbee, all that shit, whatever, right? I'm like Aaron said, we need way more engineering programs. We need way more things to encourage intelligence and
facts
and shit that these kids gonna be able to use. We need to. We could literally single-handedly bring back, even though we know they took away shop class and woodworking and all this shit, right? But That's what I'm saying. It can't always just be, and trust me, coaching is mentorship. Coaching is important. Coaching builds men. I am not trying to do that. I'm not trying to take away from that. But it can't always just be sports. It needs to be something because, like Hemp saying, anybody, Coach Prime said, 99% of y'all on a fucking what? They finished top 25, right? Colorado finished top 25.
Yeah.
99% of y'all on a top 25 NCAA team not gonna see the fucking NFL, okay? And far too often, like I said, this is the only thing that's couched in or that's promoted. If it's anything to do with something outside of that realm, ain't nobody trying to hear that shit, nigga. Ain't nobody trying to do that shit, nigga. Man, what you talking about, nigga? And now I'm wrong because I refuse. Hold
That's why
on.
we have trade schools, fantastic. That's what I've been saying.
I'm about to depart.
The options.
I'm about to roll out. I just want to thank y'all for the wisdom dump. It's been this conversation is so important. I'm gonna be in the cloud for sure. My dad's been sitting here watching me do this for an hour. It's time for me to go.
Pop?
Yeah, you hear him, Dad? He said, "What's up?"
Shout out, Super Big
Eric. The panel said, "What's up?" He said, "What's up with y'all?" So yeah, I'm about to go.
Cholesterol.
Replace some wisdom. You know what I mean? Counsel my oracle. But y'all take care, man.
You say love you.
Aaron. Love you, bro.
I just real
Love
quick,
you.
just to respond to what Mr. Fantastic said about we only promote sports. Again, Black people, let's stop allowing the media and other places to tell us what's going on. If you want to find out what's going on in the community, do your Googles. There are all types. I used to work with community-based organizations that do more than just sports. They do life skills, but guess what? No one promotes those programs. No one actually participates in those programs. But
Shut up, Fantastic.
No, that we saying two different things. Mr. Fantastic saying they don't exist.
That's not what I said. I never said that. I never said that.
This is what I'm saying.
Never said that.
This is what I'm saying. So there are sports programs, but there are other programs that need your support, Mr. Fantastic.
I literally said that. You're saying what I said, Shad. I don't know how you didn't hear me say that.
Here's the point I'm making. We always do this thing where we criticize like what Black people don't do. And what I'm telling you, things are being done that y'all don't see. But we're always quick to say what Black people don't do. We do that so often in these conversations. Black people don't do this. Black people only promote this. So what I'm saying is those things exist. They're in place already.
Shad, come on, man. Shad, wait. See, this is the reason why I'm not a part of y'all, right? Because y'all got to stop the goofy shit, bro. Here's what you said. Fantastic said, we don't promote anything else besides sports. And then you said it's other shit that exists. We just don't promote it. But what about while trying to say like you disagreeing with Fantastic? Nope. Y'all said the exact same thing.
We ain't. Well, we're not saying the same thing.
Same thing. Let it go so we can move
said it didn't
forward.
exist.
No, he didn't.
I never said
And
that.
I'm not gonna lie for the nigga.
I never said
Never
that.
said that.
I don't want to go back and forth. Cool. I misheard you again.
I'm saying
again. Other things are being promoted. So we are the people who right now we're trying to find out a solution.
Right.
Let's promote them. Let's do what everybody else not doing. How about that then? Is that a better response, Beans?
Yeah, you can put links in the chat to stuff. You can have links scrolling on the bottom. We can post them. While we still had a conversation. I ain't saying we got to stop the conversation and say, over here there's a school called this, and over here I'm just saying let's listen to each other to hear each other. The man literally said, all we do is promote the sports side of it. We need to promote the other side of it. If he said we need to promote the other side of it, that is literally acknowledging the existence of the other sides.
Cool. If I heard you, my bad.
Yes, I'm just saying, bro.
One thing Quan was popping. Sway, what up?
I'm not defending you no damn more,
One thing I think parents, right? Like Mr. Fantastic, say he's strict. Parents are also very overprotective too.
Absolutely.
When we was at field day, Clips, I think Clips do a little bit of boxing, right? But his son was there, I had his son doing push-ups. I had his son like hitting the mitts, essentially. You know what I'm saying? And we did it for like 15 minutes until he got it right. And I wasn't yelling at him, but I was being stern with him. You know what I mean? But not like playfully, but kind of stern though, because he was messing up a little bit, right? But he just had to get it. And you know what Clip said? Nothing. You know what I'm saying? I forgot that I was so into doing it with the kid. Like I'm sitting on the cooler, just you know what I mean, like just playing, just helping them hit the gloves and getting the movement down and shit.
I got you, Hamp. Pause. Go ahead.
I can't.
Right. When I bring my son to the gym, he getting yelled at by 15 other grown men. Where he in the way, he move, you know what I'm saying? Motherfucker, you know, he wants somebody to open up his fruit snacks. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's other men disciplining them, right?
Yeah.
But we be so overprotective, like we can't even allow the kids this type of adults are the authority.
Right.
You know? So
That's why that's exactly why I'm suggesting a situation where they're removed from the environment, right? Where they go, at least if it's for the day or if you're staying there. Shout out to Umar. Whatever y'all want to say about him, his school idea was absolutely great, right? But because Hamp, to your point, I'm one of those guys, I wouldn't be able to take it. I would not be able to take sitting there watching somebody yell at my son.
Really? Okay.
No. So I would have to, my son would have to be removed, you see what I'm saying? Or remove me from the situation. I can't see it. I'm still pissed about the doctor who gave my son shots when he was a baby. I'm gonna smack that motherfucker if I ever see him.
I ain't never gonna be able to lay this down.
What? He won't play. What's good, Quan?
What's good, Mo?
How you?
I'm chilling, man. I feel good. But
man.
I wanted to
brown ass nigga.
I wanted to introduce something different to the conversation. So as an educator, you know, myself, I know people give me hell because I talk the way I talk, but at the end of the day, when I go in the building, Hank, it's me, the gym teacher, and the janitor. Them literally the only three males in the whole building, Hank, in a lot of the schools I've been in.
Absolutely.
And what I feel like we're doing when we talk about young people is oftentimes we always trying to have young kids believe in something that they not able to see. If I'm in a classroom and I don't see like what a representation of education look like, it's hard for me in my community to see like, oh, it's possible for me to be X, Y, and Z smart or this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't wake up and I don't go to school and see men as educators. I see the janitor, I see the gym teacher. Whereas black women, they get to see a black educator. They get to see representation of what they can be. So I think oftentimes we gotta also, you know, I challenge dudes a lot, especially with what's going on in the DC. I be trying to get dudes to go into education because it's needed. I tell people all the time, like I remember my first time I started, I told my class, you know, this might be the last time you get a black man as an educator. And it ended up being true for a lot of them. So I think we should also approach it from men should go into education as a way of trying to, you know, combat this because kids need to see what educated black men look like.
I used to think that too, but I don't know if I agree no more.
This nigga Ham horrible, bro. Like
I know, right? God damn.
What?
Definitely.
This your intro.
I did have a question though. Like, what?
You can't get an intro? You don't want an intro now?
Nah, man, that's crazy.
I have my
This is the intro.
That's
Hey, is it a part we missed to the film? I was trying to figure out why Corn had so much dirt on him and everybody else didn't.
That's how he chose to give it up.
That's
Okay.
diabolical. That's diabolical.
Yo.
Especially you not giving the context to that.
What happened?
Yeah, I was trying to figure that part.
I was one of the only ones who did the bed crawl into the actual
Okay, all right.
Okay, that's what it is. Okay, it makes
a
sense.
lot of dudes ducked it.
All right, let's watch it. You and Beans watch it. Beans, come on, come down here.
What happened?
This is that field day.
I didn't get to run. I didn't backpedal. I did both the hardest things.
You got it, Denise?
Pause.
I know, right?
Yo, that's Dr. G in the blue hat. Dr. G was putting our orange hat. Dr. G was putting in work.
Go back.
Let's move Mufasa to the left. It's the context you wanted, Quan?
Exactly. Because look, all of them dudes that did the bed crawling, they didn't do this either. I was one of the only ones that did both.
Okay. So you saying that
it was a lot of people they didn't even have the teams to do it. It was people that was doing more than one thing.
What else you gonna tell us about?
That wasn't a lie. Niggas said it out their mouth. Oh, we only had 3 people, so we did 2 out of the 4 events.
Listen, me and my brothers used to march 5 strong on blocks to fight 20 niggas. I don't want to hear these excuses.
Man, listen. If a nigga who wasn't there can't speak on that, man.
You wasn't there neither, though. That's the point.
Everybody want to get on me, wasn't there?
You wasn't there neither.
Feel that Georgia heat.
Yeah, and them Chicago winners marching up and down blocks.
I'm just saying, man. I went back to back. I didn't get no rest.
Oh my God, you chose to
type shit.
They said you was over there talking cash shit.
I'm supposed to.
Right.
I had to motivate my team.
Yo, man. Wait, Sway, you there?
Give me a second. Hold on.
Yeah, no, but I think Quan, I think that's a good point, man. The influence of men around those young boys, teaching them. Hopefully they can perpetuate the positive that they should be getting from home, which I think is probably one of this fantastic overarching points. Like what's happening at home needs to be fortified at the school, not the other way around.
Yeah, and I mean,
I just don't know if
look, Hamp,
school
case
be
in
in
point.
place for it anymore. Hamp is my thing.
I'm saying, Beans. Case in point. Matter of fact, I think Fantastic actually did a show about this. Remember Fantastic in Georgia? It was a day where like 50 black fathers came to a school building that was off the hook. Them 50 fathers came in there and they didn't have no issues for that whole day. I'm not saying that that's got to happen every day, but I'm just saying that's the power that we have when we decide to go inside these school buildings.
That was
because it's nothing but me and the gym teacher and a janitor. I mean,
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If I have a spot right where I can have the kids, because I think one of the problems that they got these kids in school all goddamn day. But if I can have it my way, it'll be like I would have and I don't know which one should come first. Maybe the energy source part should come first. So I'm sending my kid to the Sean Antonio Mr. Fantastic School for Boys, and they going over there and they getting the energy part. They getting the workout, the facility, the eat right, the nutrition, the military science. They getting all of this masculine male shit. They learning about cars and engineering and all this other shit. And then I can send them somewhere where it's to the public school where there's a bunch of women that can give whatever the women give. You see what I'm saying? But I just don't think, honestly, bro, you know what you don't hear? You don't hear people talk about women in the field of teaching in that same vein as they talk about nurses and all of that other stuff, right? Because they are working with a bunch of women. And I think that limits, and I know people might be like, well, why does this matter, bro? Because it fucking matters. Men and women working together is problematic, bro. It just is. One thing I respect about the Muslims, they don't even pray together. Okay, get that ass, take your ass over there. I'm gonna go over here because right now this ain't the time for me to be looking up your skirt. It's the time for me to be focused on my connection with God. So I'm just saying, I just don't know if the public school is the place where we need to try to start pushing men into it. Create some other facilities that can be male oriented, right? Get them kids from just sitting out of chairs all goddamn day for 8 hours and put them in some facilities where they actually get to move and learn most motor skills.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
Montessori supposed to have that, right?
I said the gross motor skills.
Yeah, Montessori supposed to be like that.
I agree. I would just say you need the manpower first to do any of those things. And what I'm telling you is even if we do what you asking, if it's just me, the janitor, and the gym teacher, there's nothing that could be done. There's no manpower.
Yeah.
I just solved that for you though. That's what I'm saying. Y'all just don't like it because it's coming from me.
I came up here to agree with Beans on this.
Just real quick, and I wanted to ask this question like an hour or so ago, but y'all got away from it. So, cause it was a lot of women down in the chat saying that niggas was cowards and niggas was scared after you showing the niggas out here with switches and kids shooting everybody, right? So, where are the girls at in this? It's just the boys. Can this be successful by just correcting the boys and leading the boys and telling the boys, do the little girls they just good? Are the girls good? Because I just saw a black woman say, just real quick, I just saw the black woman say this fact. Black girls are 29% of them are obese. 29% body fat, I think, right? And the boys are at 19%, which is still a little high, but it's within the thing, right? So what are we? So is there anything for the girls, for the women to do for the girls? Because they got all this shit to say about what the men won't do, and I know of plenty of men's programs and boys programs. I don't know of a girls program. I don't. I mean, I'm not saying they don't exist, but I know
right now, fantastically.
Well,
it's a good point.
Well, again, so Mr. Williams, why you get offended when again, brother?
Because we don't even finish what we talking about when it comes to men. We don't know.
I gotta ask you, brother, again. Can you niggas read respectfully?
Don't get lost. Fantastic.
All right. Does it not say? Hold on, brother. Does it say women in the title?
You know it does.
All right, then. So why do y'all get so? It's a visceral. Y'all just so.
No, because we need to get our shit in order. While we talking
about our shit is both sides.
That's
Mr. Williams, our shit is men and women, families, right?
I get that, but we talking about us right now. We was just talking
about
talking
about the kids.
We talking about kids.
Like 2 hours.
Talking about the kids.
I just told you. I didn't even bring it up because somebody else started talking.
I just posed the question, bro. No matter what.
And you pushing back. You're
That's
pushing
wrong,
back.
man. See, that's what I'm saying. That's wrong, Mr. Williams. You're wrong. We talking about kids.
Wrong.
Because we're talking about kids.
I get that, but we was on a good point of just talking about.
And we still are.
Now it's bad because it's the women.
So here's the thing about right. Because Beans was proposing the separating the girls and the boys for better outcomes for both. Juan was saying you need more male presence, regardless if it's split up or not. Right?
Yeah.
Men just have a different influence over children, right? Just in terms of just authority. So it was mostly about the kids. Mrs. Fantastic just said it specifically. What are we doing for the little girls?
Right.
And then when we look at their weight, we see that, 11% difference is volatile between the little girls and the little boys. And at field day, I'm going to tell you right now, black people, if I don't say we don't do nothing else, we need to get in shape. God damn it.
Yeah. I came up here.
Hold on, Mike, before you don't care what nobody's saying, you just waiting for your turn. Just give me 1 second. All right. Like I already know, Mike. I know you don't care. Just hold on 1 second, then you can jump in. You know what I'm saying? So that's where we at, Mr. Williams. That's what Mr. Fantastic. He was being more pointed at what's the program for X, Y, and Z, but it was still on par because we were talking about the children.
Absolutely. It was actually a great segue that time.
All right, go ahead, Mike. Talk about the moon and the stars, whatever the fuck you're going to talk about.
And Pluto. It's not a planet anymore. I didn't know that too.
Before you say it, we know we're not Nigerian. All right?
Well, no, actually wrong.
No, but look, man, I think Beans really hit the nail on the head. a lot of dudes, like Quan was saying, are always saying men need to get back into the school. Y'all know we don't. Tear that shit apart. Like, and it starts on many tiers. Like, people are railing against dismantling the Department of Education. That's exactly what needs to happen, because men need to take control of how boys learn. You got boys sitting down for 8 hours a day. We got adrenaline. You know what I mean? Boys, you could teach math outside. Run over there, get me 5 stones. Get 10.
3.7, 3.7 weighted, 3.4 unweighted.
Wait.
Leave me alone.
Hold on, bro.
3.7 weighted, 3.4 unweighted. Leave me alone.
Hold on. But that's what I'm saying. Like, this men get back into school stuff is tired. One of the things that need to die first, I think Fantastic was kind of alluded to this, the equality narrative has to die. Stop trying to create the same outcomes for girls as you do for boys, and then we'll have a better system that works, right? So it's like, if you try to do these equal narratives and all that, we all learn from the same pot. No, you need to understand biologically, boys and girls are different. They need to be learning differently, and we need to accept and champion that fact. That's how we allowed, I have to mention them, women to take over our school system. It should have never happened that way. They are going to champion things that unfortunately put boys, it doesn't speak to their natural proclivities. Boys are supposed to play to the point of exhaustion every single day. That's the way they learn.
Coach Bird, come up. I'm gonna hop back in later.
So no, like, to Quan's point, we never gonna disagree, but like being said, boys need to be in their own school. It needs to be boys' school.
Yeah. Now, Quan's point though, he wasn't pushing back at what Bean's saying. He was just strictly saying manpower itself is nominal. So it's just not enough men, or speculatively not enough men, to teach at these schools.
Nah, that's factual. It's 2% of all educators are black men.
Yeah, and my bad. I didn't even articulate my point.
Touché.
I meant to say that there's a reason for that. The way men teach, the model in which men teach, is not championed in the school. You'll basically get in trouble for being a man and taking a masculine approach. Y'all know Chaotic. Like, it was a panel he had a long time ago. Shut up, Sean. You know Chaotic.
He called them monkeys. Nobody want to hear that.
Somebody echo.
Let's repeat.
No, but he said that they got in trouble in the school for telling the boy to pull his pants up, look him in the eye when he shook his hand, stuff like that. He got in trouble.
Don't believe him. Don't believe him.
Right?
Don't believe him.
Ooh.
Chaotic. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard.
No, what I'm look, take out.
No. You stay right there.
Chaotic didn't say it. I'm saying on his panel.
I don't give a damn who said it. They're lying.
That's a minstrel show. That ain't a panel.
That don't even make sense.
No, but all right, hold on. Chew the meat, spill out the bone, whatever.
Cool. No, but this is the thing, right? You're not getting in trouble for pull your pants up.
No, dog. Listen, walk with me on this. We do not have our methods championed in the school system. We
Why
are considered
saying
toxic.
that?
You saying what?
Why are you saying that?
The way that we want to teach and separate the boys are boys, girls are girls, that type of thing, it's not championed in the school system.
But that's a different premise. Last thing, Sean, you can jump right in. That we don't even have enough men to know. Right? There's not a good enough sample size to just make that that claim.
That's what I'm saying. Men have a targeted effort to stay out of the school system for that reason. That's what I'm saying.
Nah, look, I was a teacher too. It's in most deans at schools are males. So in terms of the disciplinary things, that's there's a man in place for the disciplinary actions and things like that.
What do they call Sean? What do they call the
dean of students?
They don't call him scared, but the dean of students usually a guy. And but it's the security officers. Or what do they call? I forget what they call.
Those are resource.
Resource. That's what the resource.
Yeah.
So they literally have men in place for discipline. You know what I'm saying? And those things, not that. And I wasn't saying it to be like rude, but it's just not. It's just not true. But you just don't have enough men to make the impact that we need.
Right.
Yeah,
So
I'm
what you
not
saying, Mike?
disagreeing
Mike,
with.
what you saying is counterintuitive, Mike. We need more of us. Like if I
No,
support what you're
I'm
saying,
saying
then
we need
I say
more.
we need more. We need us right here. We need more of us.
But you
Yeah,
guys
but
are
he's saying
stepping on a point.
separated.
That's
I was like,
smart.
you guys are stepping on a point that I have the sample size to make. A lot of educators are alphas. These are the discussions alphas are having. This I cannot make it in the school system because I'm getting reprimanded for doing traditionally male
Bro, you
shit.
can't say they alphas in front of a Q, man. Now he gonna say this why we
My
pussy.
nigga,
See, that's why
boy.
you
I knew it smelled like a library in this motherfucker.
can't do that, bro.
Y'all let
Damn.
Slay get
Man,
in.
here's what the brothers.
Worked in the school system, blind.
Y'all are intentionally not listening to what I'm saying.
This what I'm
agreeing with
saying,
y'all.
Mike. Hold on a second, please. This is what the men actually do fear, right? It started to happen around COVID, you know, and then that Me Too stuff and all that. The allegations that can be alleged against men in terms of like sexual crime and things of that nature in those schools, that's the biggest deterrent for men. But not disciplining the boys about pulling their pants up and look me in the eyes and shake my hand. That's regular stuff. But they're afraid of what them little girls. That's the part that I hear a lot of male teachers talk about.
So I think all of that is right. That's just so we don't get lost in the sauce. I think everybody, all the points that y'all making,
Let me know where I
are
can speak.
exactly right. I think Trigger Mike might have used some rhetoric that was on another channel that may have been hyperbolic. But I think his overall point is just that if men want to be able to be men, right? They don't want to be stifled from what they know is just and right in the moment. And that will happen. My mom went through that in school. They couldn't do certain things. They couldn't use certain textbooks. You can't bring in your own textbooks to show different stuff. You have to follow the curriculum that they give you, right? And you could see something wrong with that. You could, but you can't do anything about it, right? So to that point, but then there's another component too that we haven't discussed yet, and that's the money side of it, right? And the fact that teachers don't seem to make a whole bunch of money, particularly
Because y'all won't let me speak.
College, or if they don't have those degrees in the shit my mama got, the
certifications and all that.
You talking
the
about like
one for the kids, the not so there kids.
Special education.
Yeah, so if you don't have a special education degree or you're not teaching college, you're probably not making a lot of money, particularly in the first few years, right? So that's also another component. You know what I'm saying? But I think Trigger Mike was saying that he was agreeing with my premise. He's not saying don't have more men. He was just saying we still need to separate it though. Boys and men need to be able to go do their thing, uninterrupted by females or female rhetoric or feminists or politics or any of that other bullshit. Men need to be able to take boys and go and help them become men in the way they need to be facilitated to be men.
I've seen a level of that. For sure. We had a female trainer. And she'd be like, "Oh, are you okay? Get the fuck up."
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Give a fuck about the wind being knocked out of you, nigga. Get up. She like, catch your breath. I don't give a fuck. Get up, Kobe.
Right.
That nigga he wheezed his ass to the sideline and almost fucking died on the side. But he got out of that field though. You know what I'm saying? Salute to Kobe. Sway, what up?
Perfect.
Sway was good.
The level of disrespect.
I thought that wasn't on purpose, but that's funny as hell.
I gave y'all so much deference and respect today by letting 2, 3, 4 old niggas go ahead of me. And this is how I get treated. This is crazy work. I'm done.
He mad that he was polite.
Oh man, this is like I'm done being polite, bro. It don't reward. It don't bring no reward. Just bring disrespect.
They swim no fears in the same room.
What are you thinking? Looking at.
Anyways, I had so many different things to say. Beans was like, no one brought up the money things. I said because y'all niggas won't let me talk yet. I was one of the first things that came to my head that. Well, two things came to my head when Quan proposed more men as teachers. I'm like, well, one, there's a saying, practice makes perfect, but that's an incomplete statement. Perfect practice make perfect. I don't want just men in there. Like Sean said, you want these men here in those positions. You don't want no feminine ass dudes doing the same bullshit that the women are doing, if not worse, because they're going to try to mimic that man's behavior. right? So you want certain men in those positions, and you definitely don't have enough of them, let alone, like to Bean's point, which I wanted to bring up, you don't have enough incentives for these type of men to be in those positions outside of maybe the dean, the principal, the administrator, because they pay enough. But the men who got their balls and are masculine and ahead of their household ain't about to be making no $40,000 and thinking they're gonna be running their household off of that. They're gonna probably be a top dog dude and need to go make some money for their family, either through the education system or anywhere else. And if they can't do it through the education system, then they're not gonna do it. And then I guess to the separation, or I guess I don't know, the separation of the men and women, I feel like that's moved. Obviously, I think women need their time to educate and discipline women on the stuff that there is independently them, right? Like their hygiene, their coochie hygiene, their hair hygiene, their feminine all these different things, right? We don't know shit about that. You go deal with that, and then the men can go deal with the shit that like the lustful energy that a lot of young men have. We need to go have a conversation about that, or how they can work through it and compartmentalize it, and they're not just going out here horn dogging, fucking up their sister friends, or fucking up the next wave of women. And by the time they want to take them seriously, they already made them hoes. So it's like we don't want to keep doing that. There's a bunch of different things I could think of solution wise. But to Bean's point, in terms of the young boys that either are needing to be handheld or just needing, in my opinion, needing advice. I do think the handheld, you have to remove them out of the environment. That's the ones that need to literally be spoon fed to a different different ideology where they can't go back to thinking that other shit. Like this is what you're gonna focus on. They have to be removed. The ones that you can see just need some advice because ain't nobody around them to give it to them, but they really want it. Those are the ones like you can pretty much just talk to them. You don't have to necessarily remove them, and they'll still be the ones that make it out type shit, right? But overall, you guys are going well. I don't think we should have any issues talking about young women in this conversation, Mr. Williams. I understand where we've kind of been focusing on the boys, but in my opinion, you can't get through to the boys unless you're going to acknowledge the women. Because for all our lives, it's been the men. The young boys are screaming. It's like, okay, even the ones that got together, I figured it out, but what about the ones I'm supposed to deal with? I'm supposed to teach them. I'm supposed to raise them. I'm supposed to discipline them. I'm supposed to do all these things. Because I promise, a lot of the I guess the fixing of these young women are passed on to the young men. Like when we're 20, 21 years old, 22 years old, y'all looking at us like that's y'all women to fix. And we're like, nigga, those your kids. And we just had to deal with them for 18 years not being raised. Now you want me to fix them at 22?
Well, we're trying to change that narrative now, Sweat, because there is no men fixing women, right? Women have to correct themselves, right?
I'm just saying, like amongst this conversation, like if I was to have this all amongst men conversation, y'all would, now let's say Mr. Williams, he would look at me like that's my problem to fix, even though they his daughter's age.
Well,
or they might even be. I just say his age. I'm not saying it's his daughter's, but I'm saying like they're around his daughter's age, so that's still something he could influence. It's not like his kids are 40. He got 20-year-old kids, and there are other men just like him that I would have this conversation with outside of him. I've been here for 4 years. I've had this conversation way before Mr. Williams, and they say the same shit. How somehow it's our responsibility to fix them. Like they still don't have 2 feet and 2 arms walking in leadership positions. Telling them the wise and old, and we need to shut up and listen. Well, go talk that shit to them. You shouldn't have it. I'm not talking about your daughters, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, he's just using you as an example, so don't.
That's why I say your age.
Yeah, so you make some good points, but I don't think it's a man's job to fix women. I think it's a man's job to help raise young girls so that they.
I don't think
women, huh?
I said I agree with you. I don't think it's a man's job to fix them either. I think it's their damn parents' jobs to raise their kids.
Right. It's on what I'm instilling in my daughter. You know what I'm saying? Before she gets to a sway, it's what am I instilling in her? How am I teaching her as it relates to men? You know what I'm saying? What level of respect is she getting for men? You know what I'm saying? Am I making sure she doesn't have a level of entitlement? Do she know not to lay her hands on a man? Things like that. All the things. That's a dad's job.
Sean.
Well, even in the conversation, Sean, I'll get the putting the burden of performance to fix, or I guess fix, right? the young men around my age, if not a little younger than me, like the 22-year-olds, the 18-year-olds, the 19-year-olds, the 26-year-olds, that responsibility is not put on to me rather than Hamp looking at me like, nah, that's my job because I'm 39. I've been doing this. I'm in the position to actually do it. I'm in a leadership role, not someone at the same age, same demographic. And they looking at me like, nigga, who is you?
I disagree, Sway. I was 25 when I first started working with kids when I went back.
But that's the thing, right? And thank you for bringing that up. When y'all say fuck them kids, I don't think it's like they don't want to. I think they don't have the time to. And so the young people, we have the time but not the resources. And then the old people have the resources but not the time or the energy. You could say the energy, right? And so that's why you'll see a lot of times the older people, they got the resources but they don't have the energy. They be like, fuck them kids. Because I got my own shit and my own things. I got to worry my own kids, stuff like that. I don't have these fixed, let alone me giving any extra energy to go fix somebody else's kids. Nah. So I think
hold on real quick. But Sway, it's more context to that too, though, right? Because like, look at it this way. When I was young and gang banging, the dudes who was leading us wasn't 50 or 40. Them niggas was in their 20s, and some of them was 18, 19. Had rank, running whole decks, whole drug operations, right? So I'm
talking about in terms of coaching.
I understand. What I'm saying is the context to the older person maybe looking at the younger person saying, hey, you can do more than I can do, is because they're more relatable to you. You can get through to them more so than I can. But especially, here's the thing, especially with these new generations, because y'all look at 30 as old.
So
right.
So I've been.
So when I was young, 30 was the coolest shit in the world.
A couple things. So on that point, John Adams was 23 years old, right? George Washington and George Washington, John Hancock paused 25, 24. You know what I mean? So it kind of is like that. But I think what I hear is a coupling, right? So you got the older ones that got a little bit of bread, with the younger ones who can actually get through and influence. You need everybody. That's why organizations are very important. So like the fraternities, like I'm in my fraternity for 17 years. I'm like, how the fuck did I do something for 17 years? You know what I'm saying? Like, you look up like, what the fuck? And then you got the young boys. There was a line that just crossed, them motherfuckers ready to do whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it just so you need them all. I was just going to ask, Sway, well, I was going to say, so Sway, when we talking on the internet, right? It's so many platitudes, right? And then when you meet everybody woman, she regular as hell. Not saying like looks wise, just like she listen, she got an opinion, she talk if she want to, she drink, she don't drink, she take a shot, she don't take a shot. We say, babe, you want to do this? No. You want to do that? Yes. Like, it's like just regular shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, but we speak like the women's supposed to be like fucking Muppets. Like, they're supposed to have strings on them and shit. And you're supposed to be able to move them how you want to. You know what I'm saying? What it really is, when rubber meets the road, how does she respond at the end of the day? You know what I'm saying? That's really what it be. Because they all growing up in this earth. Period. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying that because I met Sway wife. She cool as hell, right? But she ain't no fucking hermit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just so fucking, I don't know. Like,
it's all about, to me, you know what I think it's all about is whether or not if you are conducive to a healthy woman, that's what you will get. If you're not conducive to the healthiness, you won't get it. Like, a lot of times we don't want to acknowledge that shit about ourselves. It's something about you too.
Nah, nigga.
Certain things. I'm not blaming us for women's behavior, but Hamp, I was talking to my mama the other day. I told her, I said, when I really think about it, what I actually really wanted, and I'm glad it's a panel full of men. Y'all don't have to answer me. Just think for yourself. What I really wanted out of a woman, what I really wanted out of this life, I got it. I'm serious. I got it. All I really wanted was some love, some kids, and a whole bunch of sex. And I literally got all three of them. I got it. You know what I'm saying? It didn't look the way I thought it was going to look, but because of who I am and the choices I made, I had to get it the way I had to get it. because of who I am. And I don't think we give ourselves enough credit when it pertains to dealing with women. Again, I'm not blaming us for their behavior, but I am saying you can get things out of a woman based on who you are.
Yo,
So if
Beans,
you're not getting what you want, you might need to look at yourself and the choices you make as well.
Beans, I was having an argument. I did it on purpose, right? I started the live button, geared my shit up, took a couple shots. I said, men control access to sex. Fuck out of here, right? Now, for the most part, I think I lost the argument.
Right.
But the point was made that, yo, when you get here with her and she buy into you, bro, I'm telling, like, the shit they willing to do, the shit I seen women go through, you know what I'm saying? Is like unmatched. Whenever a nigga needed J-Pay, my man's was wild slow. Right? But the chicks, it's just like, it just so I just seen it too many times. Sean said niggas be throwing dick. Pause. That's a fact though.
Oh God.
Like niggas don't just become shit by accident. You know, women be wilding. Like they conflate and shit. They be delusional. I get all that. But yo, niggas, you already know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? Like it just weird to me. Like any problem I have, it's my fault, my nigga.
Well, is that you can't control? I've said this. You can't control people,
nigga.
Nigga, I'm not. Nah, nigga.
Sean.
You can't control people, but you can definitely manipulate a motherfucker, good or bad. I'm gonna finish my statement.
Your toe still hurt?
Nah. How you still rubbing? You still rubbing the shoulder?
Your mama. Sean. Yeah. I shoulder fucked up, bro. I was working out today. I was passed out. I was because I'm trying to figure out how to like get the what we want our daughters to know. So I just been walking around like, yo, you know what motion to my oldest daughter? You know who got mad motion when I was coming up? She like, who? I'm like, virgins. She like, word? Whatever she say. You know what I'm saying? I say, yeah, that's a flex. Right. Really? Yeah, that's a flex. Did they? You know what I'm saying? Like anything, bro. Like
listen, however you gotta do it, bro.
You know what I'm saying? You ain't cheating, you ain't trying, man.
I got this 13-year-old boy. I'm trying my
telling you, man.
I'm glad my woman is handling this shit.
Yo, she said my daughter got it. This boy asked her out on a date. I'm like, that's a bet, man. Where we going? It's lit. You know what I mean? She said, "You gonna come?" I said, "That's how dates work. That's how first dates work. Dads always go first. You know that." She's like, "I didn't know that." So now she think it's a real thing. Just gonna roll with it.
Where are we going?
It should be. Goddamn it, shit. I don't know.
What's going on, Ham?
What's up, Hank? What's up, Coach Ferg? I gotta get out of here, man. What y'all got for us, man? She gotta get her hair done now. What's good?
I know I was gonna say that fast, man. Was as far as the school thing, a lot. It should be a lot more men, but unfortunately, like I said in the chat, the pay is going to deter the men. Now, if you can adjust that, you could probably get more men there to do it. But until you make that major adjustment, it's probably more likely not going to happen. Another thing is, I said,
let me give you this real quick.
In
the cities, the pay scale, I was just looking at it, right? Because I think we're going to go back to DC. So the pay scale is between 70 and 120 in the city.
It got better. It got much better.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't 40K no more.
Mm-hmm.
But in DC,
you got a lot.
DC, Baltimore. It's going to be in the city for sure.
A lot of states are not making that type money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Touche.
That's a hell of a difference. And then, like you said, we still dealing with the same type of kids. So we dealing with the same type of kids, but you like you said, they could be 120 out there, but in Kentucky, you're only getting 50. Yeah.
Oh wait, but don't forget the requirements either, Hank. Don't forget the requirements to get them.
Well, the requirements are always going to be different. We expect that, but I think it should be the same across the board. Like you got to have your master's, 5 years after you graduate from your bachelor's here in Kentucky.
Now that's crazy. I don't understand it. But you go to other states like Texas, they only have to have certifications after you get your bachelor. Yeah, that makes no sense to me. Why is it like that? I don't understand that at all. So, you know,
It's a
that's a
shortage.
big difference.
Supply and
I
demand.
also think these kids are in school way too long, man.
It's a
4
shortage.
hours is the max it should be in school. They should go for math, science, and English. Have that 4th hour for
Wow.
tutoring or any vocational training that the kids may want to get into.
4 hours. How do y'all?
No, he's saying 4 hours of regular shit and 4 hours of vocational school.
I just don't know how y'all come up with the hours thing. If anything, I get it. I
Really,
understand the
because
point. It's more so for
a
me. It's
vocab.
like the grading system doesn't make sense. It's like it's either you know it or you don't. I don't understand the C, F, B, A. It's like that don't make no sense. And then they also don't incentivize you to be smart. You'll be the smartest person in the class, and they'll just send you to an advanced class to give you more work.
That's not true.
It's
They do
like
incentivize
instead every kid should just be in the same class, right? And it shouldn't be, he's smart and he get to go out whatever finish.
No, that's not. You do
Work
get
first. He
incentive.
could just leave class and then go do the vocational shit or whatever recreational shit he wants to do. And then the kids that are kind of more slow about because they could just focus on these guys who don't actually get it yet. It's like it don't make sense to do all this extra. It's like you either get it or you don't. And if
You need to push kids though. Kids different levels.
Your mic is messed up. That's God.
They do.
You can go do the vocation.
Hold on, let me get Coach Ferguson.
things-
I gotta get up out of here.
Okay.
How y'all doing, man? Can you hear me good?
So, Coach, yes, sir.
Yes.
What I have right here is a whole curriculum for boys that I created. Now, people talk about the money, right? Now, technically, the school system pay what they pay, but there's millions of dollars allocated just for that thing. So if you can write a grant, you can get $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 for your grant. I worked in Chicago public schools. Bing, shout out to Orr High School, 4 years. Marshall, Crane, Douglas, Ogan, Marshall, Robeson High School, Parker Elementary School.
Yeah.
All of these schools I worked at. And all of these schools, I was allowed every year 60 students, 9th and 10th graders, male and female, that I was allowed to take out of class for an hour a day, 2 days a week. The maximum was like an hour and a half. And we would sit in these groups and we would talk about integrity, accountability, having a vision, respect for womanhood, positive anger expressions. And we would sit in these circles. And then, yes, one thing about youth, if they don't trust you, they're going to try you. They're going to talk about you being bald-headed and ugly. And guess what Coach Ferg would do? You ugly just like me. You bald-headed just like me. Your mama like bald. But the thing I was doing, I was building a rapport. I never got challenged by a student as if they wanted to be physical. I never did that because I never told them what they couldn't do. We sat and we talked about not having a father, mother being in the streets, being the girls not liking you. I also created a program called Ball, Becoming a Leading Lady for young women, also to inspire them to love who they are, love their natural hair, love themselves. We had a part in the program where the girls had to go natural for a month. Most of them never went back to the perm, never went back to the relaxers because they saw their hair grow. They saw their hair changing over the time. But again, it takes a different type of mindset. You have to be patient. You can't come with filet mignon to somebody who's been eating garbage all their life. It may take you 6 months to get a breakthrough, but it's just not about talking. It's about allowing them to talk it out themselves and understand that they all have similarities in the issues that's going around it. So once they can start mining that out, you'll see a change in grades, how they show up for school. You'll see a grade in attitude, how they start speaking to people. You'll also, a big part of what I did a parental engagement. I always reached out to the parents. I always did a parental workshop
to bring the parents in and say, listen, these are the things I'm going to be working with your son or daughter. I need your support. I need you to support this. 9 times out of 10, most of the parents, they was begging, yes, thank you. I've been waiting for something like that. And again, it takes time and to build with trust. Most people on YouTube don't trust each other. And I guarantee over time, if we was to get together every day in a space where we can start talking about daddy issues and mama issues and girl issues, we'll learn to trust in each other even more. This is the same with young minds. Young minds do the same thing. You can't expect for you to have 2 conversations and now they get it. No, it might take a year. Last thing, and again, there's money out there for you all. If you don't have to go through the school system. The only thing you need to do is get in that school. There's something right now where dads, it's down in Texas, just took it up on themselves to start showing up at the school. Group of fathers, I think it was about 8 to 10 of them. Now they're talking about taking it statewide. So if you can congregate, I don't know, 6, 8, 10 of your friends that can show up, because just showing up makes a difference. Talk to the assistant principals, talk to the ADs, sit down, have your stuff in order, because they like to have everything written out, do a PowerPoint, do something where they can see things tangible, and just ask for those times in space. You can take kids out of those non-core classes. If they sort of can coordinate the schedules where, like a gym class, that's in the non-core. If he ain't participating in gym, why are they in gym anyway? Let's come in here Tuesdays, we meet, we discuss these things on what it is as a young boy to have your responsibility to protect your homeschool community. Second semester, now they participating, they're more active. You see grades improve, you see attendance improve, you see home behavior improve. A lot of things change, but again, like my man said, most men are not willing to go into that space.
Let me read it real quick. Fat Boy with the $10 for the conversation. Fat Boy was popping. Good to see you. Yaya King with the €6 says, why is it only black people will disagree on the facts and truth, while others will agree on a lie? Hank with the $2 says, shame on him for doing Quan like, what you mean? That's his intro. T. Lees with the $10 says, what about the money, Mo? Do we have to forget about providing for a household while on the teacher's income? I'm with you though, Mo. Yeah, well, most people work, man. Everybody working nowadays, man. So 40 plus 40 is 80, right? Callie Bev with the $5 says, y'all hear that men should get basketball degrees and go into the schools to help influence these boys? LOL. I think that point deserves a second look. Is education considered basketball even?
That is,
it shouldn't be.
I can't believe she was that disingenuous.
Dang.
I can't believe it.
Bravo Tech in the building.
Shit like that. Shit like
My
that.
brother, young brother. Like Dawn, what up? The $5. I don't become red pilled until my girl pisses me off. Aaron with the $5 says, do y'all think the old head men wives are teaching their daughters to become wives, modern women, or free thinkers when husbands are not around? Even when husbands are around, man.
Everybody's doing modern women.
Mm-hmm.
Even the fathers.
Even the dads. But Dawn with the $5 says, Coach Ferg, you ugly just like me. I don't know about that, my guy. Coach Ferg always saying that.
Accept that.
Listen, man, I think we made some good headway. I think I need to do a rendition of a part 2 tomorrow. So I hope that y'all are free tomorrow as well with Sherelle. There's another angle I want to kind of look at. You know what I'm saying? So I think it should be interesting. Hopefully, God willing, man. Make sure y'all join the Discord. I need one word to sum up what you heard today. Shad, Sean, I appreciate y'all for rocking out all goddamn day. Perfect. This is what entrepreneurship and working from home look like, huh?
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Yo, even when y'all was talking about the hours about the school, you know, they used to work like 11 or 12-hour days during the Industrial Revolution. And even the 8-hour day is arbitrary. There was no math behind it. They just knocked it down a few hours, you know, but there's no real math behind it. Just like the government, you know, they always get 3 estimates. Well, if there's 1,000 moving companies, you need to get at least 500 for due diligence. You know what I mean? So a lot of this stuff just is. You feel me? So I gotta get out of here. My daughter gotta get her goddamn hair done. Hank, let's just do final thoughts. Fuck it. Hank, final thought.
Man, look here, I'm gonna say it again, man. Black man, protect yourself at all times. Whether you got to get on somebody's goddamn Zoom, somebody's couch, get your mental right, man. Go get your blood work together. Go get a full physical. Take care of yourself. Man of a certain age, like Beans old ass, Ferg's old ass, Sean, Mr. Williams, and myself. Yeah, we gotta go get colonoscopy and prostate checks. Take care of yourself, man.
Damn.
Yeah.
This nigga next to me got all the gray hair. You ain't mentioned him.
So he need to get his check too.
I shit just gray early, nigga. I'm still moving like a young nigga. Still running up and down the court. Hooping. Still doing it. I'm good. You right. You right.
Older than me, dog.
I don't know, nigga. You hide the beard, show the face. I don't know. I think you look older than me in the face, dog. With the beard, for sure.
Oh my God. No, it was a great conversation, man. I'm glad I got to chime in. Listen, fellas, if you can just connect a young man or young woman close to where you are, man, spend that time talking to them. It's not an easy task, but it takes a little time. So just put in the work, man. Other than that, stop complaining.
You need to send that curriculum out too, man. It's
gonna cost y'all a little grip because this thing is
Nigga, I ain't never seen nothing freebie work now. Shit, it's
no,
free.
but yeah, I sent you an email, man, to your email, so
okay,
we can just start something from there.
Yeah, say less.
I'm retired, man. I don't do too much, so
indeed, it's working, man. Quan,
I'm gonna just keep it short and sweet. When we talk about the young people, black boys, remember they can't see. I mean, they can't be what they can't see. So I think if a lot of them was able to see more black male educators, you probably had better outcomes.
Fair. Mr. Williams.
I just want to say the word progression. You know, we need to just make sure that we just trying to mold the men and the women so it can trickle down to these children. And just if you got somebody, hold on tight to them, love on them. You know, make sure you kiss your loved ones, your kids, and help. Like I told you yesterday, man, just keep doing it, man.
Don't you? Say no more. Robert Platinum to us a hint. What about my Newport? You don't need no damn Newports. As Ava the fellow said, nobody is natural walking around. That is low hanging fruit. Plenty evil people walking around with nappy head. Sean, what's popping?
Yo, great conversation, man. Great conversation. If you're not willing to be a part of the solution, you might be a part of the problem. So,
word. Yeah.
Great show, Help. I just want us as black people to acknowledge it when our conversations are progressive, when they are positive. I think today was one of those conversations, and I'll concede to the young niggas. Old niggas do talk a long time. We do. So I'm gonna try to be one of the old niggas that work on it. I'm gonna start trying to condense mine. I got y'all.
Beam.
Yeah. To Sway's last point before he left, I'll just say, Sway, I don't think you can. I think you have to separate those gifted kids from the other kids. When you put people who are sharp thinking people and fast-minded in spaces with people who are slow and don't process well, it can slow things down for them, slow down their learning curve, slow down the conversation for them, and it can be frustrated and cause them to disengage. So I think it's okay to have those AP classes. And the other thing is, shout out to oh damn, I forgot his name. Somebody was calling out the quote unquote kings on another show the other day, and I did a stream about it, man. Shout out to that person for finally holding guys accountable. We found out that the so-called kings and the high value men are just as emotional and go through the same stuff as the rest of us, baby. We all out here in the same struggle. So shout out to him for that, man. I'm sorry I blanked on your name.
Word. Yeah, man, I think it was a hell of a conversation. Just on that last point, man, everybody subjected to all the shit that we don't want to be subjected to. You know what I'm saying? If you on high, you lying. You know, we all know the things, right? But that's what happens when you get opposition. Perfect practice makes perfect, so that you can be great in the game. You ain't gonna be perfect in the game because you got opposing threats, right? Opposition all day long. That being a woman who been raised in this earth, taking care of herself, learning the same thing we learning, shit ain't always gonna mesh 1-to-1. But when the rubber meets the road, how does she respond? That's the fucking key. You know what I'm saying? 100%. But yeah, I think obviously the tagline, complain about racism, what about the woman, right? I think the truth is we got to give this shit credence. Stop listening to motherfuckers who just talking, you know? And it's easy to put somebody on the spot and be like, oh, I can't remember. But you'd be surprised at things that you've been affected by that you have no idea, you know? You'd be surprised how many times I looked at an application and knew it was a black man, you know, or knew it was a white man, and I made different decisions based on that, right? So if I could do it, I think other people ain't doing it, right? So I think we just got to be realistic about what's going on. If we were to get all those benefits, where would we actually be? You know, right? And then, you know, if and would and could, I understand that that's, you know, unrealistic, but just thinking through it, man.
Oh, real quick, Hamp. Have you heard of They're Trying to Kill Us?
Mm-mm.
It's a documentary I was watching the other day called They're Trying to Kill Us. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's on like Tubi, I think. And it's produced by this black kid out of St. Louis. He got a bunch of people on there, but they're really talking more about the food side of the Food and Drug Administration.
Oh, yeah.
How we always talk about how black people are disproportionately this or that, but we don't look at how we're disproportionately, you know, when it comes to health. We have more diabetes, even though we're a lower number. We have more heart disease, even though we're a lower number. And they are connecting the dots to the food that we eat. And it's a very good documentary. It's not meant for you to hate white people, rather. But if you haven't seen it, I would recommend it. And I wanted to say that especially to you too, Ham, because I know you're interested in that type of stuff.
Yeah, no, 100%.
One more help. Did y'all hear about it's called Profile? Tina Knowles created it, but for some reason I didn't even know about it. It was called Profile, the Black Man. It was basically a documentary that spoke against all these stereotypes that are put upon black men, but they never really promoted it. I found out about it last week. It was in 2022.
Maybe we should
find a way to check it out now. It's called Profile.
Jay Ali, if you in here, let's put those on for movie night. See if we can take a look. You know, cause that shit is real, man. I don't care what nobody. Like, yo, when the police see you, man, like, just their readiness is different. You know. Absolutely. And that's how you could tell who do and don't, like, just be outside. And that's not even shade. You just can tell, like, if you out and about, you know, festivals and just doing shit. When they see groups of us, right, there's a different response from black cops also.
Absolutely.
Right? So that's the thing. Like, it's just that how we see and how we see each other. All of that matters. All of it resonates, you know. And the thing about
cops by name, Ham?
Shake, yeah.
See what I said? We knew the black cops by name in our neighborhood. Bro. They used to be on board.
Like coon ass nigga. Fuck out of here.
First person that arrested me, the black cop in my neighborhood.
But then the DC, all the cops is black, and then they be like, "Where you DJing at tonight?" I got pulled over. Like, where you DJing at? I'm like, yo, I'm headed to the park right now. He like, all right, man, turn on your lights. You know,
different. I don't even know how can you experience that if all of them is really black. Then you don't have you can't juxtapose it to the white cop behavior if you haven't experienced it. You know.
Yeah, no, it happened. I mean, you know, but they are a little bit cooler, right? It just, and also, you know what? It depends where you get pulled over. So I got pulled over. Quan ain't here, but it's Benning in Minnesota. So I got pulled over there. God. So it's a zoo over there. So I got pulled over. I roll all my windows down. They like step out the car because I had an open container. And then they're like, all right, this nigga got, and he said nigga, this nigga got a McDonald's, in the back. He got a Happy Meal in the back. Let's get the fuck out of here. He just poured out the cup. He didn't even take my bottle. You know what I'm saying? Like, They like it just, and I had a Dodge, the Magnum. Remember the Magnum, the wagon?
Absolutely.
It was all tinted out, so they pulled me over with that shit. They like, oh shit, they got 2 cars, whatever else. So like go ahead, get out of here. And I was like, they like, where you headed? I said, I got a DJ in Fort Washington. He's like, be careful, nigga. They'll arrest you out there. like he wasn't supposed to. Because I had the open bottle.
Why you ain't take 295, man?
I was just going down Branch. That's when I had first moved out there, so I was getting the lay of the land and shit. He's like, "Yo, be careful going out there." DC cop told me be careful fucking with the Maryland cops. Is fucking nasty work, son. He's like, they'll take you to jail. No, I know, but it just was funny that he's like, "Yo, they'll take you to jail out there."
Is it a differentiation between like what we call blue and whites and detectives?
Yeah.
So the people who pulled you over and poured your cup out, was they blue or whites or detectives?
Yeah, they was jumping. They was in unmarked.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, because that's usually where you get that kind of response from.
Yeah, they more casual. Like one of them had a hoodie on. They just always got their vests on. That's the one thing.
Yeah, they ain't trying to do the paperwork on that.
Hell no. He's like, all right, because my car looked like the car that should be doing something. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. Back then. So
damn, is that wrong though? Now that I think about it,
crazy.
Are you pulling the attention on yourself when you go get the car, get the tint, get the rims, get the sounds that you know is gonna make you look a certain way? Like,
yes, I had like 22-inch rims on that joint too.
Oh yeah,
on Bennett Road,
and I'm on Bennett Road in Minnesota, and I was only in DC for like a week, so I got turned around, so I probably circled twice. You know what I mean? Just weird shit. Or, you know what I mean? So, and I'm selling
grateful admin shit.
Nah, he like Gordon. Perfect. April Carter in the building.
Shit like that.
Damn, man. They got Rayful up out of here, didn't they? Yeah. Rayful got up out of here, boy. Yeah. Robert, salute.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute. Hey, fellas, hell of a conversation. I love y'all, man. This was dope. I'm gonna definitely clip this one up intentionally. And let's see how many views it get if it ain't too, you know what I'm saying? Sensational, right? You know what? But I'll make sure the thumbnails look crazy so they click on it. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.